Every journey starts with a dream. Some were given every opportunity, others had to fight for every inch. Different backgrounds, different obstacles, but they all share one thing in common. They refused to quit. Through every victory, setback, and heartbreak, they never stopped chasing the future they believed was possible. They weren't defined by where they came from, they were defined by how they responded when adversity stood in their way. These weren't just football careers, these were stories of sacrifice, perseverance, redemption, and the pursuit of greatness. As we close the chapter on College Football 26, let's take one final look at the 3 fan favorite journeys that made this era unforgettable. So grab your popcorn, turn up the volume, and enjoy.
Yeah, I came from them dark days, now the lights on. Had to stay strong when it felt all wrong. Everybody love you when the ride long. They wasn't there when I was fighting all alone. I got scars I can't hide, I just wear them. Lost some people to the streets, still hear them. Now the city showing love when they see us, but I remember.
So bro, you gotta tell me, who you gonna ask to go to prom? I'm already knowing you got all the options in the world being a star player, so let me know something.
Man, bro, I'm not gonna be at prom. I got real life bills I gotta pay and they is not getting no cheaper. So I ain't even gonna have the money to get a new suit or nothing. And I gotta work that day.
Aw, dang, I be forgetting you live by yourself. Man, don't even trip, it's probably gonna be lame anyway. You ain't gonna miss nothing. And then plus, you finna go D1, you probably gonna be at all the lit parties on campus anyway.
Boy, Dominique, I tell you, I'm sure gonna miss being your football coach and your teacher. Yeah, man, I mean, when you head off to college, it's gonna be borderline impossible to find another running back as dominant as you were. Makes me almost wish you had a little brother coming along or something. I mean, it's been no secret that you've been our best player for the last 4 years. And don't tell the class, but you're also my favorite student too. But hey man, when you get to college, don't be going all willy-nilly. I need you to be as sharp as you are now. The best student in the classroom and the best player on that field with the hardest work ethic. You just stay true to yourself and you'll be all right.
Hey coach, I appreciate that for real. And you don't gotta worry, I'ma stay the same way I am now, just focused on the grind. And just know, even when I make it, I'ma always remember everybody that helped me. And you definitely one of those people.
Seeing law equals superior over favors. That's why my circle's small nowadays. Too many smiles hiding envy these days. Told my little brother keep.
My name is Dominique Harper, and my life is all messed up. Well look, I got a few hours to kill until it's time for me to head to work, so I figured I could fill y'all in the meantime. Born and raised in Birmingham, Alabama, I grew up with my pops, DeMarcus Harper, and my mom, Yvette Harper, who unfortunately passed away when I was only 7 years old. Now, of course, this loss was devastating to everyone who knew her because she was the most high-spirited and positive woman you could ever meet. And as we all dealt with this loss differently, my dad definitely handled it the worst way he knew how. See, at this point, he would just want to be left alone every night and get sloppy drunk until eventually he'd fall asleep. And I was too young to understand, so I thought he was just sick. But one day, I felt like he was getting better because he promised to take me to the rec to go play basketball. I mean, I just remember finally feeling happy again for the first time in a long time. I was already thinking about the different moves I was finna pull out on the court, but before we could play, my pops had to get a day pass. And when it was time for him to pay, he realized he had left his wallet in the car. So he told me to wait while he had left to go grab it. Well, hours and hours and hours had passed by and still no sign of him. I was trying to do everything I could to think positive, but even to a 7-year-old kid, it became clear that he was not coming back. So out of concern, the lady working the desk ended up calling the cops. And a few more hours later, after notifying my family, my grandpa came up to the police station and got me. And just like that, he would become my new guardian. Now, my grandpa was real old school and he liked a lot of hands-on work. He didn't believe in paying anyone to do a job for him. Instead, he'd rather do it himself. And with me growing up under his roof, he made sure to instill that in me also. So from all the years that I lived with him is where I would gain my hard work ethic. It was the end of my 8th grade year when my grandpa would get real sick to the point where he was in and out of the hospital. And this is when he figured that he wouldn't be able to watch me and it would be better for me to stay with someone else. So from then on out, I would be living with my aunt Tamika and her no-good boyfriend Brandon. Now look, I figured I could manage because I'm only going to be here for 4 years and then I'm off to college. But living here quickly became a nightmare. I mean, the whole crib was filled with nothing but toxic energy. All they would do was argue, drink, and smoke. Now I was always a good kid growing up, never in trouble. But it seemed like my freshman year, I really turned it up a notch. I was extra locked in. I was focusing on my schoolwork, getting my assignments turned in on time, making straight A's. And outside of school, I was was doing anything to stay away from home. Anything that was positive, of course. So I figured I needed an extracurricular activity, so I started to get in shape so I could try out for my football team at my high school. And the rest was history, man. Just like that, I have found my new passion. Something I was good at and could see myself being the greatest. I mean, I was a straight beast out of the gate. At first, I wanted to try out for receiver, but I knew I had a lot of speed, and to be honest, I had a lot of built-up anger also. And I just felt like playing running back would give me the chance to run through people and release everything I've been holding in since I was a kid. So I quickly had changed my mind and decided to try out for a running back. And I mean, obviously, as y'all can see, that was the best decision I made. I mean, by the end of my freshman season, I had multiple D1 offers. And realizing that I had the chance to really change my life, football became my main focus. And consistently up until my junior season of high school, I was putting on a clinic, receiving offers from schools like Florida, Georgia, Auburn, Bama, man, you name it, I had it. But one summer evening going into my senior year, I overheard my aunt having a conversation.
I could care less about this boy. Do you think that I took him in out of the kindness of my heart? Because you are sadly mistaken. If I wasn't getting paid the whole time he's been here, he could have been on the streets for all I cared. He is not my son nor my responsibility. To be honest, he wasn't nothing but another paycheck.
Nah, don't get me wrong. I know me and my aunt ain't like buddy or nothing, but hearing her talk about me like that still broke my heart nevertheless. So that same day, without notice, I packed up and left. And maybe it wasn't the most logical thing to do to some of y'all, but I mean, to be honest, I had no regrets. Thankfully, my grandpa ended up getting me a car for my 17th birthday. I mean, it was nothing crazy, just a 2008 Camry. But for a little while, this would become my new home. I mean, I had nowhere else to go, so this is where I was sleeping and everything. And I would just take my showers in the locker room after school. Now, even though I was making a way, I couldn't live like this for too long. And after filling out plenty of applications online, I finally got a call back. I was able to get me a cool little stocking job at Walmart, making $14 an hour. And I know it don't sound life-changing, but for me, it definitely was. Now, of course, I was working part-time because, as y'all know, I got school and I'm a student athlete. But after saving up enough checks, my next step was the biggest step I had made yet. Since I was under the legal age to live on my own, I had to go to court in order for me to get emancipated. For those of y'all who don't know what that is, basically your guardian signs papers allowing you to live on your own. And in my case, it would be my aunt signing the papers. And since she ain't want me there anyway, it was no problem for her to sign them. So after pleading all my reasons that I need to live on my own to the judge, she then let me know that I could do so. And a few weeks later, I was moving into my own spot. Now, like I said earlier, I'm only making $14 an hour, working part-time. So, of course, my crib ain't that pretty. I had no money for furniture or nothing. So, I've been sleeping on a mattress on the floor since I've been here. Now, y'all can look at the apartment and tell it's ran down, but, I mean, it's better than sleeping in my car. At least to me. And I only gotta lay here getting bit up for a few months anyway until I graduate. So, I think I can make it. My senior season of football finally rolled around, and don't get me wrong, I was still putting up some decent numbers, but if I'm being honest, everything took a slight decline. Still doing my thing, but I wasn't as productive as I was my first 3 seasons of high school football. I didn't lose any offers, but some of those schools did start showing less interest, barely reaching out to me like they used to do, and it became clear that they probably moved on or they didn't feel like I was that same threat. And the reason it seemed like I took a step back was because at first, like I said, football was my main priority, but now that I'm living on my own, it's hard to give all my time to one thing, especially when I got a job. But I still been trying to do the best I can to try to balance it out. Like, for example, even outside of school, I've been hitting the gym heavy. Every slight bit of free time I get, this is where I'm at putting in work. And then came decision day, man, where I finally decide which college I'm gonna go to. Now, sadly, after me slowing down like I told y'all, I wouldn't be going to no 5-star program anymore because they're now uninterested. So my top 3 schools was OSU, Kansas, and Georgia Tech. Yes, sir, y'all boys, man. Y'all see it. Your boy is now a Kansas Jayhawk. Finally landed out here in Kansas, and compared to where I came from, the spot they put me in is luxury. Yeah, man, I could get used to this. I'm enjoying it already. But this is not what we out here for. We out here to put in that work. But to my surprise, I came in as a third halfback on the depth chart. But pretty early, I was able to compete for the halfback 2 position. And as y'all can see, I proved myself enough and I won that with no problem. And on the 4th week of the season, I was able to compete once again, but this time for halfback 1. And yes, sir, man, your boy is not a starting halfback taking on West Virginia in week 4. Let's get it, y'all boys. Hey, look, y'all know this is a big moment for your boy. I just won that starting halfback position, and I'm not trying to lose it in the first game of the season. So I got to prove to coach that he made the right decision, and I plan to do nothing less. And as I said before, we are up against West Virginia. My first handoff in college football goes straight into a brick wall. I try to make something work, but it don't. 3rd and 2, in order to keep the drive going, I try to bend that corner, but I do not get near enough. He is stopped short of the line. Score is now 3-3. QB's gonna go my way in the flat. I cut up field, get past some defenders, and pick up some much needed yards. Very next play, right outside the 10, I got my mindset on 6. Going head up with the safety, I hurdle, bro, and get into that end zone for my first touchdown of my career. Stop playing, man. First touchdown is a complete highlight. I hurdled the mess out of bro. Score is now 6-10 and we up. Coming out of the backfield, the quarterback gonna go my way. I get past that 30 and keep my feet moving for extra yards. 3rd quarter, I currently got 19 rushing yards, but that B gap is wide open, and I'm able to make something shake out of this one. Very next play, I get some good blocking in the front, taking it to the outside, and I'm able to pick up a gain of 6 before being brought down. Another outside handoff. This play almost got blown up, but thank God I'm fast. Broke out of a tackle before stepping out of bounds. Before you know it, we facing the 3rd and goal outside the 10. My fullback and right tackle is doing a great job of blocking, allowing me to get enough space to get into that end zone for my 2nd of the season, man. Up 17-6 late in the 3rd quarter. A simple draw play. I break out of 1 tackle and pick up a good amount of yards before being brought down. Haven't really been able to break one for a huge amount of yards, but I keep consistently finding some open spaces, picking up a gain of 9 right here. Inside the 10, coach want to put the ball in my hands, and I get us another touchdown, man. What a debut for me. Your boy is balling out, I can't lie. And just like that, we go 4-0, beating West Virginia with the final score being 27-6. I finished the game with 117 rushing yards off 28 attempts and 3 touchdowns.
No doubt about it. They made the play.
Right back at home wearing our brand new alternates. Coming off a good game, but I'm looking to go out here and make a real statement. And we are up against Cincinnati. 2nd and 7, coming out the backfield. I wish he would have hit me in stride. But regardless, I do make the catch, cutting upfield, breaking out of a tackle before being brought down outside the 50. 4th and 2, man, and coach got all the trust in me, and I do not let him down, breaking off for a big gain, getting us that first down and more. Very next play, my O-line is doing a great job at blocking. I got a wide open gap, and I'm going to take full advantage. Coming out the backfield again, QB got his eyes on me, and he going to throw a bad pass. I'm not going to lie, I did call for it, so it low-key is my fault, but at the end of the day, he the quarterback. They go up 7-0 with 20 seconds left in the 1st quarter. I'm breaking out of 1 tackle, keeping my feet moving and fighting for some extra yards, picking up a gain of 8. 30 inches trying to fight for that first down, but I get stopped short. They go up 14-0. A-gap is wide open. I get past 1 defender and pick up a gain of 10 before being brought down. Trying the right side again, and I get some more good blocks, picking up 2 back-to-back 10-yard gains.
Well, obviously the offense went.
Minute left in the half, still trying to find our first points of the game. Again, the O-line is blocking to perfection, giving me some room to pick up some big yards. 1st and goal, running to the outside and cutting it back in. I nearly get into that end zone, but I'm stopped right outside. On the 3rd and goal, we're going with a screen pass. It's going to go my way. I get caught up on my defender, but I'm able to break loose and get a touchdown, man. Scoring our first 6 points of the game. 3rd quarter, and Cincinnati goes up 21-7, but I've been shredding them boys on the ground, and I do it once again, picking up over 20 yards. The score is now 28-14 with 3 minutes left in the 4th quarter. Coming out the backfield again, I don't know what the defense was doing, but I am wide open all the way downfield for a huge reception. Sadly, we didn't score, but we got the ball back with a minute left in the 4th quarter. And once again, I'm left wide open. QB delivers a dot my way, and we get into that end zone again. Not going to make much of a difference, but at least it was a nice play. The So we would go on to lose for the first time this season with the final score being 28-21. It was hard on everybody, but the season ain't over. We got a lot of games to play. And I finished this game with 88 receiving yards and 107 rushing yards off 17 attempts with 2 touchdowns on top. And as y'all can see, this performance was well enough for me to win the Big 12 Offensive Player of the Week. With a 4-1 record, we are now stepping into the home of the UFC night, looking to go out here and get things right back on track. My first handoff for the game, and I put in a whole lot of work breaking tackles to only pick up a gain of 1. Lined up in the slot on the very next play, this is a complete bust by the defense, letting me get wide open. I break out of 1 tackle, 2 tackles, getting past that 20, that 10, and making my way into the end zone for my first of the game, man. Let's get it. And before y'all start getting skeptical, yes, man, we are playing on Heisman difficulty as always. So we up 7-zip, UFC does not score. And my second handoff of the game is complete night and day from my first one, picking up some big yards. 4th and 2, and with me in the backfield, coach feel good with our chances. As y'all can see, he made the right decision with me picking up a gain of 13. Very next play, we got an outside handoff, but I'm cutting it back inside, slipping out of 1 tackle, picking up another huge chunk of yards, man. Let's go. Trying to put the ball into the air, I'm fading out to the end zone. At the top of my route, I end up coming back to the ball. He gonna throw a dot my way. I thought I caught it with a foot in, but it's gonna be short. Slot receiver starting off in motion. The score is now 10-14. I'm coming out the backfield once again, trying to get us in the field goal range before half, and I do so. But by the third quarter, the game is tied up 17-17 as I break out of 1 tackle and fight for a gain of around 13. I'm not gonna lie, I'm starting to like this angle better because I can see the field more. And as y'all can see, man, I break another one loose for a nice gain.
When you can generate explosive plays by running the football, you gotta
3rd and 5 later that drive, and I'm open. QB's gonna deliver my way, and y'all see I'm fighting for that extra yards, trying to get that first, and I do. 4th quarter, the score is now tied 24-24. Trying to put a slow, methodical drive together as I grab 10 yards. Read option, and Jalen Daniels is gonna keep it instead of handing it off to me. And at the worst time of the game, he gonna fumble the rock. Defense recovers, and they get a good return out of it. Going back to a play that we like to run heavy, I'm coming out of the flat again. Not sticking to my route, I'm just getting open, trying to get inside field goal range, and I do. Hopefully we can just tie this game up with 5 seconds left. But we had no timeouts left, causing us to lose our second game in a row by 3. But I had a huge productive day, finishing with 140 receiving yards, 172 rushing yards for 27 attempts, and 1 touchdown. Right back on the road, and we trying to stay away from turning this into a losing streak. We done already lost 2 games back to back. And as y'all can see, we are up against the Texas Tech Red Raiders. We get started on our first drive. This is our second drive. QB handed off to me. I'm getting shifty, but I end up fumbling the rock. The first fumble of my college career, and the defense is going to recover it.
I love those smashes where you can hear it up here. Goodness gracious, you can.
And I'm not going to lie, seeing them celebrate the turnover pissed me off. But it's all good because we going to get it back in blood. They go and score a field goal. But my very next handoff, man, I told y'all I was going to get it back in blood, and look what I do. Breaking into the open field, and ain't nobody going to catch me, man. Putting us on the board for our first 6 of the game. A 73-yard touchdown, man. Let's get it. 2nd and 3, and I definitely like this angle a lot more. I can see the field a lot better as I get past that first level of defense and break off for a huge gain, being brought down past that 50. Few plays later, we putting that ball in the air. I get behind that first level of defense and sit in the middle. QB throws a dot my way. I run right through that safety and get past that 10.
Finally corralled, but not before. He picked up the first down.
Well, the offense is humming now, and you're seeing.
3rd quarter, the score is now 10-3. I'm lined up on the outside. I got to get up to make this catch, and I do, getting us at a 1st and goal. 3rd and goal, I get my number called again, and I get us into that end zone, capping this drive off with another touchdown.
He noses his way into the end zone.
Another rushing touchdown. That's now 2 on the game. This offense thought they could come into this one running the ball, being the more.
Up 17-3 with a minute left in the 3rd quarter. QB goes my way again. I see a lot of open field, and I take full advantage, trucking another defender, but he's able to nudge me out of bounds.
He'll go out of bounds at the 30.
A few plays later, sneaking out the backfield, he's going to deliver a dot to me across the middle, and I'm able to keep my legs moving and get into that end zone, stretching out that lead against Texas Tech.
They add 6 more to the board with that trip to the house.
So we finally get things back on track with the final score being 27-10. The boy's starting to get comfortable in his shows with 142 rushing yards off 22 attempts and 3 touchdowns, averaging almost 7 yards per carry.
No doubt about it. They made the play.
8th game of the season, rocking that all black, looking like we mean business, and that's because we do, man. We facing our in-state rivals. Yes, indeed, we are up against Kansas State. My first handoff of the game gets shut down after a gain of 2, and before you know it, we walking off the field after a failed third down. Kansas goes down and scores, and on the 3rd and 2 again, I end up taking the handoff this time, getting that first down with ease, breaking out a tackle before being brought down outside the 50. Very next play, we got an inside handoff again, almost get blown up, but I'm able to pick up 6 out of this one. But then my boy Jalen Daniels is going to drop back and throw a complete dot to the defense, giving them the ball right back. And at the end of the first quarter, the score is 14-0. Start of the second quarter, look at the left tackle doing some great blocking, man. I get some open space and turn it into a big game. Coming out the backfield, Jalen Daniels ain't going to waste no time giving it to me. I run right past that linebacker, pick up some good yards before being pushed out of bounds before that 20. Pay attention to the balance, man. This would have been blown up if I didn't have great balance, and I'm able to break out of it and pick up a gain of 9. Finally, at a 3rd and goal, he handed the ball off to me, and I get us our first 6 of the game.
This offense.
But they go down and score again, making it 21-7. But as y'all can see, I'm slicing and dicing through that line, picking up a big gain of 20. Jalen faking the handoff and checking it down to me, and I'm able to cut loose and get us a gain of 10. Coming out the flat again, he gonna deliver my way. And y'all see I got a lot of open space. I'm gonna run straight through that safety again for another touchdown, man. Let's go. I told y'all this is how I release my stress. 3rd quarter now, and the score is 21-14. Looking to even this game out, I have been killing them on the ground game, and I do it once again, almost getting to that end zone. 2nd and goal, and I don't know how they have not caught on yet, but I get another touchdown for quick and easy pitch and catch. They go down and kick a field goal, making it 24-21. I currently have over 100 yards in both receiving and running. And out here, the atmosphere is going crazy, man. After taking off for another huge run.
Because with the score what it is right now, everything is at your disposal.
First play coming back from the 2-minute warning. We threatening inside the red zone. I do get enough to get us a 1st and goal, but I'm not getting into that end zone just yet. But Jalen Daniels would throw a dot to the tight end, getting us a touchdown and giving us that lead. But sadly, in the Sunflower Showdown, man, we ended up leaving them boys too much time on the clock, and they turned that time into points, scoring another touchdown, giving them the win. And with that, we would take another loss for our 3rd time this season. But as for me, I finished the game with 114 receiving yards and 148 rushing yards for 3 touchdowns. And with that performance, I ended up winning Big 12 Offensive Player of the Week again for my 2nd time. What's good, everybody? Welcome to episode 2 of my football career. Now look, life in Kansas so far has been nothing short of exciting. And as y'all know, I was dead broke. Like when I had left Alabama for college, I had around $200 to my name. But it seemed like as soon as I got on campus, I immediately had money falling in my lap. Apparently, when you're a highly anticipated recruit coming out of high school, those endorsement deals be waiting on you. So even though I showed up on campus broke, that did not last long at all. Now back on the football side of things, I've been performing at a higher level than many people expected, especially as a freshman. And in no time, I soon became the talk around town. Everybody referred to me as the next big star. And now that I got a little bread, I felt like it was only right for me to live up to that title. Now, most people would advise me to take care of my money and save it. But just for a second, put yourself in my shoes. I mean, I was just living out of my car. And after that, I moved into basically a trap house. And in order for me to take over the role of a superstar, I had to make some quick adjustments and upgrades. So there I was at the mall. I felt like it was smart for me to update my wardrobe first. Yeah, I wanted people to see me, and even if they don't know who I am, they just know I'm important. Now y'all name one celebrity that don't got a chain. Exactly, there ain't none. And if I was gonna be taken serious, I would have to give me some ice. So Icebox was the first place I went. But on second thought, after seeing those price tags that look like phone numbers, I quickly realized that the chain could wait. I mean, yeah, the brand deals pay pretty good, but not this good. So either I buy a new chain and start for a few months, or just wait until I got it like that and maybe go get one from one of those booths in the middle of the mall. The next store I visited was Dior. Now, when I used to live with my grandpa, every once in a while he would give me the new J. But I've never owned any designer. But again, if I want to be taken serious, I gotta be seen rocking high fashion. But after trying on a few fits, man, I just realized it was not me. This just wasn't my style, and I sure wasn't finna spend 5 bands on a fit I don't even like. Now, after 2 failed attempts, I decided to just go to a store that I'm familiar with, which was Foot Locker. And finally, I found some stuff that I liked. And to make things even better, I knew it wasn't gonna break the bank. Now, after spending around $700 and some change, I finally felt like my wardrobe was upgraded. And I'm glad I didn't blow all my bread because I had bigger fish to fry. If y'all remember from my last episode, I told y'all that my grandpa got me a 2008 Camry. And if I'm gonna be a true superstar, I cannot be caught riding around in this. So I did use a chunk of that money for a down payment on a new whip. Yes, sir, man. Your boy is not riding around in the 2022 Dodge Charger Hellcat. And I ain't gonna lie, this is probably my best upgrade yet. And last but not least, man, most star players got a loyal queen by their side. You know, like LeBron and Savannah, Steph and Aisha, Travis Hunter and... never mind. But y'all know what I mean, and thankfully I met a 10 out of 10 on campus. Her name is Azaria. She a senior, and as y'all know, I'm a freshman. But that's all good, cause all that mean is that she more mature. And I ain't trying to sound delusional or nothing, being that we barely know each other, but I feel like she got real potential on being the one for me. Now that I'm living like a superstar in my everyday life, there's only one more thing left for me to do, which is to go out on that field and play like one. And judging off of how I've been performing here lately, that shouldn't be too hard of a task for me. 8th game of the season with a 5-3 record, we're up against Oklahoma State. Now look, man, I advise y'all to watch all the games because y'all know I'm a walking highlight. First play of the game, we starting off with a jet sweep with me taking the touch pass. Would y'all look at the way they blocking for your boy, man? Look at that. First play of the game, we taking off for a huge run. Trucking the defender before being brought down past that 20, man. Let's get it. Very next play, I'm coming out the backfield and Jalen Daniels is going to go my way. I got one person to beat. I put my shoulder into his chest, but he's able to get me down. 3 plays back-to-back with the ball in my hands, and this time I'm able to get into that end zone for our first touchdown of the game, making it look easy against that Oklahoma State defense.
They wanted to turn the page after losing their last game, so how about...
And let's go ahead and get this out the way, man. Yes, we are on Heisman. OSU does not score. I'm cutting through that A-gap with ease, getting us inside the red zone plus more, being brought down 2 yards short.
All the way down to the 2-yard line. He was fighting for that end zone.
And obviously this
But we get backed up a little bit, facing the 3rd and goal. I'm open in the middle for another touchdown, man. Let's go.
Touchdown, Jayhawks.
Starting another drive off in great field position. OSU still hasn't scored. I'm running through defenders, picking up good yards. Score is now 20-0. We're up big with a minute left in the half. And y'all see I'm lowering my shoulder, putting people in the dirt. Now this is what you call a grown man run. Running through everybody for a big game.
27. They can't stop the clock, and this is a first down.
21 seconds in the half. We are now inside the red zone, and I'm going to put a cap on this drive, scoring my 3rd touchdown of the game.
To the house. Touchdown, Kansas.
3rd quarter now, and this game is basically wraps with the score being 27-0, but I do not slow down, breaking more tackles for another good game. And after scoring again, coach took out the starters for the rest of the game, and we were able to shut out OSU with the final score being 37-0. I had a real good day with 132 receiving yards and 115 rushing yards for 3 touchdowns. Coming off a huge win, we couldn't feel no better going up against Arizona.
Don the red and blue.
Arizona starts off with the ball but doesn't score. My first handoff of the game goes for a good 13 yards. Moving down that field slowly but surely. My second rush of the game, I hit the outside and I see a whole lot of green grass. Run through that blue jersey, getting past that 10 before I step out.
Wrestled out of bounds.
Much like our last game, we got on that board quick on the first drive with me running the ball in for our first touchdown of the game.
Touchdown, Rock Chalk.
Arizona still don't score, and I know what to expect when that receiver start off in motion. I'm coming out the backfield, and Jalen throws a dot my way for a huge gain.
Ball, terrific catch, and they'll have the first.
Before you know it, we inside the 5 at a 3rd and goal, and I get my second touchdown of the game.
This running back again, and he noses his way into the end zone.
and the running back gets his 2nd rushing touchdown of the game. You want to continue.
Up 14-0 against Arizona. That A-gap is wide open off the handoff. I take full advantage, and ain't nobody going to be able to lay a finger on me as I make my way into the end zone for a huge rushing touchdown, man.
End zone. Touchdown, Rock Chalk Jayhawks. They want to finish the season.
Very next drive, the score is now 21-0. My center is doing some great blocking. That A-gap is open again. Taking off for another huge run, and we get into that end zone for my 4th of the game. Hey, man, I'm feeling unstoppable right now.
With that trip to the house.
I think there were a lot of doubters that wondered how this
3rd quarter, and we finna nearly put up 200 rushing yards. I take off for another big game, breaking tackles, being brought down a yard short.
Final
We are now up 31-0. I don't even know why coach got us in, but look at that stiff arm, bro, went flying. But I'm breaking tackles and getting us that first down on the 3rd and long.
The first guy couldn't get him, but the second one.
Jalen Daniels is going to throw another dot to me out the backfield. I'm a truck one defender, but he's able to get me out. Down inside the red zone, I'm just looking to get open, and I do. For my 5th overall touchdown and my first receiving touchdown of the game.
Kansas. Quick strike through the air for the score. They extend this lead, and it looks as if they are going to make it 2 wins in a row.
Another shutout victory. The final score ended up being 38-0. And I had my breakthrough game this season with 247 rushing yards for 5 touchdowns.
It's like how many? How many can I win by?
All right, y'all boys, we stepping into some real competition now. We up against Iowa State. Y'all know they always a good team, and this time they rank. But if y'all take a look, we are now also ranked at number 21 with a 7-3 record, and Iowa State has the same record, ranked number 18. Very next play coming out the flat, Jalen gonna look my way. I bring that one in, slip out of 1 tackle before being brought down for a gain of 6. Before you know it, we facing the 3rd down. At a 3rd and 2, I'm lined up against that linebacker, which is what we like to see, and I get that first down and more. Starting this game off looking more like a receiver than a halfback. QB gonna look for me again and deliver a dot my way. I truck one defender before being brought down inside the 20. 2nd and 10, I got my mindset on 6. I see a crease and I get pretty close before being brought down. 3rd and goal after being stopped short twice. Finally getting to that end zone for our first of the game.
We need touchdowns, and that's a great job executing down here near the goal line.
Iowa scores a field goal, and on this next drive, I'm trying to block, but I get knocked down. And when I get back up, I accidentally call for the ball. He throws it my way. It winds up being fumbled, and I can't recover it, but the defense does. Luckily, they don't score, and it's still 7-3. Yeah, I seen I can run people over, but I also get shifty, snatching 2 ankles. The way I refuse to go down need to be studied, man. Spinning out of 1 tackle, spinning out of 2, breaking the 3rd tackle before being brought down. Putting together a good drive, I'm able to get away from 1 off the handoff, find the crease and take off, bulldoze my way to a gain of 9. Facing the 4th and goal, and coach want to go for it, but we keep it simple, coming at the backfield for an easy pitch and score. Iowa State doesn't score. We trying to stretch that lead before halftime. With 20 seconds left, he throw a dot my way, get us at that 30. Very next play, we going with the handoff. I'm slicing and dicing through that defense, picking up some good yards on the ground before being brought down. 3rd quarter now, and the score is 17-6. I managed to get past 2 tackles and take off and get past that 20. 3rd and goal, they're going to put the ball in my hand, looking to convert that first down, but I'm 2 yards short. Now up 20-6. Iowa State is having trouble scoring, but we moving the ball down the field, as y'all can see. They're throwing another down my way for a huge gain. A few plays later, we going with the RPO. Instead of the handoff, he throws it off somebody's helmet, and it winds up getting intercepted. They did score, but thankfully they did not have enough time. We drain out the clock and win the game. The final score being 20-13. Finish this game with 121 rushing yards and 2 touchdowns.
I think there were a lot of eyeballs watching this.
Getting into our last games of the season, man, 12th game. We are currently ranked number 15 going up against Utah. First drive of the game, I'm leaking out the flat. Jalen Daniels is going to throw a pass my way. Take off with a full head of steam, trucking 1 defender before being brought down right outside the 40. Before you know it, we facing the 3rd and 3. I'm taking my 3rd handoff of the game. Easily get past that first down, breaking tackles on my way to a huge gain. Again, with me coming out the flat, he gonna throw another pass my way for a touchdown, giving us that early lead. Sneaking out the backfield again, that safety got to make a decision. And I'm wide open, but he gets hit as he throws. So the pass is short and then winds up getting intercepted. They capitalize off of that turnover, going down and tying the game up 7-7. I'm slipping through tackles and picking up another big gain. Headed straight to the end zone on a go route out the backfield. And without me calling for it, he going to throw it my way, and it winds up getting intercepted for his 2nd of the game. And to make matters worse, nobody on the offense going to get a finger on him, and he makes his way back for a pick 6. After throwing 2 interceptions and 1 of them being a pick 6, coach still wants Jalen to put the ball in the air, and he does go on my way, being brought down just outside of the 40. 2nd and 20, that defense is going to get to the quarterback real easy, and Utah is giving us a problem, I can't lie. Facing the 3rd and 17, I was supposed to stay fading out to the right, but instead I cut back inside, and I'm able to get us that first down and keep this drive going. And y'all know it was only a matter of time before I broke one. Some great blocks, man. I take off down a wide open seam and get to that end zone, tying this game up.
drive together. Nice job punctuating the end.
Third quarter, and they're now up 21 to our 14. Coming out the slot, he gonna hit me on the slant for a first down. 2nd and 9, sneaking past my old line, the QB gonna hit me on the check down, and I get that first down and more. But before you know it, we facing the third down. Again, I'm the quarterback safety valve just getting open to pick up that first down, and that's exactly what I do. Down inside the red zone, facing another third down with seconds left in the third. I'm gonna squeeze my way into that end zone and tie the game up again.
And they take it in for 6 more points.
2 minutes left in the fourth. They're now up a field goal with the score being 24-21. This whole thing ain't just about me, man. Look at my tight end making a huge play when it mattered most. Very next play, they gonna hand the ball off to me, taking the C gap, cutting to the outside. Oh my gosh, look at that stiff arm, fighting my way into the end zone. And all I do is produce highlights, man. Stop playing with your boy.
And this is a running back, guys, that gets better as the
Sorry, man, we're gonna have to watch that replay again. The stiff arm was crazy. We lifted him off the ground, man. Stop playing. Up 4 points with a minute left in the fourth quarter. We are facing the 3rd and 7, and I'm able to convert that first down, trying to close this game out. And after fighting hard against a real good team, and we finally get that win with the final score being 28-24. And as y'all just watched, man, your boy balled out with 137 rushing yards and 4 touchdowns.
The season didn't go exactly how they wanted it to go, but
Last game of our regular season, and as y'all can see, we are up against the Baylor Bears, as we are now ranked number 11. Our first drive, we end up facing the 3rd and 8, and I don't know who he was trying to give it to, but it winds up incomplete, forcing a 3 and out. They go and score a touchdown, making it 7-0. I get my first handoff for the game and pick up a gain of 13. If y'all haven't realized it yet, I could very well play receiver if I really wanted to. Remember, I told y'all that's what I was going to try out for in high school first. And y'all can see why as the QB connects with me for a huge game. But we end up facing the 3rd down, and on the option, he decides to keep it, and that gets shut down well behind the line. Baylor doesn't score, so it remains 3-7. Coming at the backfield, QB goes my way, and I get us close to that end zone, but I'm brought down short. But it's all good because that very next play, we finally find the end zone, getting us our first touchdown of the game and giving us the lead. Baylor goes down and takes the lead again, making it 14-10. I'm cutting the inside. Jalen gonna find me. And at the 3rd and 6, I'm able to convert that first down, keeping this drive alive. I ain't gonna lie, Baylor been containing the run pretty well. But this time, I finally find the crease, and I take full advantage, picking up a huge gain on the ground, nearly getting into that end zone, being brought down inside the 10.
at the 8-yard line. It'll be 1st and goal right there.
really good run.
3rd and goal, we're gonna try to force our way in there, but they stopped me just short. 3rd quarter now, we are now up 2 points with the score being 16-14. I find some space hitting the outside and take off for a huge gain, being brought down inside the 30.
After another big gain, they have chewed up this defense.
Jalen connected with a receiver to get us another touchdown, making it 23-14. The next drive, and he passes it to halfback 2 in the flat, and he winds up fumbling the rock, and the defense is going to recover.
What a play by this defense, trailing in the second.
Luckily, they don't score. A minute left in the fourth, we're trying to kill the clock with the ground game.
This defense to somehow make a play.
Finally, we kneel out the clock, taking the win with the score being 23-14. Just like that, we are now Big Ten champions. I finished the game with 100 receiving yards and 150 rushing yards for 1 touchdown. Now, as y'all know, your boy put together a pretty memorable freshman season, and along with that came some awards. Starting off with the Walter Camp Award, Sean Alexander Award, the Maxwell Award, Doak Walker Award, First Team All-Big 12, First Team All-American, Freshman All-Big 12, and Freshman All-American. And in the first round of the playoffs, we'll be taking on number 7 ranked SMU. Starting with the pass game early, I'm coming out the flat and Jalen Daniels is going to look my way. And just like that, I'm able to get us a gain of 11. Very next play with me sneaking out the backfield again, he going to look down the middle and connect with me on back-to-back big receptions. Keeping this drive moving, I'm finding the gap in the defense, slipping out of some tackles before being brought down inside the 30. We end up having to settle for a field goal, and so does SMU. Game is tied 3-3, and that A-gap cannot get any more open, attacking the gap and making a big play. Very next play, Jalen Daniels looking underneath, next with me across the middle, and again I pick up some big yards. First play of the second quarter, I'm trying to put a cap on this drive, getting past the line, breaking through tackles, stiff arming defenders, and being brought down right outside the 5, man. Let's get it. Very next play, the safety sticking with me, so I cut back inside and get open and get that first touchdown of the game.
As they put 6 more on the board.
this running back's going to show you he can be a receiver as well. He's just not back there running.
SMU goes and ties the game up. We're facing a 3rd and 13. I'm going deep coming at the backfield, and it's going to be deflected, putting us at a 4th down, forcing us to punt the ball. 3rd quarter now, and slowly SMU is breaking away with the score being 24-10. But y'all know your boy is not finna let up, man. Fighting until I see some open field and I take off, completely leaving everybody in the dust and making my way into the end zone for my 2nd of the game. They don't score. It's now the 4th quarter. The score is now 17-24. Slipping out of tackles and picking up some much-needed yards. Very next play, I'm taking the handoff. Looking to tie this game up, I'm going to lower my pass and run straight through that safety's chest, getting us inside the red zone, man. And leaving the ball in number 6's hands, we know he's going to come up with a big play, and he does, throwing it to the tight end for a touchdown.
Touchdown, Kansas.
SMU is up a field goal with 30 seconds left. At a 4th down, I'm able to convert in hopes of getting us inside field goal range. 10 seconds left in the 4th quarter. I'm taking off downfield. Everybody's on a go route, but Jalen leaves me too much, forcing me to dive for it. And since I couldn't get no yards after the catch, the clock ended up running down to 0, and we would end up losing to SMU in game 1 of the playoff, putting the end to our season. But I still had a really good game with 123 receiving yards and 147 rushing yards off of only 14 rushing attempts and 2 touchdowns. So after having a dominant freshman season and putting up numbers that honestly nobody expected, I felt like it was only right to take out some of that time out of the 4 weeks off we get and enjoy myself a nice vacation. You know, kind of like a gift to myself for the blood, sweat, and tears I put in. And as y'all might have seen from the intro, I did not in fact go on this vacation alone. So if y'all remember, in my 2nd episode, I went on a date with this girl named Azaria. And after getting to know each other more, we ended up making things official. So as y'all could guess, with the way things were going in football and the way things were going in my personal life, I was at an all-time high. But you know how the story go, man. When you feel like nothing could possibly go wrong, it seemed like something always happened that make you take a step back. And while I was out enjoying my vacation, I ended up getting a phone call from one of my cousins. Now, if y'all been keeping up with me for a while, then y'all know how my family situation is. But if y'all are new, let's just say I'm not a very family-oriented person. So getting a phone call at a random time like this was very unexpected, so I just knew it had to be something serious. And well, that's when he proceeded to tell me that my grandpa had passed away. Now, as y'all could assume, as soon as I got the news, my vacation was cut short and I had to head back home to Birmingham. And man, to be honest, this ain't even feel real. I couldn't even bring myself to believe that he actually gone. Again, if y'all been watching for a while, then y'all know that my granddad was the only person in my family that treated me like family. I mean, he raised me for the most part of my life until he got sick, and that's when I had to go stay with my aunt, and I mean, y'all know how that went down. On the same night of the funeral, when we got back to the hotel, I was up all night. I just had a lot going through my mind, a lot of heavy thinking. One thing that kept replaying in my head was my grandpa's favorite saying. He used to always tell me to not wait for the light, but be the one who strikes the match. And I felt like that phrase replaying in my mind over and over again was a sign for me to make a change. See, I had been trying to decide, do I stay at Kansas where I'm comfortable, or do I expand my horizon and try to become more of a bigger superstar than I already am? Now, there was one school on my radar that I knew could take me to the next level of superstardom. I honestly felt like everything would improve if I transferred to this program. Felt like I could be more of a weapon on the offense, my brand exposure would go through the roof, and y'all already know they offering me a bag. And to me, that was enough for me to make my decision, and your boy Dominique Harper is now an Oregon Duck. One thing I knew for sure when I got to Oregon was that I was not going to be staying on campus. And thankfully, I was able to find a nice apartment about 15 minutes away. You know, nothing too crazy, just enough space for me and my girl. She just graduated college and she decided to come along with me instead of staying back home in Kansas. But anyways, after putting up all the decorations, the spot really began to come together. I definitely felt like I'd be able to stay here for the next couple of years comfortably until, of course, it's time for me to enter my name into the draft. See, everybody deals with losing a family member differently. And well, this time, the way I was dealing with it was by shutting everything out. I felt like all I had outside of Azaria was football. So that's where I put all my energy. I was hitting the gym like crazy. At this point in my life, this was the only way I could find peace. And I really wish that I could have enjoyed my transfer to Oregon, knowing that this is a really big step in my football career. But, I just wasn't in the right headspace. And I haven't felt this level of depression since the day my mom passed back when I was 7 years old. I would end every workout sitting in the locker room drenched in sweat just thinking. Knew it wouldn't be healthy for me to start my sophomore season with a cloud over my head. So at this point, I'm just trying to think of anything positive, anything that would put a smile on my face, but nothing came to mind. Now Azaria, she deserved a round of applause. She understood what state I was in. She understood I didn't feel like talking and she didn't force me to. It was multiple times that I didn't even have an appetite, and if it wasn't for her, I probably wouldn't have ate that day. She would just sit beside me and chill, just reassuring me that she's always by my side in case I need someone to talk to. And this felt foreign to me, but in a good way, cause in the past, if I was going through something, I had nobody to turn to. But just as well as I knew I had to get myself back on track, she knew the same thing. Well, one day she told me to get dressed because her parents came out here to Oregon to visit, and she said we were supposed to go out to dinner with them. Now, I ain't gonna lie, I was low-key irritated when she told me that because she know I'm not in the mood. She know I'm going through something right now, so why would she invite me to dinner with her parents knowing they gonna want to talk? But regardless, I got dressed and we was on our way. But to my surprise, when we got there, it was not her parents we was having dinner with. If he looked familiar to y'all, then that's because this is my high school coach. He was also in my first episode, if y'all remember. Man, Azaria outdid herself with this one. Apparently, she got in contact with my old high school coach, told him what was going on, and flew him out here to Oregon to talk to me. And that's exactly what he did, man. We had a great conversation, and for the first time since my grandpa passed, I was able to finally smile for once. And I can't lie, man, this was the best gift I've gotten in a long time. After speaking with my high school coach, I finally started to get things back on track. And I felt like now I'll be able to start my sophomore season off the right way. Yes, sir, man. First game of my sophomore season at a completely new program. And it's hitting different already, man. Y'all see that tunnel entrance? Stadium is at full capacity. Yeah, my boy, I could get used to this. For the first game of the season, we are up against Boise State. Hey man, my first play here at Oregon is one I would like to forget, running into a brick wall for a loss of 1. Before you know it, we facing the 3rd and 10. I pick up a gain of 3, which is not enough to move the chain. Boise State go up 3, and we got some concerned fans because your boy can't even convert on a 3rd and inches. I'm gonna have to lock in. It's all good because on that 4th and 1, coach want to keep the ball in my hands. I easily grab that first down and a few more. I'm slowly starting to get a rhythm with a handoff at a 2nd and 1, picking up a gain of 9. A few plays later at a 2nd and 7, he gonna get a ball to me again. It's a wide open gap. I take some ankles as I pick up a gain of 17.
The stop is made, but this offense is threatening 1st and goal from the 9.
A touchdown pass to Decorian Moore will give us that 7-3 lead. QB goes my way on the screen pass. I get set up with some great blocks and pick up a huge gain before being brought down.
Got him free for a big gainer to the 43.
Back-to-back big plays. Your boy's starting to warm up, as y'all can see, breaking through that line and picking up a gain of 11. Another touchdown pass will make it 14-3, and we right back in the red zone. I would get my first 6 of the game, my first 6 at Oregon. We are now up 21-3 in the 3rd quarter. Outside handoff, and I'm able to bend the corner, getting past that 20, running straight through a defender before being brought down outside the 10. That last drive ends in a field goal. Boise State makes it 10-24. It don't even matter, man, because I break one tackle and the floodgates is wide open. I'm taking off. Ain't nobody going to be able to lay a finger on me. Getting past that 20, that 10, and hopping into the end zone for my second 6 of the game, man. Let's get it. Score is now 13-31, but much like last year, man, even if we got a big lead, I'm not going to slow down. See, I got 194 rushing yards. I might as well break 200. It looked like I'm going to do that running straight through defenders being brought down inside the 10. 208 rushing yards, and now I'm not done as I find the end zone again for my 3rd of the game.
And the beatdown has ensued.
First game of the season goes exactly how we planned, with the final score being 45-20. And y'all seen it started off shaky, but I started to heat up, ending the game with 247 rushing yards, 4 touchdowns off 31 attempts. Second game of the season against FCS Northwest, and as y'all can see, this starts off just like the last one. Try to go back to me on that 2nd and 13, but I barely pick up any. 3rd and 11, QB gonna float one to the flat, and I'm out of bounds, leaving us at a 4th and 12.
Man, that is
FCS also don't score, and on that next drive, taking my 5th handoff for the game, I'm finally able to break one. I see a whole lot of green grass, and I'm going to take this into the end zone for my first 6 of the game. But hey, y'all boys, this FCS team came to play. Facing the 3rd and 15, QB give it to me in the flat. I don't know how I did that, but somehow I got out of all that traffic, but still not enough to pick up the first down. We do get a field goal, making it 10-0. Starting this one off in motion. QB's gonna find me on the left side of the field behind the secondary, and I take off. And that speed kills, man. I get into that end zone easy for my 2nd of the game. Score is 17-0. We're starting to pull away now like we should have been doing, honestly. As I pick up another nice gain off a big run. Doing something different. I'm lined up on the outside this time. Got a go route. Hey, look at the accuracy, though. The QB throws an absolute dot to get us inside that 20. Coming back from halftime, and we're up 20-0. My O-line is doing a great job blocking, giving me enough time to catch some open space. Breaking out of one tackle, and if I didn't stumble, that would have been a house call, and y'all know it. But nevertheless, man, we pick up a huge gain, putting us at 168 rushing yards. We only need inches to pick up that first down, but instead I'm going to take it the whole way, getting us into that end zone for my 3rd of the game, man. Let's go. Score is 27-0. Starting off in motion, QB scanning the field is going to find me across the middle. I take one defender out his shoes before going out of bounds, giving me 100+ receiving yards and 100+ rushing yards. 3rd and 1 in the red zone. QB going to hand it off to me. Running through the defense to get into that end zone for, I think this is my 4th of the game. We're not even done, man. 3rd quarter, the score is now 34-0. I know I'm not taking my foot off the gas, picking up a huge game.
They'll get him on the ground at the 46, and it'll be a first down.
2nd blowout in a row. The final score is 48-3. Now, if we're being honest, this was expected of Oregon, going up against the FCS school. But nevertheless, man, I still had a great game, finishing with 116 receiving yards, 234 rushing yards off of 23 attempts, and 4 touchdowns. 2-0, and for our 3rd game of the season, we were up against our in-state rival. And as y'all can see, man, I'm getting busy from the jump, picking up a gain of 18 on my first handoff.
Really shows you his skills on that last run, and I feel like today, if you're a running back at Oregon, you are.
And we moving down that field quick on our first drive, taking this one straight up the seam, picking up a gain of 8. A few plays later, the quarterback goes with a read option, decides to keep it, and gets into that end zone for our first 6 of the game. Oregon State does not score, and before you know it, we right back in the red zone, splitting through that O-line, and I'm brought down at the 4. Very next play, I go untouched straight to the end zone for my first 6 of the game, putting us up 2 touchdowns.
Touchdown, Oregon!
Well, this offense is
2nd quarter, Oregon State is finally on the board with 7, but we still up 2 touchdowns, and y'all see I'm still picking up big yards on the ground.
Payoff, and they finally get him down at the 38. It'll be first down.
Man, who says you can't run up the middle?
But we get stopped on that last drive with 16 seconds left in the 2nd quarter. Trying to add some points to the board, the QB's going to throw a dot to me coming out the flat, and I pick up some much-needed yards. Our first play of the 3rd quarter with a 24-7 lead, we are not content with that, and I start the half off to perfection, ripping off a big run. Later that drive inside the 20, he going to hand the ball off to me, and I see a straight lane into that end zone, which I'm able to capitalize off of.
And the beatdown has ensued. It's as if the
Score is now 31-7. Late in the 3rd quarter, and look how wide open that A gap is, man. It ain't gonna get no easier than that. Scoring my 3rd touchdown of the night.
Ducks, and they take it in for 6 more points.
38-7, and we already know it's wraps, especially with it being the 4th quarter. But that don't even matter to me, y'all boys. I'm trying to put some good film on tape for those NFL scouts.
And how much running room have they been able to find?
And once again, much like my other touchdowns, I go completely untouched into the end zone, making that score look even worse. Score is now 45-7, and the only reason I'm still showing y'all this game is because I'm still balling out, man. I'm making some crazy plays. A short toss play will get me into the end zone for my 5th time tonight, if I'm not mistaken. I done scored so many times, I don't even remember, to be honest.
This always is the debate.
3 wins, 3 complete blowouts, man. We finished this game with the final score being 52-7. Y'all already seen I had a day, finishing this game with an insane 317 rushing yards, 5 touchdowns off of 33 carries. What most people would consider our first competition of this season, we are up against the 4-0 UCLA Bruins. Y'all see I'm starting off with a screen pass, getting inside that 30. We don't score that first drive, but neither does UCLA. Backed up in our own end zone at a 2nd and 7, I'm going to give us some breathing room. I'm not going to lie, man. For the most part, at least for right now, UCLA been able to stop the run game. 2nd and 9, my center is doing a great job blocking. I see a wide open A-gap and pick up some big yards. Another 2nd down, this time at a 2nd and 7. That A-gap is wide open again. I slip a tackle before being brought down right in front of that 20. Hey, and if y'all was watching me last season at Kansas, then y'all know I could very well be a receiver too, making big plays in the air. And before you know it, our QB connects with the tight end for a touchdown, giving us our first 6 of the game. But UCLA will also go down and tie it up. That B gap is wide open. I'm splitting through the defense. Y'all already know your boy's dangerous in open space, man. Taking off for a huge gain. Will anybody catch me? No, they will not. I get into that end zone for a huge touchdown. Listen to that crowd, man. They be going crazy. I love it here at Oregon. I can't lie.
You know they love their track at Oregon. And when the gun goes off and he...
Third quarter now, UCLA has added on a field goal, making it 10-14. Hey, y'all see how deadly that hezzy was. Boy hit the ground. But I pick up a good game right here. Very next play with my mindset on 6, we're going to go with the handoff. I'm slicing and dicing through that defense for a quick gain to 12. You can notice we slowly but surely starting to wear that defense down. I pick up another quick gain to 10. So we do score, but so does UCLA, making it 21-18. Coming out the flat, QB goes my way at a 3rd and 3. I'm going to pick up that first down and much more. Very first play of the 4th quarter, I'm going straight up the gut. Really getting into that end zone, but I'm stopped just short. Hand off to the outside, and this time I'm able to get into that end zone, giving me my second 6 of the game. The game is far from over, man. They cut it to a field goal, and there's still 3 minutes left in the 4th quarter. Due to some great blocking, I'm able to break off a big one, stiff arming the defender into the dirt, slipping out of tackles before being brought down past that 40. Lined up on the outside, I blow straight past my defender on a go route. Look how beautiful that ball placement was, man. We get into that end zone for a quick one. They went down and scored again, but we're able to kneel the clock out and take that win. What a good game against the number 18th ranked UCLA, man. They came to play, no doubt. But they couldn't do enough with the final score being 35-32. I finished the game with 196 rushing yards off of 16 attempts and 3 touchdowns. And y'all see your boy was averaging 12.3 yards a carry, man. That's a crazy good game, I can't lie.
Great talent on the field. Palmer, unfortunately, somebody...
Ohio State will be the next team on our schedule, and this time we in their home turf. And my first handoff goes for a gain of 4. Trying to keep from going 3 and out on our first drive. Lined up on the outside, I got a short little out route. QB goes my way and I pick up that first down. My big guys up front is doing some good work early that first drive, allowing me to get another good run, breaking some tackles, being brought down past that 40. 3rd and 4, we are not trying to settle for a field goal. Now we want to tie the game up. But unfortunately, I get hung up on a blocker and I'm brought down a yard short. They go down and score again, making it 14-3. It don't matter who we playing or how much we down or nothing. I'm going to make sure I go out there and get mine every single time, breaking another big run. Doing what I do best, man. We get into that end zone, scoring our first 6 of the game. Hey, man, I'm chasing that record this season.
Touchdown, Oregon!
After breaking off for that huge play, man, your boy feel good. I'm juiced up now. Grabbing a quick gain of 9 yards. Very next play on that 2nd and inches, they gonna put the ball back in my hands, breaking out of some tackles before being brought down outside the 40. Facing the 3rd and 5, the ball's gonna go my way again off a screen pass. I popped the mess out of the defense before being popped myself. Right outside the 20-yard line, got my eyes set on that red end zone. I'm taking off, running through defenders before being brought down a few yards short. Slipping out of one tackle, man, I'm not going down that easy, running through a defender and getting to that end zone for my 2nd touchdown of the game and giving us that lead.
And that is exactly what you want.
Only seconds left in the first half. Of course, I'm trying to break another one and add points to the board, but OSU was all over that. My first handoff coming back from the halftime. I've been bullying this defense all day, and I put another red jersey in the dirt before being brought down. Later that drive, facing the 2nd and 2, that seam is not going to get any more wider than that. I pick up another big gain on the ground. Lined up outside instead of behind the quarterback. I'm fading out to the left. He throws a dot my way. I'm slipping out of one tackle, 2 tackles, and make my way into the end zone, scoring my 3rd touchdown of the game, man. Let's go. And I promise y'all boys, I am not trying to cheat y'all, man. We are on Heisman. Just in case y'all don't believe me, here you go, man. We are on Heisman difficulty. Ohio State would go down and cut the lead to only a field goal, but I'm right back at it, picking up a quick gain of 11 yards. It is now the fourth quarter, still the same drive though, but we facing the 3rd and 14. It was supposed to be a screen pass, but he misses the block and we get stopped well short. Luckily, our defense keeps them from scoring 2, but facing another 3rd down at the 3rd and 8, the QB cannot get the ball out in time. Up there at the top left-hand corner, y'all see I broke 200 yards again, and I'm not done yet, especially now that the game is tied. They keep putting the ball in your boys' hands, and I'm coming through at the most important time of the game, man. This is the most important drive. But we end up having to go into overtime with Ohio State. At the 3rd and 8, I'm the only one that's freed up. The defense is right there as soon as I make the catch, man. And just like that, in overtime, we would take our first loss of the season with the final score being 30-27. And yeah, man, if I'm being real, these ones hurt the worst when it's a real close game. But then again, we can't hang our heads down because it's real early in the season. We just got to be prepared for our next game. But your boy finished this one with 235 rushing yards off of 27 attempts and 3 touchdowns. Right back on our home turf, and we're taking on Nebraska, which is currently the number 4th ranked team in the nation. And after taking that loss last week, we end up dropping down to number 12. And I start this game off picking up a gain of 13. Starting this one off in motion, sticking to my route tree, fading out to the right and coming back inside. QB's gonna hit me across the middle, and I pick up some good yards after the catch. Corian Moore will get us our first 7 points of the game, and Nebraska doesn't score. And after converting the 3rd down for us, they're going to put the ball right back in my hands, and this time I should get some open space. I know I'm dangerous when I see that green grass, man, cutting into that 30. Second and 7, the ball's going right back in my hands again, cutting through that line, picking up an easy gain of 10 yards. Outside handoff inside the red zone. I break out of 1 tackle and still find enough space to get into that end zone for my first 6 of the game. Seconds left in the second quarter, and it looks like we're going into that half with a 14-0 lead. First play coming back from halftime, I'm coming out the flat. At the top of my route, I'm fading the inside, trying to get open. He gonna find me across the middle, and off rip, we pick up a big reception. Second and 11, sneaking out the backfield again, and QB gonna hit me. I spin out of 1 tackle and keep my feet moving until I get past that first down mark. Down inside the red zone, we facing up 4th and 4, and coach trusts me enough to put the ball in my hands and I get us another touchdown, man. I do not disappoint.
And that's another touchdown for this guy.
Surprisingly, Nebraska has still yet to put a single point on the board, not even a field goal. Meanwhile, I'm still out there dominating. We settled for a field goal the last drive, making it 24-0. But y'all see I'm determined to get into that end zone, slipping all these tackles before being brought down inside the 5. Score is now 31-7, and the game is over with 55 seconds left in the 4th quarter. But I'm still putting together some big plays. Feeling like it's only right to end the game off in a high note, I slip some more tackles and pick up a gain of 15. This time taking a snap in Wildcat formation, and I'll pick up another big gain off of this one.
I mean, it seems like every time this guy touches the ball, it's a
outside handoff to the left, man, just being relentless. We're going to get to that end zone again. So a surprisingly easy win against number 4 ranked Nebraska, with the final score being 38-7. And I finished this game with 211 rushing yards off of 32 attempts and 3 touchdowns.
a bit of a shocker to me, just to be able to see it.
Yeah, so walking into this game against Nebraska, we knew in order for us to come out on top, we would have to be on our P's and Q's. We would have to play a great brand of football, and I feel like we did that. And of course, there's always room for us to grow, but as far as us playing as a team, we all executed our assignments, and that's what got us the win today, ultimately.
Yeah, so Dominique, I mean, you went out there and you had a stellar day, recording 211 rushing yards with 3 touchdowns on top. I mean, man, how did you do it?
Yeah, my bad. I seen you was texting me, but I was doing my post-game interview. But you all right?
No, I am far from all right, bae. When did you come here home? I think I might have ate something bad. I've been throwing up back to back to back. But really, I want to see if you could stop by the store and give me some medicine on your way home.
As y'all just seen, man, after that win against Nebraska, during my post-game interview, my girl Azaria was blowing my line up. She told me she hadn't been feeling well and she was throwing up all day. Now look, man, imagine y'all's girlfriend telling y'all that. Yeah, my stomach dropped down to my ankles, and a few days later, we thought it'd be smart to go get a pregnancy test, and as y'all can see from the results, It says she was 1 or 2 weeks pregnant. Look, man, my life here lately has been crazy. Cause as y'all know from my last episode, my grandpa just passed away. And now I'm getting news that I'm bringing a new life into the world. I just couldn't believe it, y'all boys. I had every emotion you can think of running through me at this time. But instead of us relying on that one pregnancy test, we decided to go get a professional opinion. And honestly, we could have just saved ourselves the trip because she told us the exact same thing. But at this point, it was official. Your boy was gonna be a dad soon. Now, don't get me wrong, while I was excited to be a dad, Azaria could not wait to be a mom. Man, she had us going back and forth from Target to Walmart dang near every day, buying baby stuff like the baby close to being here. And I sure enough wasn't gonna rain on her parade. And with all that time we would spend at the stores, I would just be thinking, like, dang, my life has been a roller coaster here lately, but now I got a kid on the way and a lot of things gonna have to change. I got way more responsibilities than I ever had before. And in order for me to provide for my family like I'm supposed to, I'm gonna have to step things up a notch. And from that point on, I changed my mindset from being just a good running back to being an NFL ready running back. Yeah, man, I'm trying to be at the point where I could leave as a sophomore in college right now and still be a game changer in the league. So I went ahead and found me a personal trainer to get me to that point. He's pretty well known around the city. He works with a lot of college athletes and a lot of pro athletes also. Normally his main focus is strength and conditioning, but for me, he designed a special workout to hit all aspects of my game, such as my speed, mobility, elusiveness, so on and so forth. Now keep in mind, I'm still in season, which means I'm still working out with my team too. So with the amount of work I'm putting in, I should be steps ahead of all my competition. Now this is my first time having a personal trainer, so some of the things he had me doing felt a little unorthodox. Like for example, he had me spend a fair amount of time in the pool. Apparently this helps with my flexibility, coordination, and overall it's just a full body workout. Outside of that, since the moment I hit the college football scene, I've been getting brand deals left and right. As y'all could guess, that hasn't slowed down one bit. I mean, to be honest, I'm making more money now than I ever have. Now, at first, I had the flexibility to blow through some racks when I felt like it. But now, knowing that I got a baby on the way, it ain't gonna be no more of that. Nah, now I gotta keep track of where it's all going and how much I'm spending and, you know, all that. So I went ahead and hired myself a financial advisor too, so that way, as the money keeps growing, it can all be kept track of. So now that I got everything set in place for my future family, it's time for me to go out here and prove myself to these pro scouts that I'm an NFL-ready running back. 7th game of the season, man. We here taking on the number 16th ranked team in the nation, the Michigan Wolverines. First handoff of the game does not go as planned as I actually lose the yard. 2nd and 11, getting that pass game going early. I'm coming out the backfield, receiving the complete dot for a big game. Getting out the flat again on the 2nd and 8. I'm coming back to the ball. QB goes my way again. I get past a few defenders, taking this one up past the 40.
Drag down, but they'll move the sticks for a first down.
You know, it's a nice throw by the QB there. When you're throwing
Handoff straight up the seam. For my 2nd handoff of the game, I'm taking off for a gain of 10. A few plays later, look how good the blocking is up front, man. Getting through that lane easy. Slipping a tackle before being brought down for a gain of 16. Getting involved in that passing game once again. This time I'm wide open for an easy touchdown.
Just under 60,000 in this place, but sometimes it sounds like 600,000. An engineering...
Michigan does not score, and at a 4th and 3, the coach gonna put the ball in my hands. Y'all see I'm coming up big with that first down conversion. Very first play of the 2nd quarter, man. I'm slicing and dicing through that defense, juking defenders out their shoes and slipping through tackles, picking up a big gain of 20, man. Let's get it. Before you know it, we facing the 3rd and 12. A simple slant would give me enough room to get that first down and more. Very next play, I'm taking the inside handoff and hitting the outside, finding that open space and slipping through tackles, getting into that end zone for my 2nd time this game, my first rushing touchdown.
He shed tackles like a snake, getting rid of his skin.
Michigan still don't score, making it 14-0. And yes, I called for the rock, but I wouldn't have never guessed that he was going to lob it in the air, causing it to get intercepted, and it was a pick 6, man. A pass to Decorian Moore will give us another touchdown, making it 21-7. Late in the first half, I'm still picking up big yards on the ground. But we moving down that field trying to score before halftime with 30 seconds left. I start to get loose, picking up a gain of 10. After a lot of 3 and outs, it's now the 4th quarter and the score is 24-10. The 2nd and 6, my number is called and I deliver it once again. Bending that corner around the defense, finding that open space, and I'm taking off, slipping one tackle and I get to the end zone once again for my 3rd touchdown of the day. And I still wasn't done, man. Late in the game, the score is 31-10. Able to find that end zone again for my 4th of the game. Still finding the rhythm late in the game. The score is 38-10. I'm not done, though. Breaking tackles like I do best, taking off for another big game, getting outside the 20. Lined up on that outside, complete busting coverage. I'm wide open, left alone for another easy touchdown. So yeah, we completely dismantled Michigan with the final score being 45-10. Y'all already know I put on a show, finishing this game with 211 rushing yards with 5 touchdowns off 24 attempts.
Winning a national championship, maybe going to the playoffs. Everybody has different goals.
Game 9 on the season, we are still at the crib taking on Washington. We get stalled our first drive, but Washington doesn't score either. Taking my first handoff of this game, and I pick up a gain of 7. Very next play, at a 2nd and 3, that B gap is wide open, and I'm able to grab an easy, quick 10 yards.
Really good surge for this offense. They moved the chains, and he's got it up to 34.
We end up settling for a field goal, and I bet y'all ain't know I play quarterback too, man. Taking a direct snap. And off the rip, man, I find a whole lot of green grass. I got 2 to beat. I get past 1, but the other one bring me down. Just outside the 20, man. Let's get it. In the third quarter, it's a tie ball game. The score is 10-10. Neither team has really been able to break loose as I pick up a gain of 10. Later that drive inside the 5-yard line, I'm able to get into the end zone for my first touchdown of the game.
They take the lead with the 6.
And what a push up front by this offense.
Score is 17-10. At a 2nd and inches, I break 1 tackle, cut back upfield for a gain of 8. Washington getting into that backfield with ease. I break another tackle and I try to hurdle but nearly break my neck. Later that drive, we get inside the red zone again and I'm able to walk it into the end zone untouched.
Touchdown Ducks! They put another score on the board as they try to push this winning play.
So we end up taking that win with the final score being 24-10. And I had a pretty good day finishing this one with 133 rushing yards off 17 attempts and 2 touchdowns. Now look, man, over the next 4 weeks of our regular season, we was completely dominating and showing teams why we deserve to be in that college football championship conversation. First, we took on Illinois, and we came out to a hot start. Your boy was putting big plays together. As y'all can see, I just made 2 defenders run into each other and hopped into the end zone for my 2nd of the game. Up 17 with seconds left in the half, but we still trying to get 6 on that board. I hit the outside, and the defense might as well give up because they is not going to catch me, making another big run play extending that lead. And by the 4th quarter, the score is 41-7. Complete domination, and y'all see I still got my foot on the gas, taking off for another big run and another touchdown. And at the end of this game, the final score was 48-7. I finished the game with 255 rushing yards off of 26 attempts and 5 touchdowns. Next, we took on the number 6 ranked team in the nation, the USC Trojans. They were 8-1, looking to give us our 2nd loss at their home. But once again, the offense was clicking. We got things started early as I found the end zone coming out the flat for that early lead. And very quickly, it became clear that we had too much firepower for that USC defense. I mean, to be honest, it's like after that first 6 we put on the board, they started giving up. And by the 3rd quarter, it was already wraps, man. The score was 28-3. Now I have another great day. As y'all can see from the clips I'm showing y'all out of this game, I would often break away for huge rushing yards, and little did I know this would be the game where I crack 4,000 career rushing yards. And at the end of it all, nobody saw this coming, at least not like this. But we walk out of USC's home turf with the final score being 52-3. I finished the game with 216 rushing yards off of 22 attempts and 4 touchdowns. Next, we hosted Northwestern at home, which, I mean, let's be real. Nobody saw them boys standing a chance, and sure enough, they did not. So once again, we had another field day with the final score being 48-6. I finished the game with 181 rushing yards off of 30 attempts and 4 touchdowns. The last game of our regular season, we took on the Michigan State Spartans at their home. Hey man, your boy was out there looking like a straight machine. I mean, just look at how many broken tackles I had on this play alone. Ain't no way I should have got out of all them tackles, but I still get into that end zone, stretching that lead we had against the Spartans. But again, we give another team belt with the final score being 45-7, ending our season with a 12-1 record, ranked number 2 in the nation. And I finished this game with 219 rushing yards off 21 attempts and 3 touchdowns. Hey man, I don't know if y'all recall, but in my last episode, I said I was chasing after this record and I broke it. Look down there at the bottom, man. It say congratulations. Dominique Harper has set the national single season rushing yards record. I finished my regular season with 2,658 rushing yards. Hey man, I can't lie, I deserve that Heisman, but even if I don't get it, just breaking this record is enough for me if I'm being honest. Yes, sir, man. Big Ten championship. We are taking on the only team that gave us a loss this season, which is the Ohio State Buckeyes. Taking my first handoff, man. This is more than a championship game. This is also a revenge game. Look at your boy throwing defenders off me, picking up a quick gain of 19.
Kind of cushion to be able to give him room to pick up that first down.
A few plays later at a 2nd and 8, man, I cannot be stopped breaking 1 tackle. I got my eyes set on 6 and I'm taking off. Ain't nobody gonna touch me, and I get into that end zone for my first touchdown of the game.
And it's a long-distance house call. Touchdown, Oregon.
Ohio State goes down and ties it up. Finding that gap, I run straight through the defense for a gain of 8. Starting this one off in motion, I'm coming out the backfield, fading out to the left, backtracking a little bit to bring in that reception, make the linebacker miss, and I get those yards back. Plus more being brought down inside the 10. Second down, I get into that end zone easy, untouched.
And he's in for the score. Touchdown, Ducks.
And that's another touchdown for this.
Trying to get up 2 scores against Ohio State. I got a delayed route, but I finally free up at the last second, picking up a gain of 14. Very next play, not a single red jersey in that C gap. I take full advantage, breaking up for a huge gain, taking it up past the 20 to 10, being brought down right outside the 5-yard line. And just like clockwork, we go up 2 touchdowns against Ohio State.
Into the end zone. Touchdown, Oregon.
And it's just a thank
Third quarter now, the score is 21 to 14. I've been putting on the show so far, and I'm not done. Taking the defender out of his shoes for a quick gain of around 15. Early in the fourth quarter, the score is now 21 to 28. I'm open across the left. QB gonna look my way. Receiver picked up a key block, giving me enough room to get us up to that 10. We ended up scoring and taking that win with the final score being 35 to 29. And we progress on to the next game. I put together another really good complete season, winning a lot of awards, starting off with the Maxwell Award, the Walter Camp Award, the most prestigious trophy of them all, man. I ended up winning the Heisman as a sophomore. I won the Doak Walker Award for the second time, first team All Big Ten, and last but not least, first team All-American. Next, we'll be taking on a team we had already beaten, which is the Nebraska Cornhuskers. We here in the Cotton Bowl against Nebraska. Now, I got to remember, we beat them earlier in the season, so there's a good chance they're going to be trying to get some revenge. But, hey, man, we got our mindset on that championship game, and that's where we going. 3rd and 5, coming out the flat, the QB's going to go my way. I easily grab us that first down, breaking 2 tackles, being brought down at the 50. Taking my first handoff for the game out the shotgun, spinning out of traffic and picking up a gain of 10. Moving down that field pretty quick, and I add on another 11 yards to my total. 30 inches, instead of picking up that first down, we get into the end zone, we right there, giving us that early lead against Nebraska.
As they claim the lead here in this playoff game. We come out in the playoff game for
Second quarter, the score is 3-7, but before you know it, we right back in the red zone, and I get an easy touchdown off an inside handoff. They don't score, and we are now up 14-3. It's in the 3rd and 9, backed up in our own end zone. QB goes my way, and I'm able to pick up that first down, bouncing off of tackles for more. As y'all can see, I haven't really been able to break one. 15 seconds left in the 3rd quarter. The score is 21-16 as I pick up a gain of around 10. We find ourselves right back in the red zone. I'm coming out the flat. QB goes my way, and I dive into that end zone for my 3rd of the game.
who will score? Touchdown, Ducks. How important was that touchdown, Kirby?
Score is 23-28. We need this first down conversion. And that nearly was a disaster. Almost stopped in the backfield, but I'm able to break loose and pick up that first down to keep this drive going. And we are able to drain the clock and hold on just enough to win this game with the final score being 28-23. I'm not going to lie, man. It was clear to see that Nebraska had a game plan against me. I did have 105 rushing yards, but it was off of a lot of short games. But nevertheless, man, we came out on top.
Chris Fowler. This has been a presentation of EA Sports College Football.
Hey, let's take a look at this bracket real quick. We just beat Nebraska. Next, we play Georgia, and if we beat them, we either going up against Clemson or Ohio State again for the 3rd time this season. But first, we got to get Georgia out the way. Here we go, y'all boys. Only one team between us and that trip to Las Vegas for that championship game. Coming out the backfield, the QB's going to check it down to me. Breaking tackles and keeping my feet moving to get us down past the 40. Taking my first handoff for the game, and y'all can tell you boys like them, man. I find that B gap wide open. Keep my feet moving that power for a gain of 21. Very next play, this time attacking the A gap. The blocking is A1 right now, man. I'm picking up a gain of 16. Very next play, y'all boys, that A gap is wide open again. My center's doing a great job blocking, and I get into the end zone for my first of the game.
As they claim the lead in this playoff game. Took some extra time in the
Defense keeps Georgia out of the end zone. And look at my stats right now, man. 3 rushing attempts for 57 yards. And right here, I'm picking up a gain of 12. But before you know it, man, we facing the 3rd and 21. And y'all watch real close. I did not put my hand in the air. So without me calling for it, the QB's going to throw in a double coverage. And it winds up being a pick 6.
touchdown, Georgia. 6 points for the defense.
First play of the second quarter, I'm taking the handoff up the gut, bouncing off blockers and picking up a gain of 9. Minute left in the second quarter, now the score is 14-10. Y'all see I'm getting loose again, breaking another tackle, picking up some more big yards on the ground before being brought down by that 30. Facing the 3rd and 4, I guess I heard footsteps coming because I don't know how I didn't catch this, but I dropped it. It's all good, though, because we converted on the 4th down. Fading out the backfield to the left, he going to throw it down my way. I nearly get into the end zone, but I'm stopped like a yard short.
It's going to give this quarterback a chance to hit some big plays down.
Y'all see that clock winding down from 3? We get the snap off in time, and he going to go my way for an easy touchdown completion. Starting the 3rd quarter off with a 21-10 lead, cutting through the gaps in the defense, running straight through a defender before being brought down for a gain of 9. Inside handoff out the shotgun, I slip through one tackle and keep going for a gain of 15. The very next play with my quarterback feeling pressure, he gets rid of it and throws a straight dime to the defense, man. We got to be better than that. And I ain't gonna lie, man, my heart was beating quick because I thought I was gonna miss this tackle, but I get him by the shoestring.
But that could be a game-changing pick in return.
The lead in the playoff in the second half, throwing the football. I don't disagree with it.
Luckily, they don't score him with another handoff out the shotgun. I just might give my center my Heisman Trophy, man. He's doing some great blocking, allowing me to pick up a gain of 19.
Midfield of the 48.
Boy, this back is having...
We go up 28-10 with seconds left in the 3rd quarter. Backed up at a 2nd and 16 after the QB took a sack. I'm going to get all those yards back plus more. Started the 4th quarter, man. I've been shredding Georgia on the ground all day, and I do it once again right here, picking up a gain of 17 before being brought down. Over 200 rushing yards in the game. I'm trying to get another touchdown, but I'm stopped just short. But finally, at a 3rd and goal, I find just enough space to get into that end zone untouched.
Touchdown, Oregon. They are pouring it on now.
I'm a little bit surprised here, Chris. I thought...
Yes, sir, man. We are moving on to the national championship game with the final score being 42-10. We made that look way too easy, man. I shredded them boys on the ground, finishing with 264 rushing yards off of 25 attempts. 26, my bad. And I also had 91 receiving yards.
Church Street, I'm Chris Fowler. This has been a presentation of EA Sports College Football.
Here we are, y'all boys, the national championship game. As y'all can see, we taking on the Ohio State Buckeyes for the 3rd time this season, but this time it means everything. We can make history right here with Oregon, man. They have never won a national championship. Ohio State beat us once, we beat them once, and now this right here is the tiebreaker. Second and 10, man. I'm coming out the backfield. QB's going to hit me between the hashes. I pick up a decent amount of yards before being brought down. First handoff for the game. It looked promising at first, but they got to me and pushed me back, bringing me down for a loss of yards. Before you know it, we facing the 3rd and 11. They're going to sneak me out the backfield again. QB goes my way. Nearly get that first down. Fighting for those yards, but I'm not able to get it.
Defense wraps him up after the catch, but he's just short of a first down.
Somehow we get points on the board. I guess the defense scored. So now we got that 7-point lead as I pick up a gain of 9. Starting this one off in motion, fading out to the left and cutting back inside. QB's going to find me between the hashes again. That's inside that red zone. Outside handoff, I nearly get into that end zone, but I'm stopped just short, probably inches. Ohio State came to play, man, stopping me short again. But y'all already know it was only a matter of time before I found myself getting into that end zone for my first 6 of the game.
Who says you need explosive plays, Kirk? That was a long...
Facing the 3rd and 9, man, I'm fading out to the left. QB gonna find me, and I just get enough for that first down. Right now, I got 11 rushes for only 32 yards, and that's unlike me. I see I'm running through the defense trying to get into that end zone, but I'm stopped short. Just outside the 5, the QB gonna hand it off to me, and I get into that end zone for my 2nd of the game.
This offense really clicking.
I mean, body blow after...
Seconds left in the 3rd quarter. Your boy having a slow day on the ground. Ohio State definitely game planned against me, but finally I'm able to pick up a gain of 12. 4th quarter now, facing a long 3rd and goal. He's going to give it to me in the flat. Try getting it upfield, but I'm not able to get enough for that touchdown. We get a field goal, and they go down and score a touchdown, making it 14-24. Finally seeing daylight again, I get a gain of 10. Looking to get into that end zone, and I'm taking off up the gut, breaking through tackles before being brought down a few yards short. Read option, but the QB will leave it in my hands, and I get into the end zone for my 3rd time this game. And just like that, man, the Oregon Ducks are the national champions for the first time ever in Oregon history. Man, what a year your boy had. I made history breaking the single-season rushing yards record as well as the single-season touchdown, and now I'm a national champion. But we take that win with the final score being 31-21.
And crown another national champion and punctuate a wild, exciting season of college football.
I'm Joe Calloway with Matt Erstein and Larry Henderson. The NFL Combine's coming up, and the running backs will hit the 40 soon. Plenty of talent this year, but everyone's watching Oregon's dynamic.
At the end of my sophomore season, I was considered a full-on celebrity, being invited on multiple podcasts and interviews and all sorts of stuff. And with me being such a big name in football, I had the highest expectations of me going into my junior season. And while many people doubted I would be able to live up to the hype and be just as good as I was as a sophomore or even better, I went out there and got rid of any and everybody's doubts if they had them. Picking up where I left off, man, once again I was putting up crazy numbers, proving that I am the best running back in college football and it's not just a fluke. So I'm starting to have another great season. Energy is higher than ever, and right when I thought it couldn't get any better, my daughter Nova Harper was born. Now, if y'all been watching, then y'all know in my last episode we found out my girl was pregnant. And y'all seen how excited we was then, and now that she's here, the feeling was just crazy, man. She made me want to work 10 times harder. And it shouldn't come as a surprise that that's exactly what I did. I was already going crazy my junior season, but I even stepped it up a notch. And we put together a pretty good season. We made it to the playoffs, but we didn't go back to the college football championship. And while I was in the Heisman race for my second time, I did not win, which I kind of expected because, I mean, they ain't gonna give it to me twice. But the moral of the story is I balled out. And of course, at the end of my junior season, I entered my name into the draft. Off to Indianapolis, Indiana is where I was headed, which, to those of y'all who don't know, this is normally where the Combine is hosted. Now, me and my personal trainer decided to head out there a little early and get myself prepared for all the events. So there I was on a flight out to Indiana, and this was low-key hard on me because I decided to let my girl and my daughter stay back home. My trainer's plan was for me to go light on the weight and stick more so to calisthenic type workout. If y'all don't know what that is, it's pretty much just using my body weight instead of regular weight. He didn't want me lifting too heavy and it ended up slowing me down. So that's what we did, and by the end of it, I definitely felt like I was ready. Going into the Combine, I had the nerves you would expect, but it's all good, man. I knew I trained well for this moment, and I was gonna do what I do best, which is perform. First, we had the 40-yard dash. Yes, sir, man. Y'all see your boy ran a 4.32. You know, most people be picky about their time, but I was low-key content with that. I was already feeling pretty good, but seeing that I had the fastest time made me feel even better. I was expected to run between a 4.35 and a 4.77, but I beat the expectations once again, as y'all can see. Now look, man, y'all know I ain't the biggest running back, alright? I ain't all buff like majority running backs. So in my mind, I was cool with getting 10 of these reps. But before you know it, I was already at 12. And there y'all see it, man. I stopped at 14. And again, I beat the expectations. I was expected to only do 9 to 12 reps, but I did 14. But I was second to last on the list. Now, I feel like quickness is my bread and butter. So on the shuttle drill, I put up a pretty good time, with it being a 4.22, which would give me the number 2 spot on the leaderboard. And then, of course, we have the regular running back drills, which, I mean, to be honest, I don't know what they get from this. When I got 3 years of tape of me obliterating defenses. But, I mean, I went ahead and did my little 1-2 on the drills and went 6 of 8. So overall, I was pretty content with my Combine performance and felt good going into the draft.
With the 9th pick of the first round, the Washington Commanders select Dominic Harper, halfback, University of Oregon.
We knew we would hear his name early in this year's draft. I mean, what an amazing player. The upside, the poise, the work ethic, it's all there.
Yep, definitely. This kid Harper has set a new standard for Oregon running backs and just running backs in general. Boy, does Washington have a gem.
He should really enjoy this night because he definitely deserves every bit of it. Mark my words, we will be something special in the NFL for sure.
Look, man, here lately, my life has been going exactly how I planned it. Actually, even better. I got a beautiful daughter, a beautiful girl, just got drafted into the NFL, but I knew there was one more thing I had to do to make my life complete. Yes, sir, man. Y'all see it. I had everything set up and I brought my girl out here on the beach so I could pop the big question to her. And of course, if y'all can't tell by her reaction, she said yes. And just like that, your boy is now engaged. way. And y'all see I'm coming up clutch, getting that first down and more. Look how quick the recognition is, man. I cut it back as soon as I take the handoff, and I'm cutting up for a big gain of yards. And I'm making it clear that I'm going to be a problem in the NFL, too. Fading out to the right, Jaden Daniels going to look my way again. But the linebacker calculated that to perfection, and he's able to jump the route, getting that interception. And he actually makes a pretty nice return off of it, too. Just like that, the Giants go up 10-0. I'm open straight up the middle. QB goes my way, and I get absolutely lit up. I end up fumbling the rock, and just like that, we got our second turnover of the game, this time by me. Man, who would have known that my welcome to the NFL moment would have been in my first game? Coming back from halftime, the score is not 10-3. An inside handoff will give me a quick gain of around 15. But that very next play, I'm stopped after only a gain of 2. Hey, man, let's be real. I'm doing pretty good. I mean, I'm doing everything I'm supposed to. I'm finding the gaps, and I'm picking up chunk yards. I'm not going to lie. Moving down that field slowly but surely, I'm coming out the backfield, and again, he throws an interception. Man, you can tell we're going to have to build some type of chemistry. That's the second pick he got targeting me. But luckily, they don't capitalize, so the score remains 10-3. And y'all know the name, man. Dominique Harper. Y'all know I was going to break one eventually. And look at all that open space I got. I take one defender out his shoes before being brought down. Hey, man, that's the big plays I'm known to make. And that carry right there would give me up to 90 yards. Few plays later, they're going to put the ball in my hands again. This time I pick up a quick gain of 5. In that very next play, looking at a 3rd and 3, you can tell I'm starting to get comfortable, man. Breaking off for another big play, breaking ankles before being brought down right outside the end zone. But we end up facing a 3rd and goal, setting up a screen pass. He's going to give it out to me. And I ain't got nobody in my way, scoring my first NFL touchdown, man. Let's go. Tie ball game with 58 seconds left. We trying to make something work. I slip again off the handoff and pick up a gain of 7. Hey, man, I'm known for making big plays in crunch time. We're going to go with the handoff again. Some great blocking along the way, and I get us right outside the end zone, man. I'm probably like inches short. But another big play by the rookie running back, man. Let's get it. Very next play, I'm going to squeeze in there for my second touchdown of the game, and that would give us the lead, man. Your boy's coming up in clutch. And that will put an end to it, man. I scored a game-winning touchdown. And we take that win with the final score being 17-10. Hey, what a way to not hang our heads down, man. We had 2 interceptions, and y'all know I had that fumble. But it's always about how you respond. And we went out there and made it happen, and your boy had a good game. Finishing with 138 rushing yards off of 15 attempts and 2 touchdowns. Second game of the season, we are up against Jordan Love and the Green Bay Packers. And them boys start off hot, scoring a quick touchdown, making it 7-0. My first handoff for the game, that B-gap is wide open, great blocking. I make Buddy touch Irv, showing off my shiftiness. Picking up a huge game for my first rushing attempt, man. Stop playing with me. Read option that very next play, and Jaden is going to keep it. And that was a smart option as he's able to pick up a big amount of yards on the ground. And that's 2 back-to-back haymakers, man. We coming out on fire, too. In that very next play, man, we're going with a handoff up the middle. I go completely untouched into the end zone, scoring my first of the game. Hey, y'all boys, 3 plays is all it took, man. They don't score, and we right back with the ball. And it looked like Green Bay's having a hard time stopping the run game as I go for a gain of around 14. Starting to build on that chemistry I spoke about last game. Coming out the backfield, he's going to hit me for a quick, decent pickup. After a QB scramble, I got a short handoff for an easy touchdown. Scoring my second of the game, man. Let's do it. Green Bay still don't score. It's now 14-7. Sitting in the middle of the zone. Bring this one in, and I get popped, but I did not fumble. Coming back from the half, Green Bay look like they came up with a game plan as I get stopped in the backfield, and they're going to break up a quick pass. 3rd and long, I'm fading out to the right. He going to deliver a pass my way. Somehow I lose track of it, and we got a punt. Score is now 14-14, and they right there in the backfield again, making the stop. Before you know it, we facing the 3rd and long again. Deep on the right side of the field, he going to air it out my way. And I'm not having a good day receiving so far. But luckily, they don't score. Now it's the 4th quarter. And y'all see how open that A-gap is. As soon as I get the handoff, all that green grass right in front of me, man, I'm taking off. Hey, bro, kind of fast. I ain't going to lie. I had one person to beat. I end up having to juke him out, but that gives it time for the defense to catch up. But nevertheless, man, I make a huge play.
118 yards on the ground for him now as he's gotten better, really, as the
A few plays later, a dot to Terry McLaurin would give us that lead. Backed up in our own end zone, but we are now up 21-14. I'm giving us some breathing room, picking up a gain of 9. A few plays later, facing the 3rd and 1, I convert that with ease, make Buddy touch earth, and then take off for some extra yards before being brought down. And finally, after having some trouble completing passes to me, we finally connect on one, and it goes for a huge chunk of yards. Trying to put a wrap on this game, he gonna hand it off to me. At a 2nd and 10, I pick up a gain of 15. And after kneeling out the clock, we were able to secure that win, a 2nd in a row, with the final score being 21-14. I was able to put on a show, finishing this game with 157 rushing yards off 17 attempts and 2 touchdowns. 2-0 in the season, and we here on the home turf rocking that all black, looking to go 3-0, man. Hey, look, today's the battle of the running backs, as we are taking on Ashton Jeanty and the Raiders. Second play of the game, I get my first handoff. I ain't gonna lie, I don't know who my center is, but bro be doing a nice job blocking. I pick up a gain of 17 on my first handoff. But that very next play, I'm stopped in the backfield for a loss of 1 yard. Starting this one off in motion at a 2nd and 11, Jaden is looking my way and gets rid of it right before being hit. And look at me getting up and making that play, losing the defense in the process, and I got an easy walk-in touchdown, man. Let's do it. Hey, y'all see I'm hitting that backflip too. It was time to pull that celebration out the bag. Raiders don't score, and we start this drive off in great field position, but we do lose some yards as Jaden Daniels get brought down with a sack. Very next play off an inside handoff, juking one defender in the backfield, finding that open space and taking off, man, for the pay dirt. We get into that end zone, scoring my 2nd touchdown of the game. Hey, y'all boys, don't just give y'all flashbacks to my days at Oregon. The Raiders go down and score, making it 7-14. Handoff up the gut, I find the open seam and pick up a gain of 12. Later that drive at a 2nd and 1. Look at all that open space I got, man. The cut ability is crazy. Been in that corner, and I'm able to get past the 30 before being brought down. We had to settle for a field goal, and the score is now 7-17. Blocking Max Crosby off the edge, and releasing for the check down, making him touch earth before being brought down for a gain of 2. Trying to get some points on the board before halftime, I'm quickly picking up a gain of 5. And with that, I'm now over 100 yards in the game in the first half. Coming back from halftime, the score is now 14-17. He still got that 3-point lead, but I'm trying to change that. Heading to the outside and picking up a huge gain before being brought down past that 30. And let's go ahead and get this out the way for the people that be thinking I'm playing on rookie. That is not the case, man. Dominique Harper just cold. We are on all Madden simulation. Before you know it, we done moved all the way down the field. The easy handoff up the gut would give me my 3rd touchdown of the game. Now that I think about it, man, this might be my breakout game. It's crazy because it's only my 3rd game of the season. But y'all see I'm slipping tackles, picking up another huge gain on the ground. And I want y'all to see how much a good running back can open up the field. Because right here on the read option, everybody worried about me taking the handoff because I've been killing all day. That they completely forget that Jaden Daniels can run the ball too, get into that end zone for another touchdown. Just like that, we would take another win with the final score being 34-17. Hey, man, we looking real good and well-polished so far, I can't lie. I finished the game with 154 rushing yards off of 17 attempts and 3 total touchdowns. Week 4, and we are up against the Atlanta Falcons, ready to go 4-0. Man, we start this game off pretty slow. Meanwhile, Atlanta go up 14-0. I pick up a decent amount of yards before being hit stick. Hey, y'all boys, the Falcons came to play, man, stopping me in the backfield for a loss. But before you know it, on a 3rd and 8, going with that inside handoff, look how quick I adjust and find that open gap. Breaking off into that open field and being brought down inside the 20, man, let's go. Zach Ertz would do the rest, getting us into that end zone for our first 6 of the game. Coming back from half, the score is now 10-14, man. I don't know what it is about these guys, but everybody trying to light me up for some reason. But one thing about your boys, I'm going to get mine back. I need my revenge, man. I'm breaking off into the open field. Hey, I seen I ran a 4.32 at the combine. We finna put that to use. I'm going untouched into the end zone. Let me hit that backflip. Another big play by your boy. Score is now 17-14. We are up. Screen pass my way. I get set up with some good blocks, find a lot of open space. I spin out of 1 tackle, being brought down past that 30. Moving down the field, we trying to stretch that lead. Going untouched through the middle, picking up a gain of 10 before being brought down. Inside the red zone at a 2nd and 4, I'm going to take the handoff up the gut, untouched, and get into that end zone. Fourth quarter now, the score is 24-21. They cut it within 3 again. Y'all see I got a wide open seam up the middle, picking up a big gain. Last play before the 2-minute warning, I'm able to pick up a quick gain of 9. A big third down play, the ball be placed in my hands. We get that first down with ease. But I got my mindset on 6. We picking up a huge play on the ground, but y'all see that flag, and it will be called holding on the offense. Tried to settle for the field goal, but he missed. Atlanta reclaims the lead, making it 28-24. Last play of the game, Jaden Daniels got to put it up in the air, and it gets intercepted. That's ball game. And just like that, man, we take our first loss of the season, with the final score being 28-24. But I had a huge day with 185 rushing yards off of 18 attempts and 2 touchdowns. Another away game trying to get things back on track. We are up against the LA Chargers. At 2nd and 2, I take my first handoff of the game, picking up a quick first down. Very next play, the ball's going to be placed right back in my hands, and this time I pick up a gain of 10. First and 10 inside the red zone. We're going straight up the middle, and I go completely untouched. Give me 6, man. Scoring my first touchdown of the game. Haven't really been able to break one yet. Late in the second quarter, I'm picking up a quick gain of 5. Very next play, we looking at a lot like the first week. Coming out the backfield, it winds up getting intercepted. And to make matters worse, he gets a great return out of it. Score is now 7-3 in the third quarter. I'm taking the handoff straight up the gut at a 2nd and 11 and picking up a gain of 9. Very next play, at a 3rd and 2, coach felt good about me getting that first down, and I do. Later that drive, at a 2nd and 8, he gonna give it to me on a check down, and I grab us a quick first. And finally, man, y'all know it was coming sooner or later. I found an open gap in the defense. We taking off and getting to that end zone for my second of the game. They go down and score, also making the score 14-9. Right back at it, picking up a gain of 10. Facing the third down, coming out the backfield again, he gonna look my way, deliver a dot to me, and we gonna pick up that first down plus more. A very low-scoring game for us, but we still come out on top with the final score being 14-9. I had a pretty decent game, finishing with 102 rushing yards off of 16 attempts and 2 touchdowns. Yeah, the team feel good. I feel good. Every time we step out on that field, we give it everything we got. And to be honest, that right there is the main ingredient to playing winning football. Now, going into this season, we knew in order to be a playoff team, we would have to play, if not perfect, then close to it. And I feel like us having the same goal as a team just makes things a lot easier. What's the word, y'all boys? Now, if y'all was tapped into my last episode, then y'all seen I kicked my rookie season off to a hot start. And since then, everything been going great when it comes to football, as y'all can tell by the intro. But outside of football, things got a little shaky here recently. Now, as y'all know from watching the last episode, me and my girl Azaria are now engaged. So during my first bye week, me, my fiance, and my daughter headed out to my hometown of Alabama to look for a wedding venue. Now, as y'all know, your boy is big time now. And especially with me having my family with me, I did not want to be recognized or harassed by fans. So we ended up flying private. And if y'all been watching me since the beginning, then y'all know that my family back home ain't really like my family. And even though I fell out with just about all of them, I still had one cousin that I could trust and depend on. So when we finally touched down in Birmingham, Alabama, he was there to come pick us up from the airport. I decided we would just stay with him for the time we're down there instead of getting a hotel and running the risk of being seen. But little did I know that that would be a mistake too. See, cause that very next day, I would be met with a surprise that honestly, I would have never saw it coming. So somehow my cousin didn't get the memo that I was trying to stay low key from everybody, including family. But he explained to me that he told a couple of the family members that I was in town and that there was somebody in particular that wanted to come and see me. And as y'all can tell by the look on my face, it wasn't just a regular somebody.
Oh man, I can't believe it, my son. Man, I have...
Nah, see, I can't even let you do that. I don't even know how you feel comfortable calling me your son. Man, you don't understand it at all. You don't understand what I had to go through living with Aunt Tamika. Man, I was homeless at one point. Nobody to turn to. Honestly, I don't even know why we talking right now. It's really no point. I mean, you can't fix all the years you was gone. You see, I made it this far without you. I could go the rest of my life the same way. So, I mean, what is it you really got to tell me?
Look, son, I know I messed up, all right? I beat myself up for it every single day. I know I should have took care of my responsibilities, which was you. But look, man, here's the truth. When your mom passed, I didn't know what to do with myself. I mean, she's the only person that made me feel like I had purpose. And I felt like if I tried to do this parenting thing alone, I would just let you down. And I didn't want to fail you, even though I know I failed at being a father. And you don't have to forgive me, but I just want you to understand. And I want to let you know that even though you didn't see me there, I was still watching, man. I remember your first football game. 4 touchdowns, one of them was a game winner. I actually made it to all of them. I couldn't bring myself to see you face to face. And I saw you as doing well for yourself, and I didn't want to ruin it. But I knew at one point I would have to at least try to explain myself to you and give you the apology that you deserve.
Man, after speaking with my dad, after all these years that went by, I spent that whole night wide awake just thinking. Part of me wanted to let it go and just forgive him, but another side of me was telling me to not let him off the hook that easy. And as much as I would love to be close to my dad, I know that even though sometimes it sucks, you gotta love some people from a distance. So as y'all can tell, man, I'm torn, I don't know what to do. But hopefully I'll figure something out quick. But before you know it, my time in Alabama came to an end and I was right back in Washington getting ready for my next game of the season. Now look, y'all know your boy been balling out, and hopefully what happened when I was back home doesn't get in the way of my game. I'm gonna have to put up a mental barrier before I head out on that field. We are on the home turf for the 6th game of the season, going up against Caleb Williams and the Chicago Bears. First snap of the game, the ball's going in my hands, and y'all see how open it is off the rip, man. Breaking off for a huge run, taking 2 defenders out their shoes before being brought down past that 50. Very next play, they're going right back to me. This time I'm able to pick up a gain of 6. Few plays later, faking the handoff, coming out the backfield, JD's gonna look my way. I bring this one in and get us up past the 20. Right there inside the red zone at a 2nd and inches, I make the first guy miss, but I'm brought down for a loss. 2nd and goal, faking the handoff again. This play was a straight disaster. Defense was all over this one, being brought down for another loss. But it's all good, man. I'm finna get all that yardage back, sneaking out the backfield. He gonna go my way, and I get us that touchdown. Scoring my first of the game and putting us up early against Chicago. They go down and tie it up 7-7. The handoff straight up the middle will give me a gain of 14. Standing at midfield at a 3rd and inches, they're going to put the ball in my hands. I convert that first down with ease and pick up more. First and goal, we got an outside handoff. I'm able to find space with great blocking setup, and I get into that end zone for my 2nd of the game. First handoff for the 2nd half, I run straight into a brick wall, picking up only a gain of 1. Another inside handoff, I'm taking that B gap and picking up a gain of 7. A 3rd and 3, and very rarely do I not convert, but they are able to stop me inches short. But y'all know we is not playing conservative. We going for it, and I'm able to get it plus more. We end up having to settle for a field goal that drive, and the Bears don't score, making it 7-17. As y'all see, I'm breaking off for a huge run. Few plays later, at a 2nd and 10, already threatening. We inside the red zone. I'm gonna get us more yardage, getting us close to that end zone. Before you know it, we facing a 3rd and goal, and for the 2nd time today, I'm stopped short. But we ended up going for it and scored, making it 24-14. So the Bears scored 2, but man, I fumbled at the worst time of the game. They go get a field goal, making it 17-24. It's in the 3rd and 17. He's gonna fire it out my way, and I get lit up. So with 30 seconds left in the 4th quarter, we're forced to punt. But thankfully, that was not enough time for them to get on the board again. So we end up walking away with that win, with the final score being 24-17. And besides that fumble, I had a pretty decent game, finishing with 94 rushing yards off of 19 attempts and a touchdown, and 8 catches for 53 yards and a touchdown. 7th game of the season, we at the AT&T Stadium taking on the Dallas Cowboys. Starting off this game on the ground, also, I'm able to pick up a gain of 8 off the rip. Very next play with a handoff up the middle, I'm met with defense as soon as I get the ball, being brought down inches short of a first down. But coach put his trust in me at a 3rd and inches, but sadly I'm stopped short, putting us at a 4th and 2. Dallas don't score either, but before you know it, we facing another third down. He gonna go my way. But once again, we do not convert, man. We had a 4th and inches. Dallas goes down and scores, making it 7-0. First handoff for this drive, I only pick up a gain of 4. We ended up having a punt on that drive also. This is the next drive when we get started off with a handoff. Finally, I see some daylight, taking some angles and picking up a big chunk of yards before being brought down. But that very next play, JD got sacked, putting us at a 2nd and 17. Giving it to me out the flat, I make one person miss and pick up a gain of 6. Still nothing on that last drive. It's now the third quarter. Dallas is up 10-0. Y'all know what Dominique Harper is known for, man. Breaking out into open field, I'm not going to get fed. Going untouched for I don't even know how many yards, but we get into that end zone, scoring our first touchdown of the game. Dallas will go down and score a field goal, making it 13-7. Before you know it, we facing another third down. Ain't been doing good on third downs, but this time we do. He goes my way on a comeback, and I'm able to cut loose and find some open space, picking up a big gain. 3rd and 10, I'm lined up against that linebacker. I got the speed to beat him down the sideline, but somehow I'm not able to come down with it, putting us at a 4th and 10. But it's the 4th quarter, and Coach said we done playing conservative, as JD finds me open across the middle, and I pick up that first down. 2nd and 3, sneaking out the backfield. He gonna go my way again for a short gain. Jaden Daniels dropping back to pass, but instead he gonna take it himself. And it pays to have a quarterback that can get outside that pocket, man. We get into that end zone and take the lead. But Dallas went down and scored a field goal, making it 16-14, leaving us 4 seconds left on the clock. I make a big reception, but it don't really matter. Just like that, we take an L to Dak Prescott and the Dallas Cowboys, with the final score being 16-14. I finished the game with 108 rushing yards off of 7 attempts and 1 touchdown, and 67 receiving yards off of 7 catches. Stepping into the 8th game of the season, after coming off a hard loss, we are in Kansas City taking on the Chiefs. I would get my first handoff for the game at a 2nd and 10. Defense already in the backfield, and I only pick up a gain of 3. 3rd and 7, I'm coming at the backfield and coming across the middle. He gonna look my way. I don't have enough for that first down, putting us at a 4th and 3. Kansas City goes down and gets a field goal. Right here, I pick up a gain of 3 again. Slot receivers start off in motion. Yet again, another handoff that gets shut down. I don't know what's going on, but they game planned against me. Looking like we might have to attack more in the air this game, as JD hits me coming out the flat, and I'm able to bend that corner just enough to get that first down. We try running the ball again at a 2nd and 11, and again I'm brought down after a gain of 3. 3rd and 8, we going with the screen pass. He gonna give it out to me, set up with some great blocks. I pick up that first and more. I'm not gonna lie, man. Them boys definitely game planned against me, because I done got shut down so far. We gonna have to figure something out. Look, y'all boys, you can even tell I'm low-key getting frustrated. But like I said earlier, it looks like I'll be able to kill more so in the air than on the ground, as JD finds me on the 3rd and 11, and I pick up that first down and more. Very next play, another handoff that gets shut down after a gain of 1. And a few plays later, instead of gaining 1 yard, I'm losing 1. And after a long drive, a dot to Deebo Samuels will get us into that end zone, give us that lead against the Chiefs. Kansas City don't score, and if I'm not mistaken, this is the first time I'm actually able to find some room this game, picking up a gain of 15. 30 seconds left in the first half. At a 3rd and 1, I'm able to convert and pick up much more. Finally able to find some space again, picking up another big chunk of yards. But we don't score, not even a field goal. And it seemed like I was making progress, but the first play of the 3rd quarter gets shut down. 2nd and 10, I'm fading out to the flat. He gonna look my way and deliver a dot. Run through one defender and keep going for a gain of 7. Very next play at a 3rd and 3, I'm able to pick up that first down off a short completion. And once again, I'm finally able to find some more breathing room, being set up with some great blocks. I juke one defender out his shoes and pick up a gain of around 15. Very next play with a handoff up the gut, I'm able to make back-to-back big plays on the ground. Before you know it, we facing the 3rd and 11, and a complete busting coverage will leave me wide open for an easy walk-in touchdown, scoring my first of the game. The Chiefs would go and kick a field goal, making it 6-14. The 2nd and 9, I'm slicing and dicing through that defense for that first for a gain of 11. Very next play, set up with a screen pass. JD gonna go my way. I'm able to bend the corner and get that first down. We were able to nil out the clock and win this game with the final score being 14-6. I ain't gonna lie, y'all boys. It was looking a little shaky for me at first, but finally I was able to start finding some space and was able to have a decent game. Finishing with 10 receptions for 83 yards and a touchdown and 94 rushing yards off 20 attempts. Sunday night primetime football, we back at home. And for the 9th game of the season, we will be taking on the Seattle Seahawks. My first handoff for the game came at a 2nd and 2, taking it straight up the seam and picking up a gain of 6. Starting this one off in motion, I found myself open right there in the middle. JD's gonna look my way, deliver a dot, and we get that first down. Going right back to me in the flat for back-to-back receptions, and this time I pick up a gain of 8. 2nd and 2 on my number is called, attacking that A-gap and picking up that first down. Before you know it, we right outside the 20, facing the 3rd and 10. Your boys open across the middle again, there to pick up that first down. We able to get a touchdown, and Seattle goes down and gets a field goal, making it 3-7, as I'm able to pick up a gain of 9. 1st and 10, slot receiver starts off in motion. I take the handoff and pick up a gain of 9 again. Hey, y'all boys, we was putting a good drive together, and I don't know what possessed Jayden Daniels to lob this my way, especially in double coverage. Of course, that's going to get picked off, and to make matters worse, he going to take this back for a pick 6. A minute 15 left in the second half. The score is now 10-7. Seattle's up, and I pick up a gain of 7. Started the 3rd quarter, but it's now 3rd and 8. JD going to me in the flat, but misses me, so now we're going to have to punt the ball off. Luckily, they don't score. In the first play of that next drive, I'm able to pick up a quick gain of 7. In that very next play, I nearly break one, man. I was cutting through that defense, but ultimately I'm brought down past the 50. 1st and 10, we got an outside handoff, trying to bend that corner, and I pick up a gain of 8 before being brought down. First play of the 4th quarter, 2nd and 2, I'm able to pick up a gain of around 7. A few plays later, at a 2nd and 10, he gonna give me a handoff up the middle, and I pick up a gain of 9. Back-to-back big plays on the ground. At a 3rd and 1, I easily get that first down and keep going until I get inside the 10. 2nd and goal with an inside handoff. I go untouched into that end zone, scoring my first of the game. Seattle would go and score a field goal, making it 17-14. Minute 20 left in the 4th quarter. At a 2nd and 19, Jayden Daniels would throw an interception, most likely putting it into this game. They actually don't score, but we're backed up in our end zone with 30 seconds left and the full field to go, so it's pretty much wraps. And just like that, we would take our 2nd L of the season against the Seattle Seahawks. We just really couldn't get nothing going. But hopefully next game this won't be the case and we can get things back on track. Right back on our home turf for the 10th game of the season. This time we rocking that all black. But hey, y'all boys, we got a tough opponent across from us today, which is the Detroit Lions. The perfect test to see if we can get things back on track. My first rush of the game gets shut down after a gain of 2 yards. Hey, I'll tell you who is locked in. Jayden Daniels taking off for a huge scramble, nearly getting past midfield before being brought down. Inside handoff, and yet again he gets shut down. But it's all good, man. That very next play, out of 2nd and 10, I'm breaking off for that first down and more. Second and 10 with the slot starting off in motion. Able to find a small crease and pick up a gain of 7. Right outside the 20 at a 1st and 10, we're going with another handoff. I'm able to gash the defense on the ground with another nice play. But before you know it, we facing the 3rd and goal, and Jayden Daniels just barely missed me. Detroit goes down and scores, making it 7-3. JD hits me in the flat. It dang near looked like a screen pass how open it was, and I'm able to flip the field and get us past that 50. Starting this one off in motion, fading out to the right. In one-on-one coverage, I like my odds, and so does Jayden Daniels, throwing a dot my way, picking up a huge gain. A few plays later, sneaking at the backfield at a 2nd and 5, he gonna go my way again. I lower my pass on one defender before being brought down a few yards short of the end zone.
This is a nice physical game here that they can continue to...
Tight end starting off in motion, give me an extra blocker for me to sneak my way into that end zone untouched, scoring my first of the game and giving us that lead against Detroit. Start of the second half, I'm going down to the flat. JD gonna deliver a dot my way. I snatched one set of ankles, two set of ankles before being brought down past that 40, man. Let's go. 3rd and 8, and you can see me and JD starting to gain some chemistry because we completing way more passes than we was at the beginning of the season. 2nd and 5, I'm sneaking up the middle. I got a comeback route. He gonna deliver my way for that first down. I get popped, but I hold on to it. We ended up settling for a field goal, but Detroit scores, making it 14-13. I pick up a gain of 9. At a 2nd and 11, I barely even be running routes for real. I just get open. He finds me in the middle of the field, and I pick up that first. I've been working this linebacker all game. I'm going to do it again. As JD finds me open across the middle, I pick up a huge gain, getting us inside the 20. And before you know it, our big tight end, Zach Ertz, will get us into that end zone, taking the lead again. Score is now 21-14. They must have got a turnover because we get the ball in great field position. Y'all see I'm making something out of that, man. We get into that end zone off a one run play. Let's go. And now I don't want to speak too soon because we still got the rest of the season left, but it looks like we got things back on track. Taking that dub against the Detroit Lions with the final score being 28-14. And as y'all just seen, your boy had a really good game. Finishing with 82 rushing yards off of 14 attempts and 2 touchdowns. And a big day in the air with 118 receiving yards off of 10 receptions. Life just ain't been the same since you left. Some days I feel strong and some days I feel like I'm only just surviving. Look, I don't even come here for closure no more. I come here to remember why I started and why I need to keep going. I'm still chasing what we talked about, but I just wish you was here to see it. My name is Tadeo Mooney, and I'm just a kid trying to put my family in a better living situation, just like most kids who grow up in the hood. But don't get it twisted, my story is nothing like others y'all have heard. Nah, this one starts at the very beginning, so stick with me. Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Now when you hear Milwaukee, the first thing that probably comes to mind is Giannis and the Bucks, or maybe Summerfest down at the lakefront. But my story takes place in a part of Milwaukee that most people try to stay away from. The Parkline Housing Projects, a place known for heavy gang activity, drug dealing, and generational poverty. Growing up here, it's real easy to get caught up in the streets and become another statistic. But luckily for me, my mom and my brother kept me on the right path. See, me and my older brother Malik spent most of our free time at Moody Park. This was our escape, our way of staying out the mix and keeping busy. My brother was what you would call a natural-born athlete. He was better than everybody at everything, pulling off moves and stunts nobody else could. And of course, me looking up to him, I tried to copy everything he did. But my brother wasn't the only person I looked up to. Nah, my mom, Alicia Mooney. She showed me what real hard work looked like. Yeah, we was living in poverty, but one thing I can say is we never missed a meal. She worked 2 jobs just to make sure of that. One job was at a local coffee shop, and right after that shift, she would head straight to her second job at the corner store. Now, she had a lot on her plate. It was stressful, but somehow she kept everything running smooth. Unfortunately, things wouldn't stay that way. And one random day while I was in the 6th grade, my mom called us into the kitchen to meet some random guy. To this day, I still don't even know his real name. He told us we could call him Stacks. Apparently, him and my mom had been together for a few months, but she had just started feeling comfortable enough to introduce him to us. Now, Stacks was a horrible partner for my mom and an even worse person overall. He was the head honcho of one of the most ruthless and reckless gangs in the city. My mom didn't know that at first, but once they got serious, it was too late for her to change her mind. Look, man, bro was bringing all types of illegal stuff into the crib. Everything from drugs to dirty money, guns, everything. There were nights where gang members would be in our apartment having meetings, and plenty of nights where Stacks and my mom would argue, arguments that turned physical. Me and my brother would try to protect her. That's actually how I got this scar right here. But we were kids, too small to really make a difference. Even with everything going on, she stayed with him. Cause with the money he was making on the streets, he was paying rent, buying her school clothes, and helping with her bills. So in her mind, she felt stuck. But thankfully, she didn't have to stay stuck for too long. A few years later, Stats got locked up, and things finally started to get better. Around that same time, me and my brother started playing football at North Division High School. He was 2 grades ahead of me, so by the time I started my freshman year, he had already made a name for himself. My brother was a 5-star wide receiver, ranked 12th in the nation at his position. He had everything college scouts were looking for. Texas, Ole Miss, Bama, you name it, he had to offer. So you can only imagine the pressure I felt coming into my freshman year, trying to live up to the hype of being his little brother. But before long, we became a dynamic duo on the field. I started as a freshman, but the quarterback wasn't really looking my way. Every play, he was throwing it to my brother, but that ain't last long. See, my brother pulled the quarterback aside and had a conversation. And just like that, I started getting targets too. He wanted both of us to change our lives, and more importantly, our mom's life. By the time he was a senior, he was right there, graduating at the top of his class, committed to Ole Miss, about to secure the bag as one of the most highly recruited players in the country. Everything was finally lining up, but then everything changed. See, Stacks used to drive this nice blacked out Benz, and when he got locked up, that car was left parked right in front of our place. Now, of course, being teenage boys trying to impress the ladies, we wanted to drive it, but my mom made it very clear. We were not allowed near that car, not to sit in it, not to take pictures, nothing. At the time, we didn't understand why, but we would find out soon enough. See, one night while me and my mom were out grocery shopping, my brother, knowing he shouldn't, decided to hop in that car and grab some food. He figured it'd be quick, in and out, and we would never know. The McDonald's closest to our house was closed, so he drove to another one, not realizing where it was located. Just trying to get something to eat, my brother ended up in Sherman Park, rival territory to Stacks' gang. They recognized that car and just like that, our lives changed forever. Dog, I couldn't believe it. Since I was a kid, my brother had been a pillar in my life, and honestly, I didn't know how to move forward without him. I felt like I lost everything, and I didn't know how to pivot. I tried to stay strong for my mom, I even tried to stay strong for him, but that's easier said than done. I fell into a deep depression like nothing I had ever experienced before. This happened during the summer going into my junior year, and I spent most of those days locked in my room just staring at the wall. After it became a routine for a while, I started thinking, my brother wouldn't want this. He wouldn't want me wasting my life like this. He wanted me to be great, to change my life and my mom's life, just like he was about to do. And that's when something clicked. I got back to training, harder than ever. Every day, no excuses. I dominated both my junior and senior seasons, showed every part of my game, put up crazy stats. I ended up being ranked number 26 in the nation in my position, along with 4 stars. Offers started rolling in, multiple Division I programs, and out of all the options of schools I had to go to, one of them stuck out to me. So when National Signing Day came, I committed to Ole Miss just like my brother did, with the mission to become great and take care of my family. Alright, y'all boys, here we are at the first game of the regular season. Now look, man, I'm coming into this game as the 3rd receiver on the depth chart, so my PT might be a little bit limited, but it's all good, man. I ain't got no problem working for my spot, and we finna ball out with whatever time we get. But for the first game of the season, we are up against the Georgia State Panthers. Getting my first play of the game early in the first quarter, I got a deep in route, QB looks my way, and I bring this one in, slip out of 1 tackle before being brought down for a good game. Surprisingly down 10-3 with 25 seconds left in the half. QB's throwing to the sideline, and I bring that one in for another big gain, getting us at the 50.
And the explosiveness, the big gainer gets.
Very next play with another go route, he gonna go my way again, but I am not able to bring this one in. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left in the fourth quarter. The score has not changed. We're still down. I bring in a short completion. Facing the 3rd and 6, I got a comeback route. He gonna go my way, but I'm not able to get us that first down, leaving us at a 4th and inches. With no other choice left, we go for it on that 4th down. Off of that same exact route, I'm able to pick up that first.
It's Mooney.
Man, it's crazy. We going to overtime against Georgia State. I get in for one play in overtime, and I'm not able to bring that one in. But thankfully, man, we were able to come out with a victory with the final score being 16-3. Now, if you ask me, I think we should have blew him out the water, but nevertheless, we still got the win. Now, I did all right for my first game, finishing with 73 receiving yards off of 5 catches. Second game of the season, and as y'all can see, we are taking on Kentucky. And yes, I still am the third receiver on the depth chart, but I put some good things on tape last game, so maybe I get some more PT. You never know. Man, it's the fourth quarter. We up 10-7, and I'm just not getting into this game, but instantly I make a big play going for 19 yards. And yeah, we got the win with the final score being 17-7, but I only got in one play. So I only finished this game with 1 catch for 19 yards. But hey, man, I guess Coach felt good about that 1 catch, because right before the third game of the season, Coach gave me the chance to fight for that receiver 2 position. Game number 3, right back on the home turf. We are taking on the Arkansas Razorbacks. Arkansas start this one off with a field goal lead. Lined up on the outside, I got a go ball, and man, could things go any worse? A first target winds up being intercepted. That is not a good look on me or the quarterback.
Short return to the defense comes out on top with a pick.
Luckily, they did not capitalize off of that. I got to show Coach, man, I got it. I just had a little bit of a rough start, but I make a nice grab on the first play of the next drive.
Or find an easy handoff. Just hand the football off, maybe get the ground.
A few plays later, at a 2nd and 10, the defense is pressing. I got a corner route. QB connects with me for a first down. Before you know, we facing a 3rd and 7. I should have kept my in route, but I kept going straight. Tried to head tap the DB, but I couldn't secure it. Arkansas don't score. Still got a goose egg on the board. Trying to change that right here. I got another corner route. QB throws a dot my way for that first. Very next play with a short inside hitch route. He going right back to me as I'm brought down after a gain of 7. Defense playing off-man coverage. I blow right past the first guy. The safety try to help. So I start fading the inside. QB deliver a dot my way for a huge play. But, man, this one gets called back because the big man want to hold.
But there's a flag on the field. Let's see which way that's going to go.
So going right back to work on that same drive, I got another hitch route. He going to go my way, and I bring this one in for a gain of 10. This time, defense playing zone. The safety playing real deep, giving me enough space to make a nice play downfield. And that's right there inside the red zone. 3rd and goal, basically just trying to get open, and I do. QB finds me for that touchdown, scoring the first touchdown of my college career.
Quick strike through the air for the score.
And it's so underrated. The relationship between a QB and a wide receiver, the timing, the ability to know where he's going.
After scoring my first touchdown, man, your boy feeling good. Started the 3rd quarter, I'm going deep. Look at that ball placement, man. What a nice throw and catch. Getting us all the way down near that 30.
This offense not wasting any time.
Going back with that short inside comeback route. He don't see me, so I get open. He finds me. I get past that first down mark and sneak into the red zone before being brought down. 2nd and 8, going underneath with a short drag route. QB's looking my way again. I make the catch and bring us inside the 10. 3rd and goal, hand fighting with the DB. I try to cut back. QB looked my way, but this one was risky, nearly getting intercepted. And just so y'all can see, man, we are indeed playing on Heisman. A minute 50 left in the 4th quarter. I would get another catch off a short route for a gain of 9. Another goal ball, and I created a lot of separation. I had a chance to get another touchdown, but I could not hold on to it through the contact. Facing the 3rd and 10 with a minute 30 left on the board. Can't give Arkansas too much time, and I'm open to give us a fresh set of downs. We end up settling for a field goal and taking that win with the final score being 16-6. And if y'all couldn't tell by my playing time, I am the 2nd receiver on the depth chart, finishing with 189 receiving yards and 14 catches. And I got my first touchdown in my college career. So as y'all can see, I'm dangerous when I get that playing time. 2 back-to-back home games, and for the 4th game of the season, we are taking on Tulane, or Tulane, however y'all want to say it. Either way, we're looking to keep that undefeated streak going. 2nd play of the game at a 2nd and 1. That poor DB is out on the island with me. QB feel good in throwing that ball downfield. Bring him inside a little bit before fading back out and make a huge catch. Man, I can't even cap, but that was a nice layout grab. First catch of the game, go for 59 yards.
That is a sensational catch.
In case y'all wanted to see it again, man, here it go. It's only right I get rewarded for moving us all the way down the field. QB finds me quick, and we get inside that end zone, scoring the 2nd touchdown of my career and my first of the game. 3rd and 2, that DB want to press. Cut this one out to the right sideline. QB goes my way, and we get that first down. Before you know it, we facing the 3rd and 18. I do make a sideline grab, but it's not enough for that first down. Thinking I was wide open on another deep ball, the QB gets sacked and he fumbles. Defense recovers it. The lane capitalizes and goes down and ties the game up 7-7. I got a whip route. QB goes my way. I make a nice play off of this one and pick up a decent amount of yards.
And he's down at the 41. That's a first down.
Man, that poor DB is out on the island with me again, but he do got safety help over the top. Don't even matter, man. Double coverage or not. QB throws a dot, and I make a huge play again, getting us inside the 5. Sadly, we only settled for a field goal. Now the third quarter, the score is tied 10-10. QB threads the needle. Just like that, we get it past midfield. Moving down that field at a 2nd and 7, I got another corner route. He gonna go my way. Enough for that connection, we get inside the 20. Very next play, I'm headed straight inside. QB looks my way off the rib. We get inside the 10. Somehow we come up scoreless on that drive. The lane doesn't score either, so it remains 13-13. But y'all see what's finna happen. QB looks deep. I'm running underneath it, and it looks like I'm gonna be able to make that catch, and I do get into that end zone for another huge reception. This time going for a touchdown, man. Stop playing. Now with a 20-13 lead, I got a short inside hit. QB looks my way, gets it to me, and I pick up some extra yards before being brought down. A few plays later, a QB sneak, I make a key block. Quarterback keeps it, and he takes this one into the end zone, untouched, and just like that, we go up another 6. Offense struggled a little bit, but he was able to put this thing to rest at the end of the game, with the final score being 27-13. And after bringing in 3 deep balls, I finished this game with 276 receiving yards off of 12 catches and 2 touchdowns. Man, look, y'all boys, as a freshman playing my 4th game of the season, I done already broke an Ole Miss record for the most receiving yards in a single game. Not only that, but I also won the SEC Offensive Player of the Week, along with the National Offensive Player of the Week. 3 back-to-back home games, but for this team that we're playing against, it don't really matter if you playing home or away, they still gonna be a challenge. After going off last game, I feel real good going into this one. And this game right here could really put my name on the map, because for the 5th game of the season, we are taking on the LSU Tigers. Hey, look, man, we start this one off in great field position. Headed towards the end zone for my first play of the game. QB looks my way, but that one gets swatted. Facing the 3rd and 5, really need to capitalize, especially against a team like this, and I make a catch getting us that 1st and more. That very next play at that 1st and goal, I got a comeback route. Surprisingly, we get an easy connection for my first touchdown of the game, giving us that early lead, man. That's always a great way to start the game off.
They can use this first score to sort of set the tone, guys, in this rivalry.
But it shouldn't come as a surprise, man. LSU gonna get on that board 2 times and game up 7-7. The inside slam will give me a quick gain of 10. Don't score that last drive, but neither does LSU. Sitting at 3 receptions for 24 yards so far. We'll make a bad call for the ball. QB throws it, and it winds up getting intercepted. Now, I can take full responsibility for that one. And to make matters worse, he nearly brings this one back for a pick 6. Before you know it, man, LSU go up 21-7. Really need to put a drive together, but he winds up throwing another interception, targeting me again. LSU now up 24-7. I got a deep end route. QB goes my way for a gain of around 13 before being popped.
In the middle, it's Mooney.
3rd quarter now, and so far, LSU done held me to only 35 yards. 4 catches, but I make that 5 right here, getting us up past the 50. Another inside slant, he gonna look my way again. Gets it out to me, I bring that one in, slip out of a few tackles, and pick up some extra yards before being brought down inside the 40. We gotta score this drive if we want to get back into this one. And I know y'all see I got that open space just like my QB did, airing it out to me, throwing a complete dot, getting us inside the 5. Very next play, I got a slam, but I'd rather get into that end zone anywhere I can. Now receive another dot, grabbing my 2nd touchdown of the game.
Fired in from the red zone for the score.
Really nice job working.
Now it's the 4th quarter with 3 minutes left. Definitely too late to catch up with LSU, who has a 34-14 lead over us. And this thing is pretty much wrapped. I made a few more catches along the way, but we end up losing the Magnolia Bowl against LSU, with the final score being 34-14. Hey man, maybe this loss is something that we needed in order to get things back on track. But I finished the game with 11 catches for 135 yards and 2 touchdowns. 2 back-to-back games where I won the SEC Offensive Player of the Week. Game 6 on the season, we are up against Washington State, looking to get things back on track. I also forgot to tell y'all, I am the #1 receiver on the depth chart now. So I would get my first reception off an inside slant for around a gain of 8. But the rest of that 1st quarter was pretty dull, with the score being 3-10 at the start of the 2nd quarter, as I make another completion. 1st and goal inside the 5, the QB threads the needle to the back of the end zone for our first touchdown of the game. Seconds left in the half, and Washington takes the lead with the score being 9-7 as I make a completion for a gain of 9. Very next play with 5 seconds left in the half. QB looks downfield, is going to hit me between the hashes for a big gain, but it don't really do much for it. With that being the last play of the first half. First offensive play of the third quarter. I got an option route that I decided to keep as a go ball. QB throws a dot to where only I can get it. The DB get lost, and I pick up a huge gain. And off a keeper, we get on that board. Washington cuts it to only a 2-point lead with the score being 14-12. Easily beat that DB off the line and make a huge play. That very next play, I'm cutting across the middle. QB finds me wide open on the opposite side of the field. Delivers a dot my way. I bring this one in to see all that green grass in front of me. I go completely untouched into the end zone, scoring my second touchdown of the game. But Washington State is not going down without a fight as they score and make it 19-21 as I make 2 back-to-back catches. Now the 3rd and 8, trying to get into that end zone. Got a comeback route, QB goes my way, and I'm stopped just short of the goal line. We end up settling for a field goal. Defense do their job, and we come out on top with the final score being 24-19. I finished the game a yard short of 200 receiving yards off 12 catches and 2 touchdowns.
Maturity and experience matters in this team.
A top 10 in-conference showdown awaits.
Y'all boys see it, man. 7th game of the season. After playing 4 home games back-to-back, we are on the road taking on the number 6 ranked team in the nation, the Georgia Bulldogs. And right now, we're ranked number 8. We both only got 1 loss on the season, so this one right here should be a good one. Very first play of the game, I got an inside drag route. QB looks my way, and I pick up a gain of 10.
Catch in the middle, it's Mooney.
Making 2 back-to-back plays. This time I got a comeback route. He goes my way again, getting us up past midfield.
And they're getting it rolling with that play to the 42-yard line.
Well, how about that play?
Showing I'm going to be a huge piece to this offense early on with another reception, this time for a gain of around 14. But before you know, we facing the 3rd and 11. QB finds me across the middle. We pick up that first down and more. Down inside the red zone, QB playing press man coverage. Beat him on the inside, and the QB delivers another pass my way, getting us inside the 5. And a simple handoff will get us inside that end zone, scoring our first 6 of the game and giving us that early lead against Georgia. They remain scoreless. The QB going to start this drive off targeting me again, cutting back out to the left and bringing this one in for a gain of 9. That very next play out of 2nd and inches, y'all can tell I'm on fire. Cutting back out to the left again, making a nice diving catch right outside the 30.
Like a superhero to make the grab. Man, that's
facing the 3rd and 7 inside the red zone. Would hate for this one to go to waste. Deep comeback route will get us that first down and more. He has 6 to our lead, and Georgia still ain't scored. But hey, man, our offense is moving like a well-oiled machine. Creeping into that secondary safety, trying to help over the top, but it's not going to work, man. I still make a nice grab. Head tapping both of them. Very next play, turning this slant into a whip route. The DB lost, and I'm right there in the end zone, wide open to catch my first touchdown of the game, putting us up 3 touchdowns against Georgia.
They are seizing control.
But hey, y'all boys, before you know it, the score was 16-21. Y'all hear that crowd got back into it. We just couldn't get nothing going coming back from halftime. And after being up 21-0 in the first half, we're late in the 3rd quarter, and the score is now 19-21. But thankfully, the QB's able to connect with me for 2 back-to-back big plays, finding me on the left side of the field, getting us inside that 40. Facing the 3rd and 1, I had an in route, but I'm just trying to get that first down. He gets it out to me, but somehow we had a 4th and inches. We add on a field goal, and luckily they don't score, so it still remains 24-19 as I convert a big 3rd down. And hey, man, we're able to hang on just barely enough to get that win, with the final score being 24-19. I finished the game with 203 receiving yards off of 15 catches and a touchdown. We nearly blew a nice lead, but at the end of the day, we was able to come out on top, and that's what matters.
Feeling young, but they treat me like the OG. And they want the T on me, I swear they nosy. Said he put some money on my head, I guess we gon' see. I won't put no money on his head, my nigga owe me. I gotta be single for a while, you can't control me. Uno, those traits in a race, they can't hold me. And I show my face in a case, so you know it's me. Imitation isn't flattery, it's just annoying me. And I'm too about it. And the dirt that they threw on my name turn to soil, and I grew about it. Time for y'all to figure out what y'all gon' do about it. Big wheels.
This was my first time back home in Milwaukee since I left for college. We had a bye week, school had been stressing me out, and instead of being cooped up in my dorm room, I decided to surprise my mom. Now, if you saw episode 1, then you know my older brother passed away a few years ago. And with me being 10 hours away now, I figured she loved having her youngest son back home for a few days. Look, I thought this trip would be good for the both of us, but I had no idea it was about to turn into something else entirely.
Tadeo, hey baby, I didn't know you were coming home.
Yeah, I was trying to surprise you. Is everything all right? Can I come in or?
Alicia, who is that at the door?
Who is that? Please tell me that ain't who I think it is.
Dang, boy, you done got big.
You're free to go, Mr. Mooney. And you should thank that man out there. He decided not to press charges.
So what you trying to do? Because I know you want your lick back, so let's handle it right here.
Man, shut up and get in the car.
Man, I ain't going nowhere with you.
You know me well enough to know if I wanted something done to you, it would have already been handled. Hey, look, first off, I want you to know, I ain't mad at you. I desire that. A nigga put his hands on my mama, he wouldn't live to see the next day. And for whatever his wife, man, I'm sorry about what happened to your brother.
I ain't trying to talk about that.
Now, that's fair. Look, I know you hate me, but I'm trying to get my life together. I taught your mom the same thing here over time. She finally started letting me around again. I just want you to know this. You ain't gotta worry about it no more. I'm not the same person I used to be.
Why would you let him back around knowing who he is? All the trouble he caused, he the reason Malik gone.
Don't do that. You know just as well as Malik did. I told both of you to stay away from that car. And Stacks, he's been working on himself. And so far, he has proven that to be true. And baby, you know I don't hold grudges. And I didn't raise you two either.
Yeah, alright.
Boy, now stop worrying about me. I'll be all right. What I want you to do is to stay focused on everything you're doing for yourself right now. I watch all your games, and I want you to keep being great.
So that's how my bye week went. What was supposed to be a quick visit home took a hard left turn. And even now, I still don't feel right with my mom being back around Stacks. But before I knew it, it was time to head back to campus and figure out how to keep performing at a high level, even with everything going on off the field. Picking up where we left off in the last episode at the 8th game of the season, another SEC matchup. We're ranked number 5, taking on the number 6 ranked team in the nation, the Oklahoma Sooners. Both of us got a 6-1 record, so this one should be good. OU started off with the ball but ain't scored. Very first play of the drive, QB on my way for a gain of 8. Before you know it, we facing a 3rd and 1. I got a deep comeback. QB's looking my way once again. We get right outside the 40. Backed up at a 2nd and 17. Coming across the middle, I bring in a dot by the quarterback, just barely getting past midfield. Second quarter now, and neither team has put up a point on the board. We're looking to change that right here as the QB connects with me for another good game. Facing the 3rd and 1, he goes my way again off a slam, picking up that first down with ease.
Moving quickly down the field here.
Down inside the 3, man. Looking like we finna get our first touchdown. It goes all wrong. QB targeting me, ends up throwing an interception. And just like that, we remain scoreless. But still, OU does not score. Finding space in that zone defense, he gonna deliver another dot my way and pick up that first. Beating the DB off the press, stopping on the dime, bringing in another reception to get us inside the 20. Just looking to get open inside the end zone, I finally do, and the QB delivers another dot my way, this time for a touchdown. Finally scoring the first 6 points of this game.
Well, that's a thing of beauty right there.
It is not a 3rd quarter. OU still got a goose egg on the scoreboard. Playing off-man coverage with safety help, but it don't even matter. QB feel good going deep. He airs it out my way, and I come down with a huge catch, getting us inside the 10. Hey, I ain't gonna lie, I might be the best deep threat in college football. Very next play, after making a huge reception, I got a whip route. The QB looks my way, and I'm able to get into the end zone for my 2nd touchdown of the game.
Touchdown, Ole Miss.
Now OU want to score and make it a game with the score being 7-14. But coach said it worked last time. Why not do it again? They gonna air it out to me downfield. And oh my gosh, man, y'all better stop playing. Another deep reception, getting us inside the 10 again.
Tackle is made at the 8-yard line. It'll be
now, after making 2 plays like that, I know y'all starting to get a little skeptical. But look, man, I am playing on Heisman. I'm not cheating. I'm just like that. Man, before you know it, we had a 3rd and 10. The score is tied 21-21 with 45 seconds left in the game. I got the defense beat. QB airs it out deep. He lead me out of bounds. I do make the catch, but it's not going to count. We do end up going into overtime. The 1st and 10, I make a reception to put us at a 2nd and inches. 2nd overtime, and OU scores. So we got to match it, and I do make this catch. But there was a flag on the play. It's going to be holding.
Let's find out if this one's going to count.
So we're backed up at a 2nd and goal. Coming across the middle, the QB's going to look my way and not get into the end zone untouched. Coming up big with the game on the line. Biggest play of the game right here. We either win it or lose it. Going for the 2-point conversion, and it is good, man. We take the dub just barely. A very close, nail-biting game against OU. It started off real slow, but ended up being a high-scoring game, with the final score being 36-34. I already know your boy went off, finishing this one with 250 receiving yards off of 13 catches and 3 touchdowns.
You find out what you're made out of. And these guys really...
After that huge game I had, I was notified that I had broken another Ole Miss record, this time for the most receiving yards in a single season. Not only that, but I also won the SEC Offensive Player of the Week, along with the National Offensive Player of the Week. Back on our home turf for the 9th game of the season, everybody hyped and ready to go up against South Carolina. But our first play of offense does not go the way we planned, but it ended up being a safety. Luckily, South Carolina does not add to the lead, and I catch a quick reception off a slant. 3rd and 6, one-on-one with a DB. Of course, we're going to try him with a deep ball. It hit my hands, but somehow I'm not able to bring it in through the contact.
The deep ball was there, and it just trickled through his fingers.
We still remain scoreless, and they don't add anything to their lead. Look at the QB threading the needle, man. A nice throw and a nice catch for a big game.
You know, you think back on the Jackson.
Moving down that field, threatening inside the 30. I beat the DB off the press. QB's going to find me across the middle, make that catch, and get us well within inside the 10 before being brought down. Up 7-2 at a 3rd and 4. QB gets it out to me on the screen. A whole lot of green grass in front of me. I easily get that first down plus more.
Best players most time in those slot positions.
Trying to get on that board again. They playing zone defense, but it's way too soft in that middle. Of course, we're going to make them pay every time with a huge gain, getting us inside the 10.
Defense is there to make the stop, but he's got the first down, and they'll have it 1st and goal at the 6.
3rd quarter now, the score is now 14-9. Way too much open space in that zone defense. QB hits me deep down that left sideline. I got one person to beat, and he's not going to lay a finger on me. Getting into that end zone for my first touchdown of the game.
This is like a baseball.
Up 21-9 in the 4th quarter now. Getting past that DB with ease. QB going to hit me over the top, and I don't got enough to get away untouched, but I get brought down at the 20.
Can change the complexion of the game, and he's got it at the 22-yard line.
Just like that, we end up coming out on top with the final score being 24-9. I had a great game with 209 receiving yards off of 8 catches and a touchdown. Throughout the last 3 weeks of our regular season, we was all locked in and continued to click. Knowing we had what it took to get to the national championship, we could not let any team get in our way. Starting off with an FBS school, now of course, everybody knew this is a game that we most likely would win. That's usually how teams get beat, and when you rank number 3 in the nation, that puts a huge target on your back. But we made sure not to underestimate them and execute it from start to finish. As y'all can see, I went out there and had another good game, came out with great energy and kept it going throughout the whole course of the game. QB targeted me often and I made the most of it. We did not for a second take our foot off the gas. And hey, look, man, this catch I made right here is probably the best catch I made all season, I can't lie. In double coverage, I bobbled it, but still made that catch before getting out of bounds. But anyways, man, by the final whistle, we blew them boys out the water with the final score being 38-3. Next, we had another home game, and even though Florida did not have the best record, and them boys came to play. They was making us work for every yard we gained. We was facing early 3rd downs, forced us to punt on our first drive, and they scored on theirs. But even though things wasn't really going our way, we was able to stay disciplined and put a couple big plays together, like the one you see right here, making a big catch downfield. And this play was huge, man. 3rd quarter, the score is 10-7. We got a 3-point lead on Florida. QBC and I had to step and deliver the bomb downfield. What a nice catch, bro. I'm like that. But yeah, man, it was plays like that that gave us momentum. And after a hard-fought game, we came out on top with the final score being 24-9. record of 21. And then to finish off the regular season, we went up against a rival, which was Mississippi State. Again, another game that we was favorited to win, but we still went out there and treated them like they was the #1 ranked team in the nation. Starting things off on fire, going down 2 back-to-back drives and getting on that board, giving us an early 14-0 lead. You know, just playing our brand of football. And after doing that for 4 quarters, we was able to hold up that trophy with a 49-7 win, blowing them out the water and taking care of business. And just like that, we was ready to dominate in the playoffs, starting off against Texas in the SEC championship. Yes, sir, man. Y'all see it. We are currently ranked #3, while the Longhorns are the #1 ranked team in the nation with an undefeated record of 13-0. But hey, we don't even look at numbers. We just know we got what it takes. They went down and got a field goal. Our first play of offense, he gonna throw it to me on a slant for a gain of 10. Second quarter, and Texas is up 6-0 off of 2 field goals. Going with a slant route, QB's gonna hit me again. Breaking to the secondary with nobody there to catch me. A whole lot of green grass, and I'm gonna take this up into the end zone, scoring our first touchdown of the game. Texas don't score at a 2nd and 7. The quarterback is looking my way again. We get that first down. Lined up in the slot this time with a post route, and it's real soft in the middle of the defense. QB connects with me again for another huge game, man, being brought down inside the 10.
Tackle is made, but the gain sets the offense up. First and goal from the 9.
I mean, how about this offense?
30 seconds left in the second quarter. We are now up 14-6. Not gonna lie, I did call for this one. And it was a bad call because it wound up getting intercepted. But hopefully they don't get no points off of it. So they didn't score off of the interception, and we got the ball back coming back from halftime. And I make a nice reception right here. 3rd and 12, and y'all know I like my chances on the deep ball, so I'm gonna call for it again. But the DB does his job better than mine and break that one up. I beat Texas like this earlier. Same exact play call, man. An inside slant, he gonna go my way. And again, nobody's there to stop me in the secondary as I make my way into the end zone for my 2nd of the game. Shout out our defense doing their thing, man. Texas hasn't scored since the first quarter, and the halfback will put us up another touchdown. Like I said earlier, man, we don't care about numbers. You just whooped the #1 team in the nation with the final score being 31-13. And of course, your boy had a good game, putting together some big plays, finishing this one with 229 receiving yards off of 10 receptions and 2 touchdowns. Now for the awards I've won my freshman season, starting off with the Walter Camp Award. Won the Sean Alexander Award, the Maxwell Award, brought home that Fred Biletnikoff Trophy, first team All-SEC, first team All-American, freshman All-SEC, and last but not least, man, freshman All-American. Basically, man, I'm just the best receiver in college football. Next, we will be taking on Texas Tech in the Sugar Bowl. Hey, let's get it, y'all boys. 2 games between us and that national championship. It would be lit to win a natty as a freshman, but first we got to get through Texas Tech. Things starting off a little rocky, man. Our first drive, and we already facing the 3rd and 11, but it's all good because QB finds me wide open to convert that first down.
And they do pick up first down yardage.
Moving down that field slowly but surely, QB gonna throw a complete back shoulder dot to where only I can get it, and just like that, we inside the 20.
They finally stop him, and not before he gets to the 16-yard line.
That's another.
But after taking 2 sacks, man, we facing the 3rd and 23. QB tries to air it out to me, but it winds up incomplete. Second quarter now, and the score is still 3-0. I got a deep post, and the QB looking downfield. He gonna hit me between the hashes for a huge gain.
Inside the 15-yard line.
The defense is spread all over the field, creating some one-on-one matches.
Facing yet another long 3rd down at a 3rd and 11, but I come up big, getting us into that end zone for our first 6. Third quarter now, it's a low-scoring game. The score is 7-10. They finally scored as we pick up a gain of 8 off the rip. Before you know it, we in the 4th quarter, man. The score is still 10-7. At a 3rd and 10, I'm able to convert that first down. A few plays later, at a 2nd and 12, I got a short comeback route. He gonna go my way, and I pick up a gain of 9. Very next play, at a 3rd and 3, I'm gonna go with another comeback route and easily grab us that first down. And finally, at another 3rd down, a 3rd and 10, we will be able to add on another 6 to that lead with the QB throwing a complete dot to the back of the end zone for another touchdown. And that will wrap up the Sugar Bowl, man. We came out on top with the final score being 17-7, and just like that, we advanced to the next round.
The challenges will continue.
If we win this game, then we move on to the national championship. So this is huge. And guess who we are up against in the Peach Bowl? No other than the Oklahoma Sooners, a team that we played in the regular season, and yeah, we won, but it was in overtime. It was a really good, close, hard-fought game. But this time, we plan to go to the national championship, so I expect it to be another good one. First play of our first offensive drive, I got an inside slant. He gonna hit me for a quick gain of 6. Hand fighting with the DB off the line. I got a comeback route. QB go right back to me. I slip out of one tackle and pick up some extra yards before being brought down.
Tackle made after a nice pickup on the play.
Before you know it, we facing a 3rd and 8. Last game, we was able to hit him deep a lot, but this time he break that up, and we're going to have to punt. We don't score, and neither do they. Looking a lot like the first time we played him as I bring in a reception for a gain of 6. Very next play, we're going to try him deep again, see if he can do it twice. And he having flashbacks of the last game, man, as I hand tap him for another huge catch, getting us right outside the 10.
Finally brought down to the 12. An explosive play puts him in great scoring position.
We go down and get 7 on that board. OU remains scoreless. QB finds me across the middle. I juke a defender out his shoes before being brought down inside the 20. Very next play with a slant, the QB's gonna go my way again. I'm able to get out of 2 tackles before being brought down a few yards short of the end zone. Right there at the 1, beating that DB off the press, QB throws a dot to the back of the end zone for a touchdown.
What a call with a play action down inside the 5-yard.
Second quarter, and we up 14-0. Deep inside route, QB's gonna target me again. I make another nice grab and pick up a huge amount of yards. A few plays later, at a 2nd and 10, I got a deep post. That DB is left on an island with me, and that's gonna turn out bad for him every time as I make another huge catch downfield.
Tackle is made at the 4. It'll be 1st down and goal.
Third quarter now, and the score is now 17-11. OU trying to make a comeback, but I make a nice catch for a decent game. Inside release on the DB, QB gonna find me again for another nice chunky yard. First play of the 4th quarter, I'm working this DB. I've been doing it all night, making another big reception, moving us down that field.
They finally make the stop, but the offense threatening down. 1st down to the 27.
Me and the QB been connecting a lot on this drive. He gonna find me again across the middle. Shake off some tackles before being brought down for a nice game. Score is now 18-20 with a minute left in the 4th quarter. At a 3rd and 1, I'm not able to bring this one in. Luckily, we were able to just barely hold on enough to win. The final score being 20-18, and we are moving on to the national championship game. Man, that's crazy to say as a freshman, especially knowing that I'm a huge part of this offense. And I finished with 231 receiving yards off of 13 catches and a touchdown. Let's get it, y'all boys, man. We here at the national championship game. Who would have known, man? This is crazy. And standing between us and that national championship trophy is no other than another team that we already played. We actually whooped them boys in the SEC championship game. Yes, sir, man. We are playing the Texas Longhorns. Now, like I said, we already whooped them boys once with the score being 31-13. But the big question that everybody wondering is, can we do it twice? Much like the last few games, I start this one off with a slant. QB goes my way for a nice game. Beating that DB off the line. You're actually playing good defense, but I got better hands making a nice grab, getting us past that 50. But after making a few nice plays, man, the momentum would change after fumbling the rock, and Texas will recover it. And to make matters worse, man, he's going to take it back into the end zone for a touchdown.
It's a foot race. Touchdown.
Down 7-0, trying to tie things up. He's going to find me across the middle, wide open for a big game. Beating the DB off the press and getting behind him, he's going to throw a dot. Just like that, we get up past that 30.
They finally get him down, but this passing game has produced a chunk play.
Well, this is a beautiful play.
One-on-one coverage down that left sideline. QB throwing my way. I make the catch and get into the end zone, but there is a flag on the play. Most likely hold it.
As the answer of this title game.
So now we're backed up at a 1st and 20, but it's all good, man, because I get it right back. QB finds me in the middle, and again, I get into that end zone. This time it stands, man. It's a tie ball game.
They begin to fight back here in this championship game.
DB on the island with me trying to press. I beat him off for that. QB gonna layer it over his head and throw a complete dot, getting us past that 50.
Left side, an explosive play. They still
lined up on the right side of the field, headed straight inside. QB gonna zip it right to me, and I find some open space being brought down past the 20.
They finally stop him, and not before he gets to the 16-yard line.
And you just continue to see the chemistry between.
Trying to tie this game up again, facing the 3rd and 9. QB throws a risky ball, nearly intercepted, but it winds up incomplete. Texas goes up 21 to our 10. The 3rd and 2, I convert that first down. Before you know it, we facing another 3rd down. This time it's a 3rd and 11. I got a deep post, and I get open again. Nobody to catch me as I make my way to the end zone, scoring my 2nd of the game, man. Let's go.
No chance to catch him there.
Started the 3rd quarter, I did not pay attention to that safety, and he winds up getting a big interception, setting Texas up in great field position.
Tackle made after a
Late in the third quarter, and they go up 28 to our 17. It's looking bad for us. Facing the 3rd and 20, I make a huge catch getting us that first down. Defense in the zone, and I got a slant, and I get wide open in the middle. Once again, the QB throws a dot, getting us inside the 30. Another post route and works to perfection again, getting us inside the end zone and giving me my 3rd touchdown of the game.
Championship game, and there is nobody you can cover this guy. What a monster performance by this receiver.
When things getting late, we do go for 2, but we are not able to get it. Ole Miss fans starting to leave because they go down and score again, making it 35-23. With 3 minutes left in the fourth quarter, QB's going to air it out deep, and I'm there to make a huge diving catch, getting us all the way to the 3-yard line, making this a completely different ball game. What can I say, man? This is what I do. I live for the big moments like this. 3rd and goal, we absolutely have to score, and we do. QB working his magic, and we get into that end zone, man. Let's get it. Huge moment right here, man. The score is 35-30. A minute left. QB finds me wide open on that left sideline. Very next play, that QB gonna find the receiver open across the middle, and he get into the end zone. Man, the crowd going crazy. The atmosphere is insane.
They jump on top here in the final minute.
And we did it, y'all boys. Defense was able to hang on just enough to give us that win. Y'all seen we had to fight hard. Things looked bad for us, but we fought back and got that win. And now we're a national champion. I can't lie, man. This might be the best national championship game ever on this channel.
Say they hold the trophy. They are the national exciting season of college football. For Kirk Herbstreit and our entire crew behind the scenes, I'm Chris Fowler, and this has been a presentation.
Terrible accident late in Milwaukee, as you can see behind me. Reports tonight that Ole Miss star receiver Tydell Mooney was involved.
You hate to see something like this happen to such a young, talented player, and first and foremost, we wish him the best. But let's be honest, injuries like this end careers.
Best receiver in college football, All-American, national champion. Man, my freshman year was one to remember, and I quickly became a name that people wouldn't forget. Now I know, judging off the intro, y'all probably confused about what's been going on, but don't worry, I'ma catch y'all up. But first, let's address the elephant in the room. I look a little different because now I'm in my junior year of college, and y'all haven't seen me since I was a freshman. At the end of my freshman year, I had it all going on. I was the biggest name in football, my draft stock was already looking promising, and on top of all that, the NIL money started flowing in. Now, if you've been watching since episode 1, then you know I come from nothing. The start of my football journey was all about putting my family in a better situation. That was me and my brother's dream. Sadly, only one of us lived long enough to make that dream a reality. Now that offseason, I flew back home to Milwaukee, but this time, it wasn't just a visit. Nah, I finally moved my mom out the hood and got her a nice place on the good side of town. Man, that moment meant everything to me. She was crying, telling me how proud she was. That's all I ever wanted. And for the first time in my life, I decided to do something for myself too. Yeah, I went out and bought a nice car. Nothing crazy, stayed within my budget, but I made sure it was nice. For once, life felt good. Look, my time back home was nothing but happiness, but that feeling wouldn't last long. Now, even though I still ain't rock with dude like that, my mom was in a serious relationship with Stacks, and at that point, I just had to respect it. One day, Stacks pulled up, and this time he wasn't alone. Nah, he was with his son, Tyron. I ain't never met him before. Apparently he grew up in Milwaukee, got into some trouble, then moved to Michigan with his mom. Now he was back, saying he was trying to get his life together. The first thing he said to me was, I ain't like my pops, man, I'm just trying to get out. But just like I never trusted Stacks, I ain't trust his son either, so I kept my distance. My mom wasn't gonna let that slide though. She wanted us to be cool, wanted us to hang out. Her words to me were, I know nobody could ever take the place of your brother, and that's not why I want you to be nice to Tyron. I just want him to change his life like Stacks did, and you're a good role model for him. After she pleaded with me enough times, I finally agreed. Tyron told me about this kickback he was trying to go to. He ain't have no car, so I would have to drive, and I wasn't feeling that, but I went anyway. At first, everything was cool. People vibing, music playing, no problems at all. Then out of nowhere, I heard someone say, there he go right there. I saw Tyron's face change instantly. He grabbed me and said, we gotta go right now. We started running, they chased us out the house. We jumped in my car and peeled off. As I'm driving, my heart racing, I hear shots ringing out behind us. And in one split second, I lost control of the wheel. I had never felt this kind of depression since my brother passed. I thought my career was over. I blamed my mom, I blamed Stacks, I blamed Tyron, I blamed everybody. The doctors told me I tore my ACL, damaged my meniscus, and dislocated my shoulder. They ain't sugarcoat nothing. They said it would be unrealistic for me to play my sophomore season. Man, I was shattered. It's crazy how fast life can change. One moment you on top of the world, next moment you questioning if you'll ever be the same again. As I started healing, I took a trip to a place I always go when life don't go how I planned. My brother's grave. After talking to him, I felt some peace, and I thought about what he would have wanted. So instead of giving up, I started training and training and training. Because of the name I made for myself, I got the chance to work with some of the best trainers in the world. I got stronger physically and mentally. I worked on every part of my game, and before I knew it, I was back. Now shout out to Ole Miss, man. They all stayed loyal. My coaches believed in me and the fans was waiting. Now look, the year I was out, the team went 10-4, solid season, but not championship caliber. And because my injury was medical, I'm considered a redshirt sophomore. And now I'm back. They doubt if I'm still that guy, but I'm ready to prove them wrong. First game back after missing a whole season due to a devastating injury. Hey man, as y'all could probably guess, I can't wait to get on that field. A lot of people been waiting on my return, and I cannot disappoint. But as y'all can see, man, first game of the season, we are up against Washington State. That whole first drive, I got no targets, but we did get into that end zone. And my first catch of the game goes for 8 yards. Going out to the left and cutting it back inside, QB goes my way. I brushed off one tackle before being brought down after a gain of 10. If y'all haven't noticed yet, Coach got me as a slot receiver now. I guess because we got new personnel, we just got to adjust. Trying to get into that end zone, but not paying attention to the linebacker, it's going to wind up getting intercepted. But it's all good, though, because they do not capitalize off of that interception. And the QB going to find me right down the middle again, taking the defender out his shoes before being brought down for a huge gain. Very next play, when I get to the top of my route, I notice that the QB still looking for somewhere to throw it to, so I get open again, and he finds me right there in the end zone for my first touchdown back. Man, I can't lie, it feels good to get on that board again.
Yeah, now this offense building that lead.
20 seconds left in the second quarter. The score is 21-12. I got an out route. QB goes my way. I get up past that 40 before being knocked out of bounds. Back from halftime, and before you know it, we yards outside of the end zone. A simple short route would give me enough room to get into that end zone for another touchdown.
And they take it in for 6 more points. And this receiver is on fire. He's got all...
Coach want to go for 2. Fading out to the left, he going to find me open again for that 2-point conversion. We end up pulling away and getting that win with the final score being 43-33. Now me, I had a decent showing, but I have to get back in the rhythm of things. Finishing with 84 yards off of 9 catches and 2 touchdowns. Not bad, but I'm going to have to readjust to the speed of the game and everything. Game 2 of the season, we are up against Charlotte, a team that we should definitely come out here and dominate. And with me trying to get back in the groove of things, this game right here could be used as practice. Starting things off right early. Second play of the game, QB finds me on a whip route. I bring this one in, getting up past that 40 and being brought out of bounds right in front of that 30. Me and the receiver in the slot run into each other at the beginning of the play. Off this in route, QB going to deliver a dot, and I bring this one in, getting us closer to that end zone. Second quarter now, we got a 14-0 lead as the QB going to go my way again off a slant. And I wouldn't get another target into the third quarter. We already up 24-0. He finds me on the left side of the field. I break out of a few tackles, and now it's just a foot race, and they are not going to be able to keep up with me. It's hard to keep that same speed after an ACL tear, but I think I'm almost all the way there. Breaking off for a huge touchdown reception, picking up my first of the game. Up 31-0, but hey, peep the release. Y'all seen I was working on my releases, and as y'all can see, it's effective. Getting right into that secondary with ease. QB delivers a bomb over the top. I cruise my way into the end zone for my second of the game. First play of that very next drive, up 38-0. That release is crucial. Easily get past him and get into that end zone for my third of the game. I almost forgot to show y'all, man. Yes, we are playing on Heisman. Ain't nothing changed. Currently sitting at 217 receiving yards. I'm going to bring in another reception for a gain of around 10. And we barely played any in the fourth quarter, but I did score another touchdown in the fourth, finishing this game with 252 receiving yards off of 9 catches and 4 touchdowns.
That's really hard to stop. It's a mindset, Reese. This team
After that performance, college football's back on notice, awarding me with SEC Offensive Player of the Week and the National Offensive Player of the Week. First home game of the season comes at the third game of the season. And yes, we are up against another, what most people would consider easy team. So the first 3 games of this season are against lower competition, but that's only because the rest of our schedule, after this game, we play some hard competition. We ain't finna have no break. Hey, Utah ain't come out here to play around. They went out and got a touchdown their first drive, but y'all see QB connecting with me down the middle for a huge gain.
And they'll move the chains and get it to the 47-yard line.
Not wasting any.
Very next play, I got a short little whip route. He gonna go my way again for around a gain of 4. Starting this one off in motion. QB faking the pitch and gonna throw it to me on the outside. I make the grab around the 40. I'm able to slip out of 1 tackle, but I don't get much after that.
Really good surge for this offense. They move the chains, and he's got it at the 34.
How nice is it in this offense to have
lined up on the outside? I got another whip route. He gonna go my way again, and we pick up a gain of 8. We only get a field goal off of that drive. I had a short comeback route. QB couldn't find nobody open, so I readjust. He connects with me for a nice play, but there's a flag on the play. Sadly, it was an illegal forward pass.
The question is, will it stand? There is a penalty.
Backed up at a 2nd and 14, I beat him off the line. QB delivers a dot my way, and we get that first down with ease. So we end up taking a lead with the score being 10-7, and QB's gonna throw a pick. And to make matters worse, man, there's nobody there to stop him from making it a pick 6. Utah up 14 to our 10. Uh-oh. Hey, y'all know what this means. QB gonna launch that deep ball. Y'all know that's what I'm known for, man. Making a huge head tap catch for a nice touchdown. Don't that just give y'all nostalgia, man? It gave me nostalgia. Because now that I play in the slot, I barely get the deep ball anymore.
The relationship between a QB and a wide receiver, the timing, the ability to know where he's going to be and be accurate with the football, that's what leads to nice touchdowns, Jesse.
Well, the chemistry between these two guys has to be great.
Seconds left in the third quarter. The score is now 17-14. QB throws an absolute dot, getting us down just short of that 20. Man, look at this mess. 3rd and goal. I'm fading out to the left. He delivers my way. I make a toe tap grab. I'm probably just inches short of the end zone. Fourth quarter up 26-14. Coach want to go for 2, and I'm able to convert it. So we end up getting that win with the final score being 28-14. And I balled out once again, finishing with 162 receiving yards off 11 catches and a touchdown. Here we go, man. Now we get into a streak of tough games, back to back to back. Y'all finna see. But for the 4th game of the season, we are away against Auburn, who is unranked, but they are 3-0. And we are also 3-0, but we're ranked number 14. So somebody finna take their first L of the season, and I'm gonna do everything I can to make sure it's not us. First drive of the game, we're already facing the 3rd and 23. Fading out to the left, the QB is going to deliver my way, but I cannot get my feet in bounds, forcing us to punt. So Auburn goes down and gets a field goal. I got a short comeback route. He's going to go my way, and I pick up a quick gain of around 6 yards. Facing another 3rd down, this time way more manageable. I'm low-key getting jammed off the line, but I'm able to get open and make that first down catch. Very next play, fading out to the left, the QB's going to go my way again. This time I'm able to make that catch on the sideline and even pick up a few yards after the catch. Very next play, I beat that DB off the press. QB going to find me in the middle off a slant. We get into that end zone for our first 6 of the game.
Made the grab and took it on in for the score.
Up 7-3 at a 3rd and 5. That cornerback blitz leaving me wide open on the comeback route, grabbing a nice chunk of yards before being brought down. Headed down that left sideline. Now this one right here is my fault. Not paying attention to that safety, and it winds up getting intercepted with the QB targeting me. But they do not capitalize off of that interception. Finding me across the middle, I bring this one in, slip out of 1 tackle before being brought down in front of that 30. Facing the 3rd and 3, I got a short little drag route just to get that first down, and I do. Down inside the red zone, this is my bread and butter, and y'all know that, as I get wide open for an easy touchdown.
finish, and that they did on that possession.
Coming back from the half, the score is now 14-6. QB connects with me across the middle for a short gain of around 7.
It's Mooney.
Few plays later, I got another drag route. The QB gonna find me again across the middle. Receiver on the right picks up a great block, and I got wide open space to get into that end zone. Speed kills, man, and I get my 3rd touchdown of the game. Auburn went down and scored to make it 13-21. Look how nice this catch was just for it to not count, man. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left in the 4th quarter. The 3rd and 3, I convert that first down. With the score being 21-19, we got to make these first down conversions. Backed up at a 2nd and 11. Auburn don't know what to do with me in these drag routes, man. I get open again for a huge chunk of yards, being brought down right in front of that 20.
They'll make the stop, but that first down ought to ice it, and they should.
So we are able to hold on just enough to get that win, with the final score being 21-19. I finished this game with 202 receiving yards off of 14 catches and 3 touchdowns, scoring every single point we had this game. And that performance did not go unnoticed with me winning SEC Offensive Player of the Week for my 2nd time this season, along with the National Offensive Player of the Week. Good news and bad news, y'all boys. The good news is that we back on the home turf, but as y'all can see, it's a rainy game. And that can make things more challenging as we are taking on the number 10th ranked team in the nation, the Texas A&M Aggies. Low-key, I can see why Coach got me at slot, because I'm real effective across the middle, getting open for a nice game. We only get 3 points off of that last drive, and A&M scores a touchdown. Cutting out to the left, QB throws a dot, and just like that, we get past that 40. At a 2nd and 6, QB goes right back to me, and we pick up everything we need for that first down plus more. Moving down that field slowly but surely. Fading out to the left, I'm not going to lie, I called for it. But I can't take the blame for that one, man, because that ball was horrible. That could have easily been a completion. But they do not add to their lead, and off a drag route, we pick up that first at a 3rd and 3. 4th and inches, coach want to go for it, and they going to give it to me on the slant. I take one defender out his shoes before being brought down, converting that first. 4th and 10, inside of field goal range. I'm surprised coach want to go for it, but he does. QB going to try me with the deep ball. And peep the IQ, man. I tip pass it to my teammates for him to get a touchdown. Yeah, that was 100% on purpose. 3rd quarter now, we up 10-7. Cutting out to the left, the QB throws a dot my way. I slip out of a few tackles before being brought down. Very next play, I did have an out route, but sometimes you got to get creative. He going to find me open in the middle of the field for a big game. We go down and score, but so does A&M, making it 14-17. And I make a toe tap grab at a 2nd and 7 for a first. They just don't learn, man. Every time a DB try to press, it never wind up in his favor. I get wide open for a big game, getting us past that 40. Lined up on the outside at a 3rd and 9. I'm looking to get that first off of the comeback, and I do. 2nd and 6, sticking to my route. I'm fading out to the left. The QB gonna go my way again, and just like that, we inside the 5. A few yards shy of the end zone. Y'all know who his favorite target is when we down this close, as he connects with me for an easy touchdown.
I like the aggressive play calling by the offensive coordinator on that drive.
2 minutes left in the 4th quarter, up 24-14, and QB gonna find me across the middle for another nice game. And that very next play, I got a whip route. He gonna find me again, this time for a first down. Starting off with me in motion, we go up the jet sweep, but this don't go nowhere at all. We actually lose a yard, putting us at a 3rd and 11. But thankfully, we're able to hold on enough to get that win, with the final score being 24-14. I had a good showing with 178 yards off of 17 catches and a touchdown.
Not just fans of these two teams, but people maybe outside.
6th game of the season, and we are right back on the road against Tennessee. Currently, we are undefeated at a 5-0 record and ranked number 8 in the nation. I cannot make this up. First play of the game, I beat that DB off the press. QB delivers a beautiful ball. I bring that one in and make my way into the end zone, completely burning the defense and scoring my first touchdown of the game, man. Let's get it.
One of the reasons this offense is so exciting to watch.
Up 7-0. Before you know, we right back in the red zone. Fading out to the right, the QB delivers a dot for another touchdown, scoring my 2nd of the game already. Up 14, and Tennessee goes down and gets a field goal, making it 14-3. And the QB goes my way on an out route. I break 2 tackles somehow, break another one before being brought down right outside the 10.
They finally get him on the ground, but he's got an explosive play for the first down.
And look at how wide open I am. Nobody guarding me at all, giving me a wide open lane for an easy walk-in touchdown.
Touchdown, Rebels! No midseason concentration. reaction laps here in week 7 as they push.
Up 21-3. I got 3 touchdowns in the game. We still in the first half, man. I'm having a game to remember.
It's caught downfield. And he's brought down after a nice game.
Every single week, defenses
fading to the inside, the QB delivers a dot my way, and just like that, we get inside the 5. Facing the 3rd and long, but not to worry, man. The QB gonna thread the needle to the back of the end zone for another touchdown.
Fired in from the red zone for the score.
Every time we speak to defense.
Up 28-3 in the 3rd quarter, man. The QB gonna find me open on the right side of the field for a decent game. A few plays later, I got the same exact route, just on the opposite side of the field. He's going to find me across the middle. And, man, I have been torching this defense. And I do it once again, getting into that end zone for my 5th touchdown of the game. I ain't going to lie, Coach can take me out, and I'm good. Y'all thought I was done, man? Nah, it's late in the 3rd quarter. The QB going to air it out deep. And y'all know I got the sure hands, man. I bring this one in, scoring my 6th touchdown of the game. This is unheard of. Yeah, man, I just went ahead and set out the rest of the game. The final score was 42-17, put on an absolute clinic. And, of course, I had a good game. I mean, I had 6 touchdowns. So, as y'all can see, man, your boy got things right back on track. I'm balling now, going crazy. And it's safe to say I made a full comeback after taking on that type of injury.
Thank you. As the NFL draft approaches, few prospects have sparked more conversation than wide receiver Tydell Mooney, not because of a lack of talent, but because of the limited body of work teams are being asked to evaluate. Mooney declared for the draft after just 2 seasons of college football, a path far less common than the traditional 3-year progression most NFL teams prefer to see from wide receivers entering the league. The reason for that shortened
I thought you said you weren't going to watch that stuff anymore. Besides, they don't even know what they're talking about. You're going to be the best player in the NFL.
I mean, sometimes I just like to hear what they got to say. Not that it's going to make any difference. I mean, I know what I'm capable of. But don't even trip because I'm going to show them. Everybody that got doubts on me, they're going to regret it.
When healthy, he looks like a player who can stretch the field and create matchup problems. But NFL evaluators are paid to look beyond flash.
So the last time y'all seen me, we was at the midpoint of my sophomore football season. After coming off a devastating injury, I was still putting on a show. And as y'all could guess, a lot done happened since then. But first, let me show y'all how the rest of my season played out. To start things off, we had a tough matchup against Texas. They were ranked number 3 with a 7-0 record, and we were ranked number 7 with a 6-0 record. Of course, this was a real good one. It was a shootout from the jump, and y'all know how I do, man. I was making big plays all day. And by the end, we was able to give Texas their first loss of the season with the final score being 27-14. And as y'all can see, I balled out, scoring 3 touchdowns. Next, we was right back at home taking on Vanderbilt. This was a low-scoring game, but we still got that win with the final score being 17-6, knowing we had some improvements to make. Then we was back on the road, this time against Mizzou. At this time, we was ranked number 4 with an 8-0 record. And to be real, man, Mizzou did not stand a chance with the final score being 38-7. A rainy game, right back on the home turf, sitting at a 9-0 record, looking unstoppable. We go into this one ranked number 3, going against the number 14th ranked team in the nation, which was Alabama. Now, I was trying to get something to work all game. It was already the second quarter, and I was held to 3 catches for 17 yards. I ended up doing good by the end of the game, but it wasn't enough to give us that win, man. The score was 38-31. We took our first L of the season against Alabama. Fast forward a little bit, we did end up going undefeated the rest of the season, and I did put together a pretty good sophomore season. I ended up winning the Walter Camp Award, the Fred Biletnikoff Trophy, first team All-SEC, and I was a first team All-American. Ranked number 4 with an 11-1 record, we was headed into the Cotton Bowl, going up against a really good Texas Tech team. Now, they started things off on fire, already scoring a touchdown early in the game, and by the end of the first quarter, I had 4 receptions for 34 yards. And after throwing haymakers with them boys for 4 quarters, we ended up coming out with the win, with the final score being 28-23, and we was moving on. Only one more team standing in the way of us in another national championship game. And as y'all can see, that was Clemson. They was ranked number 9 with a 12-2 record coming into this one. Now, this game was fireworks from the jump, which many expected, but we wasn't able to come out on top, with the final score being 35-38. A real hard-fought competition, but, I mean, I can't be mad. Even though I wasn't able to become a 2-time national champion, I still put together an incredible season. Now, being that I missed my true sophomore season due to that injury I suffered, there was a lot of talk about whether I'm ready for the NFL or not. Everybody had their doubts, and rightfully so, because, as y'all know, I only played 2 college football seasons, and most people that declare for the draft played at least 3. But since I've been out of high school for 3 years, I was still eligible to declare for the NFL draft, and I mean, that's exactly what I did. So after my season, I got straight to work preparing for that combine. I was doing 3 a day, spending hours in that gym each session. Even though I had just dominated a whole season, I knew they would still be watching me extra close just because of the injuries I suffered. And they want to make sure I'm not a liability before they offer me a multi-million-dollar contract, so it makes sense. And with me having that knowledge, I made sure I put in extra work and got myself right. But one day after one of my sessions, while I was in the ice bath recovering, my phone started going off. I got a call from someone I had not been talking to throughout that whole season. It was my mom. Now, if y'all been watching, y'all know she did something that I would consider shiesty. I mean, it wasn't in her plans for things to go the way they did, but I mean, she put me in a bad situation. Nearly ended my football career. But it's still my mom and I love her to death, and I could tell that she needed me in this moment. So there I was, man, taking an unexpected trip to my hometown of Milwaukee. And when I walked into the crib, I just see my mom sitting on the couch bawling her eyes out. And after consoling her for a while, she finally told me what the problem was, and it was Stacks. He's no longer with us. Now, for y'all that been watching, y'all probably don't feel too bad about this news. I mean, from the jump, Stacks was not a good guy at all. And even though he was trying to get his life together, all that time he spent in the streets caught up with him. And sadly, that brought us to this moment. Now, granted, I was never cool with him, nor did I ever plan on it. But knowing what he meant to my mom, I just knew I had to be there for her and show her that she's not all alone. Now, a couple days after his funeral, when she was in a better headspace, we had a talk. I mean, Lord knows it was a lot for us to discuss. I had to be real with her and let her know how I felt about everything that was going on. And in the same way, she kept it real with me. We had a good conversation. She apologized for everything that she did wrong. And I also apologized for where I went wrong. And after not really speaking to her for a really long time, we was finally able to rekindle things. And now that was finally off my conscience, it was time to get ready for that NFL Combine. First up, we had the 40-yard dash, and I'm feeling good about this. Y'all see the time, man, 4.37. A really good time. I don't know what I was expecting, but I was happy with that time. And that got me the number 6 spot on the leaderboard. Next, we have the bench press, and I'm not gonna lie, going into this, I was real confident too, just like I was at the 40-yard dash, knowing I had put that work in during training. Before you know it, I was at 17, 18, and I tapped out after 19 reps, which I was also content with, especially after they had me projected to get only 9 to 12. I beat everybody's expectations and was ranked number 9 on the leaderboard. I skipped the broad jump and went straight to the shuttle drill, which showcases the quickness. And once again, I was confident and I got a really good time that I was content with it being a 4.22. I did beat the expectations, but I was number 23 on the leaderboard. Next was the drills, and y'all already know I did my thing, going 7 for 8 and putting together a really good combine experience. Here it is, man, what we all been waiting for and what I've been working so hard for. A goal that me and my brother was both going to achieve. Sadly, only one of us were able to make it to this point. But hey, man, I know he's proud of me right now. So y'all see it, man. Drafted to the Tennessee Titans, paired up with Cam Morris, signing that $17.6 million contract. So there I was, moving to Nashville, Tennessee, embarking on my new journey. Know I've put in the work, man. I'm excited and I'm ready for this new season. Man, let's get into it.
Here in Denver, Colorado. Coming up, we're keeping things in the AFC.
First game of the season, we are up against Bo Nix and the Denver Broncos. Now look, man, this is my first NFL game. Of course, I got those nerves that are good to have, low-key. That just means we alive, man. I'm ready for this game. I'm ready for the whole season. Hey, Cam Ward must have heard I was a deep threat in college. He gonna lob it deep down the right side. But sadly, that one gets broken up. Defense must have came up big because we started off this drive in good field position. Him gonna hit me across the middle, and I pick up a gain of 10 on my first reception. Hey, look, man, it's the small things that matter. Look at the blocking by me. Freeing up my running back enough space to get into that end zone for a quick touchdown, tying this thing up. Denver goes down and scores a touchdown, making it 14-7. Up at a 2nd and 15, he gonna fire it out to me, and I nearly get that first down, brought down inches short. We're at the one, and we going for it. I got a corner route. Cam gonna throw my way, but I'm not able to hold on to it through the contact, giving the Broncos the ball. Down 7-21 with 25 seconds left in the second quarter. I'm bringing another catch for a nice game. Very next play, trying to get into field goal range. Cam's gonna hit me underneath for another decent game. Sadly, we don't get in field goal range, but we do get the ball back at the start of the third quarter. Make another big reception, nearly picking up that first. In the 3rd and 3, I'm not going to lie, he got to see that way quicker because defense makes a play on the ball and breaks it up. So we go for the long field goal, but somehow, man, we miss it. Luckily, they don't add to their lead, so the score is still 21-7 as I make another reception for a gain of 8. Going forward for a risky 4th and 2, but we get rewarded with that first down conversion. Lined up in the slot this time, Cam Ward's going to hit me across the right. I bring this one in, and I got a lot of space to work with. Kicking off for a huge gain, being brought out of bounds by the 20. Lined up in the slot again, he's going to hit me on the short little in route. At a 2nd and 10, I'm able to bring this one in, but only pick up a gain of 3. Tony Pollard will find his way into the end zone again for his 2nd touchdown, getting us back into this game. Denver still doesn't score, making it 21-14. Take a sideline grab, backed up in our own end zone, getting us close to that first down. We went 3 and out that last drive. They still didn't score. 2 minutes left at a 3rd and 3. This is a big 3rd down, and I'm able to convert it easily. Second play from the 2-minute warning. QB gonna find me in between the hashes for a nice reception. Another big 3rd down at a 3rd and 4. I'm coming up big again. He finds me across the middle when we get past that 30. Minute left in the game, trying to make a comeback. He gonna find me again for another nice catch. And then Cam Moore would drop back and throw an absolute dime to the tight end in the back of the end zone for a touchdown, tying this thing up. So we end up going into overtime. 2nd and 9, I got a go route, and I'm headed all the way down the field. He gonna lob it deep. I got to step on the defense. Chance to make a huge play, but I cannot hold on to it through the contact. Inside the 20 at a 2nd and 10, Cam Moore gonna deliver another dot to the end zone for another touchdown, giving us that lead in overtime.
The Titans go up by 6.
They go down and tie it up too. I got a deep out route. Cam gonna fire it out my way. I bring that one in and pick up a nice game. Get inside field goal range, but Madden is gonna do that stupid thing they do when they run out the clock real fast, and this winds up being a tie. At least we didn't take an L, man, but we could have easily won that if Madden didn't just run out the clock that quick.
After 4 quarters in overtime of evenly matched football, this game.
Why my first home game gotta be a rainy game? I don't know, but hey, man, we on the home turf for the 2nd game of the season, taking on the LA Rams, man. Let's get it. At a 2nd and 9, I'm starting this thing off wrong. I get called with a block in the back.
The field. So let's see about the call.
Before you know it, we facing the 3rd and 6. I got a whip route. QB gonna look my way. I bring this one in, get past that 40 before it being brought out of bounds. Coming across the right side of the field, Cam Ward's gonna look my way, but he throws it behind me. Backed up in our own end zone at a 2nd and 11, cutting across the field, he gonna throw it into triple coverage, and that gets picked off and sets them up in great field position.
QB gets his first touchdown pass. That's one you put
down through the zip in the second quarter, lined up inside the 30. I would catch my first touchdown pass of the game. And my first touchdown of my NFL career, man. This moment right here is big for me. I know I'm finna keep that ball.
A great effort there with his first career NFL touchdown.
LA don't score, so it remains 3-7. He not to the left. QB gonna throw a dot my way. I bring this one in and grab us that first.
And he goes out of bounds just shy of the 45.
A minute 30 left in the second quarter. He gonna find me wide open. I make a big reception, getting us past that 30 before being brought down.
And this is going to be another first down as the tackle's going to be made at the Rams' 24-yard line.
Coming back from the third quarter, the score is now tied 10-10. Finding me open on the right side of the field. He gonna deliver a dot. I make the catch, getting us right there at midfield.
And he'll be stopped right at midfield. Rookie to rookie.
Touchdown reception by Tony Pollard will make the score 17-10. They double teaming your boy, but I'm still able to bring this one in off of the comeback route.
And he will have a Titans first down as they're able to get the third down conversion.
Very next play off an out route. Cam gonna find me again on the left side of the field for another big game. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Freeing up on the right side of the field. I'm wide open for an easy walk-in touchdown. Scoring my second of my career and my second of the game, man. Let's get it.
A great play there with his second touchdown of the afternoon. And the
So we are able to put the LA Rams to rest with the final score being 24-10. I'm not gonna lie, man, already you can tell Tennessee Titans are a different team this year. Back-to-back home games, but also back-to-back rainy games, man. What's going on in Tennessee? But anyways, man, we feeling good coming off a win against the LA Rams. Now we're taking on the Indianapolis Colts. Second play of the game, going with a play action pass. He gonna find me on the right side of the field, slipping out of one tackle before being brought down past that 40. Before you know, we facing the 3rd and 7. I'm lined up in the slot. He gonna find me across the middle. I bring this one in, slipping out of one tackle, picking up that first down before being brought down.
And he's tackled with the first down yardage.
We went 3 and out that last drive, but so did the Colts. But attention to detail, man. Once again, look at my blocking. I don't make those blocks, then he not taking this all the way to the crib. Like, come on, man. I got to give me some credit. So the Colts go down and tie it up 7-7 at a 1st and 10. Zone defense is wide open across the middle. Cam delivers a dot my way for a huge gain.
And he's going to be brought down in enemy territory now at the 46. So a gain of 30 yards.
Backed up at a 2nd and 12 just outside the 30. He gonna find me again for another nice gain. And us at a 3rd and inches. We end up having to settle for a field goal, and the Colts go down and score, making it 10-14. Cam Ward gonna try to air it out deep to me. Can't make the grab in double coverage, but ref gonna throw that flag, and it's gonna be pass interference.
Incomplete. They may still get some big yards out of this one.
And after being set up in great field position, we do get a touchdown, taking that lead. Before you know it, we facing the 3rd and 12. I'm wide open across the middle. He gonna deliver another dot my way. We get that first down with ease, being brought down past the 40. We wouldn't score again, but it was enough to still come away with that win, with the final score being 17-14. Still technically undefeated. Hey, man, why y'all ain't tell me I forgot to tell y'all my stats after each game? But this game, man, I had 5 catches for 96 yards. 4th game of the season, we're back on the road against the Houston Texans. Feeling real good after taking another dub last week. DB don't know what he doing, man. Lined up offsides, we had to catch him lacking. Cam gonna deliver it over the top of his head. I bring this one in and make a huge gain. And even though that was offsides, man, we gonna decline it because I just made a huge play. Very next play, going with play action. Cam Ward gonna dish it out to me again for a quick gain of 6. Few plays later, I'm fading out to the corner of the end zone. He gonna lob it up. Looking to catch the first body of my NFL career, and I do at the corner of the end zone. What a nice catch, man. Touchdown. Scoring my 3rd of my NFL career.
A great effort there. His 3rd touchdown.
Like, just look at it, man. I got both feet in and everything. What a nice catch. Houston would go down and kick a field goal, making it 3-7. Cam Ward is going to try me deep again, but this one gets broken up. We went 3 and out that last drive, but so did the Texans. Cam going to find me across the middle, and even with the defense in my chest, I'm able to bring this one in for a nice game.
And he's taken down, but able to slip across the 35. Rookie to rookie on the hook up there.
Late in his 2nd quarter, down inside the 40, he going to find me across the middle for a nice completion.
Quickly here, and that's complete. And he'll be marked down right at the 20-yard line. 12 more yards there and another first.
20 seconds left in the half. Facing the 3rd and goal. I get wide open somehow with an easy touchdown completion.
Taken in for a Titans touchdown. A great play there as the first half is winding down.
2:40 left in the 3rd quarter. The score is now 14-9. We're still up. I will pick up another reception across the left side of the field, getting us right outside the 50. Before you know it, we facing the 3rd and 17. Lined up on the left side of the field, he gonna lob it deep my way, and I had a chance to bring this one in, but man, it gets broken up. I gotta lock in because these are catches I would have definitely made in college. Now the 4th quarter, on that next drive, he gonna lob it deep again. Had a step on the defense, but this one gets sailed over my head. I can't make the grab. A short little drag route coming all the way across the field. He gonna find me on the left side. Able to make something out of this one, taking off, getting us past that 30 before being brought out. We end up getting that win with the final score being 21-9 on the 3-game winning streak. I can't lie, man. We've been balling out. I finished the game with 8 catches for 136 yards and 2 touchdowns. Another away game. This time we are against the Arizona Cardinals. But hey, man, we coming off a 3-game winning streak, so we feeling better than ever. Arizona start off with a field goal, making it 3-0, going for an early 4th down. I'm able to make the easy grab for that first. Very next play, a deep ball across midfield will give me my 2nd reception of the game. And us inside the 10 before being brought down. Arizona goes up 10 to R7. He gonna find me across the middle again. Coming across the left side, I bring in a dot, getting us past midfield just like that.
Mooney. And they get this one across midfield to the 47-yard line.
Very next play looking very similar to the last one. He gonna find me across the left side again for another big game.
Connection made to Mooney. How about this one, too, to start the drive? Mark him off with a gain.
3 times in a row, back to back to back. I don't know how many times this route gonna work, but hey, we gonna keep doing it. I catch a beautiful ball at the corner of the end zone for my first touchdown of this game.
Touchdown Titans.
All week we're gonna...
Third quarter, the score is still 10 to 14. Cutting across the midfield again, man. Y'all see us working to perfection, getting us past that 50.
We'll bring him down on the other side of midfield. That catch number 40.
2nd and 7, lined up just outside of the 30. He gonna deliver a dot to a corner route, and I bring this one in for a nice game. Threatening to get inside that end zone, he gonna zip a pass between defenders, hitting me right in my chest for a nice game. Up 21 to 13, cutting this one back inside. He gonna deliver another dot my way. I bring this one up close to that 50.
Is caught. And that's gonna be a first down.
Lined up on the left side of the field at a 2nd and 10. 40 seconds left in the game. He gonna deliver a pass my way. Get this up past the 40. 4th and 1, and we go for it to put this game away. I'm wide open for a short completion, and just like that, man, this game is put to rest. So we were able to come out on top with the final score being 21 to 13. Going 4-0 is crazy, man. We haven't took a loss yet, but we did have that tie. Hey, man, we're looking good this season so far.
Yeah. Usame the mess, G5 by the jet. I'm about to catch, I double the bed. I'm in the stretch from south to the west. Where's the best? Get home with a check. He done fucked up, put some dough on his head. Came in, I done left the on the left. When it catch up like a motherfucking trend. Nigga tryna hide the drum on the stick on the side of switch. Call up a little pretty vibe, pull up and let her massage. Oh, that's your new ride, we whipping and swerving all kind of shit. Whipping and running, my little niggas pulling a gun and they hear what they trying to. I started running, we shooting rats right in their stomachs and leave them inside. Ain't nothing funny when you got a bread on the onion, don't look like you frying the bread. Hit her on Sunday, she still wanna ask me for money, she gon' end up dying. Got me some hundreds and still gotta keep it 100, cause these niggas counterfeit. We had the longest, good for bone cracks. It's out the road, just like a real nigga bouncing it back. Make sure your nose ain't wet. He fell a bit, them addicted to crack. I'm on my vision, bitch, check out my neck. All of my business, little bitches relax. She done got way too attached. Notice they might cut their waist as a snack. Heard your little homie got wet. We take a life, you ain't taking one back. You going under attack. Let the whole world know the babies is back. Nigga sit in the dash. Crippin' that back out 100-yard dash. Inside me the mess, G5 by the jet. I'm about to catch, I double the bed. I'm in the stretch, from south to the west. Where's the best? Get home with a check. He done fucked up, put some dough on his head. Came in, I done left the on the left. Run this catch up like a motherfucking tread.
What's the word, man? I know it's been a few weeks since y'all last seen me, but my NFL career's been going smooth. And here lately, I just been sticking to the same routine y'all saw at the start of this video. Now, while my life on the field has been nothing short of great, my personal life on the other hand, as y'all should know by now, it seems like I can never escape conflict. And well, once again, I found myself catching a flight back to Milwaukee. After receiving a call from my mom and hearing the shakiness in her voice, without hesitation, I hopped on that private jet and I was on my way to her. And when I landed, I took a black truck straight to my cousin's house, which is where my mom was staying for the meantime. And that's when she told me everything that was going on. Apparently, while she was out getting her hair done at the salon, she got a notification on her security system that somebody was trying to break into the crib. Now, even with me buying my mom a house on the nice side of town, growing up in Milwaukee, this wasn't surprising to me. I'm just glad that when I bought the house, I made sure to install the best security system out. And while knowing that somebody tried to break in wasn't a shock, it was the suspect that surprised me. Now, if y'all been watching this series, then y'all should know who this is from a couple episodes ago. His name is Tyron, Stack's son. Now, if y'all remember, I knew not to trust him the moment I seen him. And with him knowing where my mom lived and knowing that I'm in the NFL, I'm guessing he figured she would have a lot of money stashed in the crib. But anyways, man, that was the last straw for me. You know, most people fall in love with their hometown, but for me and my family, nothing good ever came out of Milwaukee. So I definitely made sure to go visit my brother's gravesite and update him on everything that's been going on. I let him know I made it to the NFL and that I'm living out our dreams. Told him all the awards I won in college. I ain't leave out no details. Simply because I know it's probably gonna be a long time before I get to pay him a visit again. Cause my mom will be moving in with me down here in Tennessee. And to be honest, I ain't really give her an option. I figure for both of our sanity, this will be the best move to make. That way, I ain't gotta keep flying back and forth and she ain't gotta worry about her house getting broken into. And she don't gotta be alone anymore. And while I was moving in all of her stuff, she was getting acquainted with my girl. Now this was her first time meeting her. Now I know it's probably not the best idea to have two grown women living in the same house, but I have a good feeling my mom's gonna love her cause my girl Nala helped me get through a rough time in my life. When I was in college, my mom used to keep me on the straight and narrow. But then that whole little incident happened with the car wreck and everything. So my last year in college, I wasn't even talking to my mom. If y'all been watching this series, then y'all know exactly why. But if y'all knew, then let's just say I felt like she put my whole football career at risk, all for her no good boyfriend. But yeah, since we wasn't talking, I went and found comfort in other places. So I would be out partying every night just about, getting sloppy drunk and sometimes crossfaded. Now this was unlike me because I was always a good kid growing up. But at this time of my life, I had fully lost myself. So yeah, I would spend my nights partying and then hit the gym extra early in the morning, trying to sweat it all out before my coach started to notice. And one of those mornings when I went to the gym, that's when I first seen her. And man, she was all that. Fat, P-H-A-T, pretty hot and tempting. As y'all can see, man, my eyes latched on and couldn't get off of her. So I knew that was something I had to pursue. And while my mom might have been on other things from the jump, she made it very clear that she was not like any other girl. Nah, man, she was someone I could actually confide in. Someone I could talk to about what was going on. So while I was spending my nights at the clubs and parties, she had us doing Bible studies together. And she helped turn my life back around and get things back on track. And so it became clear to me that she was definitely the one. But yeah, man, now that y'all are all caught up on what's been going on with my life, we still got a long season ahead of us. And now, knowing that my mom is here and safe, I can finally have some peace and I'm ready to go out there and dominate. 6th game of the season with an undefeated record and 1 tie. We got an away game against the Las Vegas Raiders. Now look, man, I seen last episode y'all was really excited with Cam Ward getting a true receiver 1. So hopefully we can keep this undefeated streak alive. Second play of the game, I cut this one back inside. Cam Ward found me for a short gain of 3.
On the run is complete.
So we don't score that first drive, but the Raiders do, as Ikubi gonna find me down the middle between the hashes for a nice gain.
Down the field, Mooney. And he's going to be brought down up past the 45.
Back-to-back big plays, man. Coming across the middle, he's going to find me again. This time picking up some yards after the catch being brought down in front of that 30.
And he'll be hauled down at about the 35-yard line.
Inside the 10 at a 2nd and 2, he's going to find me to get us at a 1st and goal. Game tie 7-7, backed up in our own end zone. Coming across to the right side of the field, he's going to deliver a dot my way, getting us past that 20. 2nd and 8, and I'm having a busy first half. Completing another pass being brought down at the 40.
And he'll be taken down up at the 40-yard line.
Again, cooking that Raiders secondary, sitting right there in the middle for another completion downfield, getting us just inside the 20.
His body is complete, and this takes him into the red zone. He's brought down inside the 20-yard line.
Very next play, Cam Ward gonna drop back and throw to the left side of the field, and that winds up getting intercepted. And man, to make things even worse, he gonna take this one all the way back to the crib for 6.
He's gonna bring this one back the distance.
Starting the second half, down a touchdown with the score being 7-14. Cam gonna deliver a pass my way, able to shake 1 tackle, but only pick up a gain of 5. Very next play, fading out to the right sideline. Get my hands on it, but wasn't ready for the contact. Winds up incomplete. Feeling risky, going for it. 4th and 5, man. He gonna find me across the middle for a short completion in that 1st down. Let's go. Ended up scoring that last drive, but missed the field goal, making it 13-14. Again, down the right side of the field, he gonna find me for a big reception, getting us past the 50.
To Mooney. And they will bring him down on the other side of midfield.
2nd and 2 off a short end route. He gonna find me again for a fresh set of downs.
There's that man again. Another catch. And they'll get him down after a...
We settle for a field goal the last drive, making it 16-14. And this one across the middle, he gonna find me open again for another nice chunk of yards.
And they get this one across midfield.
To the 3rd down at a 3rd and 6. Watch the release, man. I get wide open off the rip. He gonna deliver a dot my way, and I cruise my way into the end zone untouched. Scoring my first 6 of the game, man. Let's get it.
Touchdown. Importantly.
Mike, with that touchdown there, they're an extra point conversion from extending this lead to a 2-score game.
The Raiders went down and scored too, but we was able to nil out the clock and took that win with the final score being 23-21. And just like that, our undefeated streak continues.
As they remain unbeaten.
And I finished the game with 14 catches with a crazy 201 yards and that one touchdown I had. Feeling good after remaining undefeated, man. The 7th game of the season, we right back on home turf, taking on the New England Patriots. A long 2nd and 11, lined up in the slide off an hour. I will bring in my first reception of the game, putting us at a 3rd and inches. A few plays later, he's going to find me across the middle, deliver a dot my way. I pick up a few yards before being brought down. 2nd and 8, and off the release, I'm wide open across the middle, giving us a fresh set of downs and more. We end up having to settle for a field goal, so do the Patriots, tying in 3-3. One pass play to the tight end will get us our first 6 of the game as he take off for a huge highlight play.
He will score. Touchdown, Titans.
Just like that, we up 10-3 against the Patriots. Before you know it, we facing a long 3rd down. He gonna shoot it out my way, and I bring this one in for that first.
And he will have a Titans first down as they're able to get the
very next play, I got a comeback route. He's going to go my way again for a gain of 5 before being brought down. Facing a long 2nd down at a 2nd and 14, fading out to the right sideline. He's going to deliver an absolute dot. Very next play, continuing to work that right side of the field, I got a comeback route. I'm brought down as soon as I make the catch right outside the 20. So we did score again. Now the score is 17-3. At the start of the 3rd quarter, he's going to deliver a dot my way again for another nice completion.
And he'll be taken down, but not before they work it across midfield. Fresh out of the locker room, they hit him with a gain of over 20.
Absolutely cooking this drive, man. A few plays later, he's going to find me deep, coming across the left side of the field. Nobody in front of me, and I cruise my way into the end zone, scoring my first 6 of the game.
Titans. A great play there. 33 yards.
Patriots can't get nothing going, man. It's 24-3. We absolutely whooping them boys right now. Coming across the middle, he's going to find me open again for another huge gain, getting us up past that 50, nearly about a 40.
They give them 27.
Very next play, man. We're going to keep hitting them over the head if they're going to keep leaving that middle of the field wide open like that. And just like that, I eat up another chunk of that field.
Back-to-back receptions for him, and it's another first.
3-peat, man. He's going to hit me across the middle again for the 3rd time this drive. Getting us inside the 10. But all that work we just put in, man, he's going to go back there and fumble. Defense end up recovering it, just like last game. To make matters worse, man, he's going to take this one back to the crib. Scoring now 10-24. We start to move down that field, but without paying attention, I call for the ball. Now it winds up getting intercepted. 2 back-to-back turnovers, man. It's going downhill.
And the Patriots are right back in this football game. That time defensively,
but thankfully they do not score off an out route. Cam gonna connect with me for a huge reception to get us inside the 10.
And that's complete.
They score and we settle for a field goal, making it 27-17 off a whip route. He gonna hit me for a gain of 8. And we were able to nil out the clock to another victory with the final score being 27-14. It started to get a little shaky at the end, but we was able to hold on.
Yeah, just a tremendous.
It didn't seem like I had this much, but I ended up having 14 catches for 230 yards and a touchdown. 8th game of the season, we got an away game against the Indianapolis Colts, who actually have a pretty good 5-2 record. But as y'all know, man, we still undefeated and feeling real good. Off the rip, man, they scored a touchdown on their first offensive possession. And on their first defensive possession, they end up getting an interception, man. What's going on? That was the first throw of the game.
And they take possession of the football and have it at the 36-yard line. So already trailing.
Colts already up 14-0. He facing a 3rd and 8, not complete this for that first down.
From Ole Miss. And he will have a Titans first down as they're able to get the 3rd down conversion.
2nd quarter now, we still haven't done much. We scored a field goal. It's to hit me deep over the middle. He gonna underthrow it. Maybe he got hit or something. I ain't see it, but it winds up getting intercepted again.
What a return as he brings this all the way back down to the 20-yard line.
We now go down 21-3 with seconds left in the half. On the right sideline, he gonna deliver a dot my way. I bring this one in at the 30. Very next play off a short inside slant. He gonna deliver my way for a quick gain of 6. Instead of the field goal, we go all in, being greedy, and don't get that touchdown. And that's the half. Starting off the 3rd quarter, down 21-3, and Ward is going to throw another interception, and I can't believe what I'm seeing. Of course, he got another good return out of it. 4th quarter now, the score is 35-3, man. This is embarrassing. Yeah, I bring in a nice deep ball, but, man, it don't even really matter at this point.
He'll go down, but not before getting this inside the 30.
Back-to-back with the same exact play, man. We're able to capitalize off of it again. Deliver another dot my way and we get into that end zone, but still it's too late.
Touchdown number 8 on the... And the Titans are finally into the end zone here in this fourth quarter. Coaches must...
So, yeah, man, we get absolutely demolished against the Colts with the final score being 10-42. It's crazy we could go undefeated and take our first loss like this.
And partner, I have no idea what the top speed is.
Now finish this game with 5 catches for 100 yards and a touchdown. We definitely got something to prove from last week's loss, man. We got demolished, as y'all just seen, man. But we right back on home turf for the 10th game of the season. This time taking on the LA Chargers. Chargers start this one off with a field goal off a whip route. I will bring in my first reception of the game for a gain of 5. Don't score on that last drive. Chargers don't either as I bring in a short reception, putting us at a 3rd and 7. Very next play, I get open across the middle and I burn him over the top. Cam Moore throws an absolute dot, getting us close to midfield.
He's got it. And he'll be taken down up past the 40-yard.
Before you know it, man, Cam Moore ends up fumbling and the defense recovers. They go down and add a field goal, making it 6-0. Not gonna lie, I did not see that safety at first, so I called for it. But I'm glad I did because it ended up being the pass interference.
As it winds up incomplete, but no doubt there was...
Flipping sides of the field just like that, and on that first down play, fading to the right side of the field, he's going to deliver a dot, and I cruise my way into the end zone, scoring my first 6 of the game.
He will score! Touchdown, Tennessee. Touchdown number 9 for the year.
The tricky part, Mike, that transition from receiver to runner, and in this case, he does it flawlessly. Look the ball in, secure.
20 seconds left in the half, at least trying to get this thing in the field goal range. I'm able to get it up past the 30. Coming back from halftime, the score is now 9-7. With an out route, Cam Moore's going to look my way, and it winds up getting intercepted. Chargers go up 16 to our 7. At a 2nd and 10, I'll pick up a gain of 8 off an in route. I end up on the outside, just step off the release, so I put my hand in the air, call for it, make an insane catch, holding on to it through the contact, man. Stop playing. Don't that remind y'all of my Ole Miss days?
He had their lone touchdown of the game earlier.
Like, just look at it, man. What a catch. Just inside the 40, facing the 3rd and 10, I got a deep in route. He gonna look my way. Able to thread the needle to me. I bring this one in and get loose, get into that end zone, but there is a flag on the play, so we got to look at that.
And he's gonna take it into the end zone. It's a touchdown. There is a penalty marker down, but it looks like this one.
Pass interference. Defense.
So that one's on the defense, man. We definitely declined it. Just like that, man, I scored my 2nd touchdown of the game. Down 2 now with the score being 14-16. I got an out route. He going to look my way, and I bring this one in. Just had a 2nd and inches. Facing the 3rd and 10, I got a go route. He going to look my way. I bring this one in, but somehow lose control of it. I don't know how, man. I just lost it when I hit the ground.
To get in there, make things difficult defensively.
Just so y'all can see, man, I did not have control of it when I hit the ground. Luckily, they don't score, man. There's 2 minutes left in the 4th quarter. Fading out to the right sideline. Make a nice contested grab. First play coming back from the 2-minute warning. Pick up a quick gain of 4 yards. Before you know it, we facing a 4th down with a minute left in the game. Wide open for the first down, but how in the world does he miss me, man? He throws it just behind me. So that right there is game. After going on an undefeated streak, man, we take 2 losses back-to-back, with the final score being 16-14. And we got to figure out something. We got to get something clicking. But hey, man, I did all I could this game, finishing with 11 catches for 182 yards and 2 touchdowns. 10th game of the season, man, after taking 2 losses back-to-back, unexpected losses at that. We are right back on the home turf. And don't get me wrong, man, we still feel confident. We're ready to come out here and get that win. Going up against the Houston Texans with a 3-6 record right now.
What do they say about...
We start this game off in good field position. At a 3rd and 9, I get open off the release and catch my first touchdown pass of the game.
Touchdown, Tennessee. The Titans get a perfect start. They've gone up 6-0.
It's an old adage, but it's a true adage.
The Texans will go down and tie this thing up, making it 7-7. He gonna hit me across the left side of the field. At a 3rd and 9, picking up that first.
He's taken down, but not before he gets this one at the 41.
Lined up on the far left side of the field off the in route. He gonna hit me. Got some open space to work with. I pick up some extra yards before being brought down outside the 20.
24 before he stopped. They pick up 14 yards on that one, and the Titans have a first.
Before you know it, we had a 3rd and goal. Fading out to the left. He gonna lob in my way, but that gets broken up.
Incomplete on 3rd and goal. Took his shot at 6 that time.
But on that 4th down, he's able to connect with the tight end for a touchdown.
The Titans
Houston goes down and ties it again with the score being 14-14. He's going to find me across the middle for another nice chunk of yards.
And they will finally catch up to him just a second before he could reach that 40. That's an 11-yard pickup, and it gives them the first down.
10 seconds left in the second quarter, trying to get deeper in the field goal range. He's going to hit me. I get wide open, make a cut, getting past that 20.
He's going to take it home. He's down to the 16-yard line.
Up 17-14 to start off the second half. He's going to deliver down my way off a whip route, put a slip one tackle, and pick up a gain of 5. Threatening, but facing a 3rd and 9. He's going to find me on the left side of the field, deliver a dot to get us inside the 10.
And he's going to have enough for the first down, not by much, but he got it. That's all that matters. Sets him up with a 1st and goal.
3rd and goal inside the 10, cutting out to the right. Then we're going to deliver a beam my way, and we get my second touchdown of the game.
The Titans push their lead further to start the half. I should know this by now, Brock. I don't know if you're a Broadway guy, but there's a lot of names that belong on the playbill for this lead we've got.
Broadway guy. And with 2 scores now, it's what, a 2-score game? Yep. Easy to see he's been one of the key actors throughout.
Appreciate the honesty.
Up 24-14, backed up in our own end zone. Had to backtrack to bring this one in on an out route. Nearly got that safety, but they gave me 4 progression. Houston went down and scored, but when we got the ball back, we just nailed out the clock and took that win with the final score being 24-21. Man, I'm glad we got a win, so hopefully we can keep things going back in the right direction. Because taking those 2 back-to-back losses was crazy, especially after going undefeated for 7 games straight. Another good day for me with 9 receptions for 102 yards and 2 touchdowns. Hey, Reem, we gotta talk.
Talk about what, boy? You don't see I got company around?
Nah, I see that, but like, I can't push it off no more. Look, with everything inside that bag, I'm pretty sure that's enough to pay you back for everything you did for me. And don't get me wrong, I appreciate you looking out for me after all these years, but man, I gotta get out of here. I got goals I'm trying to achieve and dreams I want to chase, but this ain't doing nothing but holding me back. So I'm just asking, is this enough for you so I can walk away from it all?
You can't do it no more. After everything I done did for you. If it wasn't for me taking care of your ungrateful self, you'd probably be homeless right along with your crackhead mama. But now you want to leave. Look, I tell you what, this should be enough money to buy you some time, but you must have forgot I was taking care of your mama too, not just you. So I just feel like I deserve a little bit more than what you giving me.
You ever feel like no matter how far you try to go, something always gonna have a hold on you? Like you can run from it, you can change, you can do everything right, but it's still right there behind you. Well, my name is Nasir St. Brown, and unfortunately, that's my life. And that bag I dropped on the table, that wasn't just money, that was everything. Everything that I believe would finally let me walk away from all of it. But where I come from, freedom ain't something you could just buy. Not like that. See, I grew up in St. Louis, Missouri, in the project. The kind of place where you hear sirens so much that it starts to sound normal. The kind of place where everybody either trying to make it out or already gave up on trying. My mom, Candace, she was there, but not really there, you know? Some days she would look at me like she knew exactly who I was, and other days it was like I ain't even exist. She was fighting something that I ain't understand back then, but I do now. Addiction don't just take a person, it takes everything around them too. But my pops, Marlon, he made sure I ain't feel all that as much as I should've. Now, he wasn't perfect, I knew what he was involved in. Even as a kid, I wasn't dumb, but when it came to me, he was everything a father was supposed to be. He would take me out a couple times a month we could afford it, bowling and watching football. You know, just simple stuff, but to me, it was the best thing in the world. I used to sit there watching those games, watching the running backs break through defenses, hearing the crowd going crazy, and he would always tell me that I was built for something bigger. And I didn't really understand what he meant back then, I just knew I liked hearing it. And then one night, everything changed. I remember the noise first, shouting, running, then gunshots, loud, too loud. I looked out and I seen him, my pops, laying there. And just like that, everything he was trying to protect me from came rushing in at once. Man, the night he passed away, I felt like I had lost everything. Cause not only was he the biggest role model in my life, he was the pillar of the family, keeping everybody together. So losing him was detrimental to everybody that knew him. After that, it was just me and my mom, and she was still fighting her own battles. And maybe even harder now, so I had to figure out things quicker than I was supposed to. And that's when they stepped in, the same people my pops used to run with. And at first, it felt like they was helping, making sure we had food, making sure the lights stayed on, and the bills were paid. They would even give me new clothes and shoes for school sometimes. And when you a kid going through all that, you don't even question it, you just appreciate it. But nothing in that world came free, and eventually they made it clear. I remember OG Reem calling me over one day, looking at me like he already knew what I was gonna say before I even opened my mouth. He told me straight up, "We've been taking care of you and your mama, so now it's your turn." And I ain't had no real choice. It wasn't like I could say no and still expect everything to be okay. So I stepped into something that I wasn't never meant to be a part of. I was young, too young, out there on the block doing things I didn't really understand, just knowing I had to do it in order to keep things together. And every day felt like I was drifting further away from who my pops thought I could be. Then high school came, and for the first time in a long time, something felt different. Football. At first it was just an excuse to stay out the mix and be away from my environment for a few hours, but then I began to feel something while I was out there. Like maybe this is what my pops was talking about, and maybe I really was meant for something bigger. And Coach Daniels, he saw it before I did. He stayed on me, pushed me, talked to me like I mattered, like I had a future that wasn't tied to where I came from. And I wanted to believe him, I really did, but the streets don't care about what you believe in, they care about what you owe. And when that bread started coming up short because I was at practice instead of on the block hustling, oh, they made sure I understood that. I remember getting jumped just for trying to do something different and better myself, and still showing up to practice the next day like nothing ever happened. But Coach, he wasn't blind. He just kept asking me what was wrong, kept pressing me, and eventually I broke. I told him everything. I thought I was finally letting somebody help me, but I ain't know it was gonna cost him his life. See, without me knowing, he went to the block, he tried to talk to him, he tried to buy me out the game, he tried to do exactly what I would end up doing later. But they ain't care about the money that day. They wanted pure control. They wanted to remind everybody what happens when you try to step away, and he just happened to be the one who paid for it. And I still think about that moment, how one decision changed everything again. That was the first time I felt real anger. Not even at them, but at God. Like, why show me a way out and put somebody in my life that believed in me just to take them away like that? And after that, everything felt different. Police came around asking questions, trying to get names, but I already knew how that went. Where I'm from, you don't say a word, so I didn't. And somehow, that earned me respect. And OG Reem looked at me different after that, like I proved something to him. And he told me that I could keep playing football, like it was some kind of reward. So I took that and ran with it, literally. Every game, every play, I went harder. Not just for me, for my coach, for my pops, for everything I lost. And eventually, people started noticing. Schools started calling, offers started rolling in, and for the first time, it felt real. Like I was really getting close to leaving all that behind. And then I turned 18, and my mom, she wasn't the same person anymore. She was clean, present, actually there. She gave me this box and told me my pops left it for me. He made her promise that in case something happened to him, she wouldn't give it to me until the day I turned 18. I opened it, and inside was the most money I had ever seen in my life. Money he had been saving for me, probably hoping I would use it in the right way. And in that moment, I thought this was the answer. I thought it was it. I thought it was my way out. So I took all of it, every dollar, and brought it straight to OG Reem. Dropped it on the table, looked him right in his eyes, and for the first time in my life, I thought I was in control. I thought I could finally walk away from him, but the way he looked at me, the way he laughed, that's when I realized something I probably should have known the whole time. This ain't something you can just pay your way out of. Not when they already feel like they own you. Not when your whole life been tied to them. So now I see different. This ain't just about getting out anymore. This is about becoming something big, so undeniable that they can't touch me, can't control me, they can't hold me back. And the only way I know how to do that is through football. So yeah, I'm chasing greatness now. Not just for dreams, but for survival. Cause where I'm from, you don't just leave, you earn your way out. So I ended up committing to Eastern Michigan in hopes of making this a reality. First game of the season, y'all boys, and as y'all know, we coming into this season with a goal. Yeah, man, we trying to get a big name so eventually those NIL deals start rolling in and I can take care of my family and put us in a better situation. I ain't got no choice but to perform to my best so I can make that a reality. But as y'all can see, man, first game of the season, we were on the road against Texas State.
Can't wait to get this started.
Very early in the game, we end up facing the 3rd and 6. I'm lined up in the slot. Step on the defense, QB gonna throw it over his head, and we make that catch, getting us that first down.
Made a quick tackle. They might pump that throw and then hit.
The very next play, I would get my first handoff for the game, only going for 4 yards. After getting hit with a penalty, we backed up at a 2nd and 11. I'm able to break a few tackles and get us down at a 3rd and inches. This first drive goes to disaster. On the 3rd and inches, he gonna toss it, but the terrible toss winds up being fumbled. We recover it, but at a 4th and 12. Second quarter now, the score is now 3-0, going with the outside handoff. And as y'all can see, man, off the rip, I got a whole lot of green grass, spinning out of a tackle, making 2 more, and somehow I'm able to stay on my feet and keep that balance. That's why the weight room is important, man. Tighten my way into the end zone, scoring my first touchdown of my college career, and the first touchdown of the game. Let's go. Texas State still doesn't get anything on the board as I get set up with some great blocks, breaking off for a nice game before being brought down at the 40. Getting this drive going, he gonna give me a handoff. I cut it up through the middle, bursting straight through that A-gap, taking defenders out their shoes before being brought down in the red zone. Very next play, running into the back of my blocker, bouncing into the outside, man, peep the balance, breaking through tackles, being brought down inside the 5. 2nd and inches, starting this one off in motion, sneaking into the flat. We connect with an easy pass and completion, cruising my way into the end zone, scoring my 2nd touchdown of the game.
And now this offense building that lead. It's still
3rd quarter now, we remain up 17-0. Looking like this was going to get stopped short. I'm able to slip my way out of those tackles, getting past midfield and breaking off for a nice play. And that very next play, cutting this one on the inside, taking off through that B-gap, picking up some big yards before being brought down for another gain of around 12. Dang near putting his job together myself, man, cutting out into the flat. QB goes my way, I hit him with something nasty. Put him on the ground and I take off for a nice gain, getting us around the 20. Down inside the red zone at a 3rd and goal, I would cruise my way into the end zone, going untouched for my 3rd touchdown of the game. So we would end up taking a win in our first game of the season with the final score being 34-7. As y'all seen, man, I completely balled out this game. If I keep this up, man, ain't no telling where we're going to be at. I finished the game with 15 carries for 159 yards and 3 touchdowns and 66 receiving yards. Game number 2 on the season, but the first home game of the season, man. After coming off a win, we feel good coming into this one. My first time being in front of that home crowd on this great field. Hey, man, I'm feeling good. For the second game of the season, we are up against an FCS school. My first handoff for the game comes out at 2nd and 8. I end up getting caught up on my blocker, and I'm brought down after a gain of 7. But I get the ball right back on that 3rd and 3, and I'm able to pick up the first down. Lined up inside the 20 at a 2nd and 1, following my blocker, cutting this one inside, getting us down inside the 5. In that very next play out of 1st and goal, they're going to leave the ball in my hands, and I go into the end zone untouched, scoring my first touchdown of the game.
What a luxury for an offense to have. The ability.
First play of this next drive, and I can't lie, man. I can't wait till I get more shifties. This should have low-key been a house call. I'm able to slip the tackle, but I'm brought down past the 30. And look, man, this play do not need to be called no more. It's the 2nd game in a row that he did the same thing. I don't know if I'm in the wrong spot or he just don't know how to toss it. But after hitting the receiver deep, we lined up at a 3rd and goal. QB going my way on the screen, and I'm able to cruise my way into the end zone, scoring my 2nd touchdown of the game. Up 14-0, but starting this one off backed up in our own end zone. But as y'all can see, all that gray grass in front of me, ain't nobody finna lay a finger on me as I make my way to the end zone, scoring my 3rd touchdown of the night, my 2nd rushing touchdown, making a complete house call. After that last touchdown, the offense got pretty stagnant. As y'all can see, they caught up with the score being 14-21, down 1 touchdown, as I make another nice run. Starting this one off in motion and sneaking out into the flat. QB goes my way. I bring this one in. Got a lot of space to work with, hitting the spin move, breaking out of a tackle before it being popped right in front of the 30.
That's why this guy is such a weapon in this offense.
2 halfback look, and I'm set up with some great blocking on the outside handoff. Looking like we finna make another house call, getting past that 10, and diving my way into the end zone, scoring another touchdown. 40 seconds left in the 3rd quarter, and I currently got 186 rushing yards. As y'all can see, I just easily made that past 200, being brought down at the 30. First play of the 4th quarter, starting this one off in motion, lined up at a 3rd and goal. They gonna leave the ball in my hands, and I put it into this drive, taking him out his shoes and making my way into the end zone, scoring. I don't even know how many touchdowns that is, but I've been balling out.
Have your yourself a day, young fella. You know,
and just like that, we will grab our second win of the season with the score being 35-14. Now, as y'all just witnessed, man, your boy balled out, finishing this game with 229 rushing yards off of 23 attempts and 5 touchdowns, averaging 10 yards per carry. Oh yeah, I was on one this game. And after that performance, I ended up winning the MAC Offensive Player of the Week, along with the National Offensive Player of the Week, man. Stop playing. Third game of the season, and we right back on the road, taking on an SEC team, being the Kentucky Wildcats. As y'all know, we are currently 2-0, so it don't matter if they in the SEC or not, man. We feel good going into this one. They start the game off with a field goal lead. At a 2nd and 9, I'll get my first handoff, which is sniffed out. Going right back to me at a 3rd and 12, and this one gets stopped short too. I had to lock in for the second drive. In the very first play, I'm set up with some great blocks, and I get a free run straight to the end zone, scoring my first touchdown of the game. They would go down and kick in another field goal, making it 6-7. As I take off through the C gap, spinning out of a few tackles before being brought down in front of the 30. Going right back to me the very next play on the outside handoff. Look at how good the blocking is, man. Taking that boy out of his shoes, being brought down inside the red zone. Stop playing with me. A few plays later, at a 2nd and goal, he gonna give it to me in the flat, and I cruise my way into the end zone, scoring my second of the night.
The thought process by the quarterback here on this play. Nobody open in the end zone. Find your check down.
30 seconds left in the half, up 14-6 against Kentucky. Snatcher ankles being brought down in front of the 50. First drive of the third quarter, leaving it with an inside handoff. Got some space to work with, cutting this one back inside, being brought down after a good game. And I cannot believe I almost forgot to show y'all, man. We are playing on Heisman difficulty as always. After putting the drive together, we end up facing the 3rd and 11, and they sniffed this one out, being brought down for a loss. But they do not go down and score, so the score remains 14-6 as the QB goes my way in the flat, spinning out of one tackle, breaking another, being brought down past midfield. Look, y'all boys, this is why balance is so important. Taking the handoff to the left, bouncing off of those tackles and cutting it back to the right, spinning out of tackles and breaking multiple tackles, being brought down in front of the 20. We went down and kicked a field goal. Fourth quarter now, and the score is 17-6. I would juke another defender out his shoes and take off for a nice run. A few plays later, at a 2nd and 3, going with another inside handoff, bouncing into the outside, taking defenders out their shoes and slipping tackles before being brought down right in front of the 20.
Really nice run there. And that's the challenge for this defense, man. It starts to get later in the ball game.
Facing the 3rd and 1, but I got my mind focused on 6, lowering my pass, running straight through him, being brought down at the 1. A few plays later, I'm coming out the backfield and sneaking to the back of the end zone with nobody there to stop me, and I make an easy catch, and us up another touchdown against Kentucky. And just like that, man, we will remain undefeated with the score being 24-13, coming into the home of an SEC team and making it happen, man. I had a good game also, finishing with 171 rushing yards off of 24 attempts and 3 touchdowns. And I also had 39 receiving yards. And that performance will win me the MAC Offensive Player of the Week. Stepping out into our 4th game of the season, rocking that all black, man, that y'all look clean. But anyways, man, 4th game of the season, we right back on the home turf, going up against the Louisiana Raging Cajuns. They started off with the ball but did not score. Very first play of our first drive, I'm cutting it upfield, getting loose off the rip and being brought down past midfield, man. Let's go. Putting a fast drive together, man. A few plays later, I'm going to take this one up through the middle. I keep my feet moving and break through multiple tackles before being brought down inside the 10. Tight end will score our first touchdown of the game. Louisiana does not score. First play of our next drive, as y'all can see, I get loose for a nice gain. Last play of the first quarter with 4 seconds left, I'm going to run it straight through the defender and find my way into the end zone, scoring my first touchdown of the night. Backed up in our own end zone, facing the 3rd and 16, leaving the ball in my hands, but I'm not able to get enough, just brought down inches short. 50 seconds left in the half, up 14-0, but backed up in our own end zone again. Pick up a gain of 5. In the very last play of the half, with 2 seconds left on the clock, I get set up with some great blocks. I hit the outside, and I catch a burst of speed that the defense is not able to keep up with, making my way into the end zone for a huge touchdown house call, man. Stop playing. This is what I do. Up 21-0 in the 3rd quarter. We keep on starting drives backed up in our own end zone, but I'm able to fight my way towards a nice gain of 9. Starting to put a nice drive together. Going with an inside handoff, I'm able to fight my way for a gain of 6. And we end up going 4-0 on the season with the final score of this one being 34-14. We came out here and did exactly what we were supposed to do. I balled out, finishing this game with only 17 rushing attempts for 189 yards and 2 touchdowns. rivalry matchup on the 5th game of the season at an away game against Central Michigan. But I ain't gonna lie, I have been balling out here lately, so I'm definitely not worried going into this game. But to my surprise, my first handoff gets shut down after a short gain of 3 yards. We end up facing the 3rd and 4. Coming out the backfield, the QB looks my way, and I easily pick up that first down. Now, y'all boys know how this play been looking for us here lately, but we finally able to make it work, picking up a gain of 9 before stepping out of bounds. We done put a nice drive together. Now it's time to put a cap on it with an outside handoff. Ain't nobody there to stop me as I cruise my way into the end zone, scoring my first touchdown of the night. Central Michigan does not go down and score. Backed up a few yards at a 2nd and 12, I'm able to pick up a gain of 10. And I ain't gonna lie, against Central Michigan, every time it look like I have a chance to get loose, they be right there swarming me, able to make the tackle. Very next play coming out the backfield, I honestly don't know who he was throwing to, but I make the catch, taking him out of his shoes before being brought down past the 30. We only score a field goal that last drive, and they go down and score a touchdown, making it a 3-point game. But as y'all can see, I get loose, even him stuck with a spin move and being brought down past midfield. Let's go.
But they finally get him to the turf at the 47.
Putting together a nice drive at a 2nd and 2. I'm coming out the backfield again, and I'm looking like a receiver this game, low-key picking up some good yards on the ground.
All the way down to the 25-yard line, they move the sticks. It's first down.
And that very next play, going with an outside handoff, catching the burst of speed through the C gap, lowering my pads and being brought down inside the 10.
He'll get that one all the way down to the 4-yard line before he steps.
We will go down and score a touchdown, making it 17-7 with a minute left in the 2nd quarter as I take off for a nice run up the middle. Coming out the backfield again, this time taking off down the left sideline. I'm not gonna lie, man, it was a dumb decision to call for the ball. QB throws my way and it winds up getting intercepted. Luckily, they do not go down and capitalize. The score remains 17-7 as I hit the right outside, spinning away from defenders and being brought down right in front of midfield.
To the 45-yard line, and that'll be a first down.
Moving down that field pretty quick. QB's leaving it in my hands off an inside handoff as I pick up a quick gain of around 12.
This offense, they move the chains, and he's got it at the 34.
Another good run, man. He has been.
We don't do nothing on that last drive. Late in the 3rd quarter now, going with the inside handoff, lowering my pass, running straight through the defense for a nice gain. Before you know, we end up facing the 3rd and goal, faking the handoff and dishing it off to me. Able to hold on to it and break the tackle and find my way into the end zone, adding another 6 to our lead against Central Michigan. Late in the 4th quarter, and this one is pretty much wraps with the score being 31-15. I make another highlight play being brought down in front of the 30. Up big, but still trying to find the end zone, going with the inside handoff, taking that boy out his shoes, being brought down inside the 20. So we don't add to the lead, but we end up taking that win with the score being 31-15. And just like that, Eastern Michigan is 5-0 undefeated, man. What a good start to this season. And as y'all witness, man, I put on another good performance, finishing this game with 24 rushing attempts for 224 rushing yards and 2 touchdowns and 81 receiving yards.
Bragging rights for a whole year.
I made it from nothing, no turn into something from nothing, yeah. Made it through property, on our minority, you never start. Hop on the jet on my property and fly away. Fly, fly, fly away. Call me a president, yeah. Straight out the trenches, yeah. My niggas can't win me, yeah. The richest, the richest, the richest, yeah. Rich niggas on seats, yeah. All of these can't win it, yeah. All them over get can't beat it, yeah, yeah, yeah. I try to fight temptation. Top Gun is on vacation. I'm not trying to hurt nobody. Count up the merchants, I promise some pressure. Give you some gain and slow motivation. We need the gas, head in the place, switch up the swag.
If y'all tapped into the first episode, then you already know. This is way deeper than just my love for the game. I mean, yeah, I'm chasing my dream, but I'm also doing this for my pops, for my coach, but most importantly, to put my mom and myself in a better situation. But as most of y'all know, I'm tied into something that I never planned on being a part of. And like y'all just seen in the intro, OG Ream makes sure I never forget that. Every chance he gets, he reminds me that I'm still in the game, and I owe him. Coming into this season, I thought if I performed well enough, those NIL deals would start rolling in, and that's how I would pay off my debt. But now we 5 games in, I'm putting up crazy numbers, leading the nation in rushing yards as a freshman, clearly the best player on the team, and still nothing. I mean, I get it. I'm playing in the MAC conference at Eastern Michigan. It might take some time for people to start noticing, but I ain't had no time, and I couldn't just sit around waiting. I had to start stacking up now. So I picked up a job at Wingstop a few blocks from campus. Balancing the job, school, and football, that's a lot, but I had no choice. I had to make it work, and of course the money wasn't crazy, but something's better than nothing. And one day during my shift, this dude I had seen around campus walked in. We had talked a couple times, but I didn't really know him like that. I just knew he had money. He was rocking designer everything, chains, driving a geeked up Beamer. I figured he was just a rich kid living off his dad. But that night, I found out how he really got it. First thing he said to me was, "Yo bro, what you doing working for what? 13 an hour? Nah, let me put you on some real money plays." Then he told me how much he makes in a month, and I ain't even gonna lie, I was hooked. And not cause I'm greedy, but cause I knew that kind of money could fix everything back home. Then he broke it down to me, and long story short, he was selling. And yeah, I knew I shouldn't, but thinking about my situation, thinking about my family, I gave in. Plus, it's not like this is new to me. Because the OG Ream, I had already been exposed to stuff I had no business being involved in. So I got right to it. There I was, risking my education, my football career, everything. But in my mind, I felt like it was worth it. Especially when I saw what I had made in just that first week alone. Man, I learned quick. College students will spend anything for what they call a good time. And they all had their reasons. Some were stressed from school, some just wanted to party, and some just wanted to relax. But honestly, that wasn't my concern. As long as I was getting paid, that's all that mattered. Now my dog Chase, he was moving way more than I was comfortable with. But me, I kept it light, just selling gas. And even then, I was making more money than I ever had. Now I know some of y'all watching might be disappointed, and others probably understand why I'm doing what I'm doing. But don't get it twisted, I'm still locked in on the main goal. I'm still grinding, still dominating on that field, still waiting for that NIL money to come in. This right here, it's just temporary. I've been staying focused with practice, film, and everything. So hopefully, I can keep performing the way I have been.
Circles the wagons.
Currently undefeated with a 5-0 record going into our 6th game of the season against the Buffalo Bulls. Now, as I mentioned earlier, I've been balling out all season so far. Hopefully, I can just lock in and keep that same momentum going. First handoff for the game comes at a 2nd and 11. Terrible blocking by my outside receiver, but I'm able to bulldoze my way through the defense, fighting to get past that first down mark. A deep touchdown pass will get us our first 6 of the game, and Buffalo will go down and get a field goal as I take off for a nice run. Outside handoff at a 2nd and 10, completely getting him off me. Receiver holding his block this time, and I take off with a whole lot of green grass in front of me. Ain't nobody gonna catch up to me as I make my way into the end zone, scoring my first 6 of the game. Up 14-3 with 20 seconds left in the first quarter. I'm able to pick up a quick gain of 10. Now in the second quarter, Buffalo went down and kicked another field goal, making it 6-14. As I take the direct snap and pick up a nice gain out of this one. Now in the third quarter with a 17-6 lead, taking the handoff up the gut. And like I said last episode, man, peep the balance. Being able to break through all those tackles, stay on my 2 feet. And now it's a foot race to the end zone, and I'm going to beat them every time, scoring my 2nd touchdown of the game. And y'all probably a little skeptical after that play, but we are playing on Heisman. Now with a 24-6 lead, I'm right back at it, taking the defender out his shoes before being brought down for a gain of 12. Just outside the 20, taking the outside handoff. Not gonna lie, it was looking like a house call at first, but I ended up being brought down right outside the 10. We added on a field goal on that last drive, making the score 27-6. First play of the fourth quarter, I'm breaking off for another huge play, man. A lot of green grass in front of me, and once again, I capitalized, scoring my 3rd touchdown of the game. Up 41-13 with 30 seconds left in the fourth quarter. I'm not taking my foot off the gas, leaving him in the dirt and diving into the end zone, picking up my 4th touchdown of the game.
Another touchdown.
Obviously, we got that win with the final score being 48-13. It wasn't even a contest. I just had a breakthrough game, finishing with 345 rushing yards off of 21 attempts and 4 touchdowns, averaging 16 yards a carry. I've never heard of that. But if I wasn't already on the maps, I know this game definitely put me on there. And after that performance, I was notified that I had set the new single-game rushing yards record, also winning me the MAC Offensive Player of the Week, along with the National Offensive Player of the Week. On a home turf for the 7th game of the season, feeling good after dominating Buffalo, we are up against NIU. 2nd and 10 coming out in the flat, he gonna throw my way. Going heads up against a safety, and I have not been able to complete a single hurdle all season. But that very next play with an inside handoff, I'm taking off through that C-gap, and I got a whole lot of space in front of me. Kick it in the second gear, and I take off, scoring my first touchdown of the night.
You just simply can't say enough.
But after that touchdown run, I ain't been able to really get nothing going. The defense been there. Starting to put a drive together, slowly but surely being set up with some great blocks. I eat up a chunk of that field before being brought down. 2nd and 4, taking another inside handoff. Again, being set up with some great blocking, and y'all see I'm able to make do. Diving into the end zone, scoring my second touchdown of the game. Up 17-3 with 30 seconds left in the half. Backed up at a long 3rd and 11. And I'm able to get past that first down plus more, but it's getting called back due to holding.
Brought down, but there's a flag on the field.
First play of the third quarter, the score still remains 17-3 as I pick up a big gain off the rip. Few plays later, backed up at a 2nd and 12, going with a screen pass. Everybody picking up their blocking assignment. I'm able to cut through and find a lot of open space, spinning out of a few tackles before being brought down past the 30.
Past the first down marker, and a really nice job to set up that screen and move the sticks.
The defense is
Putting together a nice drive, and y'all can't lie, I do be getting shifty sometimes, man. Putting him on the ground, picking up a quick gain of 7. And that very next play, sneaking into the flat, the QB's gonna go my way. Again, spinning away from the defense and fighting my way into the end zone, scoring another touchdown. Up 24-6 with 4 minutes left in the fourth quarter. 3rd and 7, I easily convert that first down off a quick passing completion, being brought down inside the red zone. Few plays later, at a 2nd and goal, taking the handoff and bouncing it to the outside. I go untouched into the end zone, adding another 6 to the lead. I would end up getting on that board again, and we easily take another win with the final score being 38-6. As I finish this game with 222 rushing yards off of 24 attempts and 5 touchdowns, averaging 9 yards a carry. I'm not gonna lie, man. On paper, I'm a beast.
We haven't accomplished what we wanted yet. We haven't accomplished.
And after that performance, I end up setting the new single-season rushing touchdowns record. I just set 2 new Eastern Michigan records back-to-back. And I also won the MAC Offensive Player of the Week again, and the National Offensive Player of the Week also. A rained-out away game against Miami, Ohio for the 8th game of the season. Still undefeated, looking to keep that going. Very first play of the game, leaving the ball in my hands off an inside handoff. I'm able to fight my way through tackles, being brought down after a gain of 16. We end up facing a short 3rd down at a 3rd and 1. Refusing to go down, I'm able to pick up that first down plus more. Receiver will get us our first 6 of the game. Miami remains scoreless. Taking the inside handoff, bouncing it to the outside and spinning it out of 3 tackles, making them look crazy. This finna be all over ESPN. I had to talk my way into the end zone, man. Just like that, I scored my first 6 of the game. Already having 100 rushing yards off of 3 carries.
What an explosive.
Up 14-0, Miami, Ohio does not get nothing going. And hey, I nearly broke another one if I didn't get caught up on my own blocker. After picking up nothing on first down, we had a 2nd and 10. Cutting this one to the right, taking the defense out their shoes before being brought down for a nice gain. After getting the defense with an offsides call, we had a 1st and 5, and I make my way into the end zone, scoring my 2nd touchdown of the game.
Touchdown, Eastern Michigan. They are seizing control and taking away hope as they
Up 28-0 with 1:15 left in the second quarter. I keep my legs moving and nearly get into that end zone, being brought down inches short. In the very next play, a short handoff will get us into the end zone, adding 6 to that lead and putting this thing away low-key.
identity of this offense.
Man, I can't lie. Them boys can't figure out no way to stop me. This time coming out into the flat. QB goes my way and I make it count. And set up with a great block on the outside and breaking off for a nice run, being brought down right in front of the 50. So we are able to put a bow on this one with the final score being 38-0. A complete shutout, and just like that, we remain undefeated. And of course, I put on the show, finishing with 189 rushing yards off of 18 attempts and 3 touchdowns. 9th game of the season, and we right back at home with it. Rocking out all gray. Feeling real good going up against Ohio. But hey man, them boys came to play facing an early 3rd and 6. Tried to kick it out to the outside and bend the corner, but I was not able to get enough. Ohio would go down and score, making it 7-0. Facing another 3rd down at a 3rd and 5. They bring me down as soon as I get the handoff. Defense is able to keep them from adding on to the lead, backed up in our own end zone. And I'm finally able to get loose, giving us some breathing room and picking up a gain of 17. Ohio definitely came in here with a game plan against me. In the second quarter, and I only got 30 yards, but I'm able to pick up a nice game right here. But we finally started to put a drive together at a 2nd and 3, keeping my feet moving and breaking through tackles, fighting into that end zone, but I'm brought down inches short. And at a 2nd and goal, I'm able to put a cap on this drive, going untouched into the end zone, scoring our first 6 of the game. Ohio go down and kick a field goal, making it 10-7. At a 3rd and 1, I get stopped short again. Third quarter now, taking an inside handoff. I finally found some breathing room, getting past the 30 and being brought down for a nice game.
Big runs like this, we always talk about the running back.
We go down and tie things up with the score being 10-10 as I'm able to find my way for a gain of around 14 yards. Trying to wake up our offense, I get some pretty good blocking up front, getting him off me, and I pick up a gain of 10. Ohio will go down and score another touchdown, making it 17-10 as I hit the outside and pick up a gain of around 15. Very next play being matched up against that linebacker, brought down inches short of a fresh set of downs. Inching closer and closer to that end zone, lined up just outside the 20, taking an inside handoff and picking up a gain of 12. A minute 30 left in the game, coming out the backfield, he gonna find me. I'm able to get into the end zone, tying this thing up. Tie ball game 17-17 with 12 seconds left in the fourth quarter, spinning out of a tackle. It was looking like I had a chance to break one, but I ended up being brought down, looking like we gonna go into overtime. Ohio got the ball first in overtime and kicked the field goal. So if we score a touchdown, then we win the game. He was 3rd down at the 3rd and 2 with the game on the line, taking an inside handoff. I go untouched into the end zone, scoring a game-winning touchdown, man. Stop playing. I'm not going to lie, y'all boys. I was getting kind of nervous. This was our first game going into overtime, but we made it happen.
Great job getting blocks up front. He was able to skirt his way in.
So we take the 3-point win with the score being 23-20. Before this game, Ohio had only won 2 games. So I'm surprised they gave us that kind of struggle. But like I said earlier, man, we came out on top and made it happen. I finished the game with 210 rushing yards off of 28 attempts and 3 touchdowns.
My pulse rate is still through the roof on.
And my performance that game would win me the MAC Offensive Player of the Week, along with the National Offensive Player of the Week. Coming out to that green smoke, rocking that all black for the 10th game of the season, we are right back on the home turf, up against Bowling Green. Second play of the game, getting things started early, being set up with some great blocks and bouncing it to the outside, spinning out of some tackles, being brought down past midfield. Now that's how you start off a game. But sadly, we end up facing a long 3rd down at a 3rd and 11. I make a stumbling catch, and I'm brought down short of the 1st down. Bowling Green would go down and score a field goal, making it 3-0. At another 3rd down, 3rd and 2. I'm able to pick it up this time, plus more. I got a delay route coming out the backfield. The keeper's going to look my way. I bring this one in and nearly get into that end zone, being brought down inside the 5. 2nd and goal, I'll put a lid on this drive, finishing it off. Muscling my way into the end zone, scoring our first 6 of the game. Bowling Green does not score, so it remains 7-3. Taking the inside handoff, being set up with some great blocks, and I got a whole lot of open field in front of me. Y'all already know I'm making that house call, scoring my 2nd touchdown of the game. Not really much going on between that last touchdown and now. Now in the 3rd quarter, I'm able to pick up a gain of around 14. And that very next play with an inside handoff, I'm able to pick up a gain of around 15. Starting to move down that field, and the offense is starting to wake up again, getting set up with some great blocks, picking up another nice game. At very next play at a 1st and goal, I'm going to take this all the way into the end zone, scoring another 6.
Touchdown Eagles! And they take it in for 6 more points. They want to finish the season strong, and man, are they doing that here this week 11.
4th quarter now, up 21-6. Taking off through that A-gap, I'm able to break off for another nice run before being brought down. Moving down that field pretty quick, slipping out of that initial tackle, bouncing it to the outside. One person to beat, but he is able to bring me down in front of the 20. And that very next play out of 1st and 10, cutting this one to the outside, trying to bend that corner, breaking the tackle, spinning out of another one before being brought down inside the 10. 10 games down, and we still remain undefeated with the final score of this one being 28-6. For some reason, it ain't seem like it, but I had 274 rushing yards off of 26 attempts, 3 touchdowns, averaging 10 yards a carry.
It's like how many?
Get the f about my face with what you talking about. I got too much on my plate, and I know you can't relate. It's so love it if you fake. Talking about covering up that hate. I know how to spot a snake. Niggas talk that drum and bass. Talking about, so you better know your place. Stay inside cause it ain't safe. I'm outside with the eights. Talking about, yeah. You hear my words but got no clue about who I really am. For shark infested waters, phrases like that make me sound harder and more ruthless. But the truth is that I merely swam out the Stolos.
In my last episode, y'all saw me make a decision that was questionable to a lot of people watching, but to me, it felt like the only option I had. I risked everything, my education, my football career, and got involved in something I knew I shouldn't have. All just to take care of my situation back home. At first, it was working. I was making money and fast too. Within just a few weeks, I had already made enough money to get OG Ream off my back. But just like they say, everything done in the dark eventually comes to the light. And sooner or later, my business will put me in a situation I couldn't run from. See, one night, I was driving back to campus after making a play. Just another regular night for me, but I ended up getting pulled over for running the stop sign.
Stop sign?
At the time, I wasn't even worried. I just thought it was gonna be a simple traffic ticket. But once the officer walked up to the car, everything changed. He told me he smelled weed and asked if I could step out so he could search the vehicle. Now when he went through the car, he found some residue, but it was within the legal limits, so I wasn't tripping too much off of that. But what I wasn't expecting was for him to find a stack of money rolled up and tucked inside the door. And that's when things got real. Even though I wasn't charged with anything, the situation raised suspicion of distribution, and the police filed a report. In that report, it made its way straight to the school's compliance office and eventually to my head coach. A few days later, I got called into his office. He looked me dead in my eyes and told me how talented I was, how I had the potential to be special. He even thanked me for everything I had done for the program. But then he said something I'll never forget. No player is bigger than the program. He reminded me that before the season even started, he made it clear any off the field issues would not be tolerated. So you already know what happened next. After getting kicked off the team for what other schools would label as behavioral issues, I packed up everything and headed back home to St. Louis and finished the rest of my semester online. That 8-hour drive back gave me a lot of time to think. I tried to stay positive, but naturally, knowing I screwed up, those negative thoughts started to creep in. Like, is my football career over? Was it even worth it? But more than anything, I was thinking about OG Ream. I was going back home, back into his reach, but then I realized something. He ain't been calling me, no texts, no threats, nothing. And if you've been watching, you know that's not normal. And I didn't find out why until I got home. My mom had me meet her in a new apartment complex, and at first I was confused, but then she started telling me everything. She had been clean for almost 4 years, got herself a good job, and finally moved us out the hood. But that wasn't even the biggest surprise. She told me she was seeing someone. Now, I ain't the type to be against my mom moving on. As long as she's happy and being treated right, I'm good with it. But when I found out who it was, my stomach dropped. His name was Anthony, and he was a cop. At that moment, all I could think about was how I was still tied into something I shouldn't be, and now there's a cop right in the middle of my life. But then they sat me down and told me something that changed everything. See, when my mom found out that Anthony was a cop, the first thing she thought about was protecting me, getting me out of that situation for good. So they came up with a plan. Anthony went undercover, acted like he was trying to buy, and OG Ream had no idea who he was dealing with. And just like that, he made the biggest mistake of his life. The whole operation got set up, busted, and shut down. OG Ream and everybody tied to him got locked up, and just like that, it was over. I couldn't even explain how I felt. Relief, freedom. For the first time in a long time, I could finally breathe. And on top of that, all that money I made was mine now. I didn't owe anybody anything. But even with that huge weight lifted, I still had one question left. Where does my football career go from here? So I did the only thing I could do. I entered my name into the transfer portal, and while I waited, I got to work. Man, look, even though I wasn't on the team, I made sure I stayed ready. Conditioning, speed, strength, everything. I'm not gonna lie, I started feeling different, stronger, faster, more focused than ever. With the kind of stats I put up my freshman year, it didn't take long before coaches started reaching out. I started going on visits, Colorado State, Missouri State, UNLV. But these weren't normal visits. They felt more like job interviews. Every coach had the same questions. Why should we trust you? Can you stay out of trouble? Are you going to be a distraction or a leader? And I understood it. I put myself in that situation. But then one more school reached out, and this one felt different. The University of Kentucky. I took that trip to Lexington, and I can't lie. At first, I was already sold in my head. SEC football, big stage, real exposure. But when I sat down with the coach, reality hit. Look, he told me straight up, I'd be coming in as a third string running back on the depth chart. I would have to earn everything. No handouts, no guarantees. And yeah, I'd be lying if I said it didn't bother me, but when I thought about everything I had been through, nothing in my life was ever given to me, so why start expecting it now? I told myself, I'm gonna take that spot. And with that mindset, I committed to the University of Kentucky and became a Wildcat. To my surprise, after grinding all offseason, proving myself every day in and out, I worked my way up to the running back 2 spot before the season even started. And after 3 games, with the starters struggling, I finally got my opportunity. I competed for the starting job and won it. So going into week 4, I'm not fighting for a spot no more. I just gotta make sure I play well enough to keep it as I go into my first game as RB1. Yes, sir, man. First game as a Kentucky Wildcat. Now, as y'all know, I came into this season being the 3rd halfback on the depth chart. I got something to prove. So I'm finna come out here and show Coach why he should have started me day 1. Now, some people got their doubts because I came straight from the MAC conference to the SEC, but I ain't worried about none of that, man. We finna go up against Texas A&M for the 4th game of the season. Right now, we got a 2-1 record. Very first run play of the game. On with the inside handoff, I throw a little bit of my explosiveness, breaking off for a gain of 10 off the rip. I kid y'all not, man. Second play of the game. Great blocking up front, bouncing this to the outside. I got a whole lot of green grass in front of me, and I break one on my second handoff of the game. Taking this bad boy all the way back to the crib, scoring our first 6. Look, man, they gonna find out real quick that I'm the real deal. And after making that play, I know y'all got some questions, but we are playing on Heisman, man. Currently sitting at 2 rushes for 75 yards, and on my 3rd, I'm going to take this one back to the crib also. Already scoring my 2nd touchdown of the game, man. They better stop playing with me. Up 14-3 in the second quarter with an outside handoff. I'll bounce it back to the inside, slip out of a few tackles before being brought down for a huge gain. Also, man, let me know what y'all think about the number switch to number 18. They ain't have number 1 available, so I had to do what I had to do. Grabbing my first reception of the game, coming out the backfield. Defense got caught lacking and QB went my way. I eat up a chunk of that field, spin out of a tackle before being brought down in front of the 10. We would go down and score again, making it 21-3. First play coming back from the 2-minute warning. I pick up a gain of around 11. A minute left in the half, faking the jet sweep. He gonna hand it off to me. You can see I'm getting set up with some great blocks again, breaking a few tackles before being brought down inside the 5. Third quarter now, and the score is now 31-10. But the QB will make his first mistake of the game, throwing an interception across the middle. A&M would capitalize, making it 17, and I guess I was sitting out of drive because we scored 2. So now it's 38-17 as I break off for a nice run, being brought down right in front of the 50.
This shouldn't be a surprise to anybody. If you've got
in that very next play, being set up with some great blocking up front, again, I break off for another home run, breaking off into that secondary and beating Autumn to the end zone, scoring my 3rd of the game. 10 seconds left in the 3rd quarter. The score is 45-17 as I get loose, finding some more open space, taking off down that left sideline, and I'm not going to get fetched, making my way into the end zone, scoring my 4th home run touchdown of the game. So my first start as a Kentucky Wildcat couldn't have gone any better at all. We came out here and took a huge win against A&M with the score being 52-17.
You know you're going to take care of business. You know you're going to win.
Back-to-back home games, and we were coming into this one ranked number 19, facing off against a team ranked number 24 in the nation, the Oklahoma Sooners. First snap of the game is a handoff that gets shut down for a loss of 1. But that very next play, I'm able to get all that back, picking up a gain of 15. Putting a nice drive together, trying to tie this thing up, going with an outside handoff. I slip a few tackles, picking up that first down plus more. We were able to go down there and score, but they went down and scored 2, making it 14-7 as I get set up with the screen pass, but I start going backwards, losing yards. Before you know it, we facing a long 3rd and 7, coming out the backfield and sneaking into that secondary. He gonna deliver a bomb over the defense's head, and I pick up a nice gain, getting past the 40. In that very next play out of 1st and 10, I'm finally able to break one, being set up with some great blocks, making my way into the end zone, scoring my first touchdown of the game, tying this thing up again. Tie ball game with a minute 15 left in the half. Backed up at a 2nd and 17 after the QB taking a sack. I pick up a gain of 16. With a chance to take a lead going into halftime. With 30 seconds left in the 2nd quarter, the QB would throw his first interception of the game. Third quarter now, still a tie ball game at a 3rd and 4. Going with the handoff, I hit the B gap and got a wide open seam, taking off for a huge gain. Outracing the defense and making my way into the end zone, scoring my 2nd touchdown of the game. Up 21-14, and again putting another drive together. I hit the outside, easily get past that 10 before being brought down. We only get a field goal that last drive. Putting us up 24-14 as I pick up a nice gain right here. And a few plays later at a 2nd and 1, keeping it on the ground. Again, I hit the outside and I got a whole lot of green grass. Got one person to beat and I trucked my way into the end zone, scoring another touchdown. Back-to-back wins with the final score of this one being 31-21. And as y'all witnessed, I put on another show, running for 286 yards off of 23 attempts and 3 touchdowns, averaging 12 yards a carry.
Wasn't a lot of difference between these.
6th game of the season, and to my surprise, we right back on the home turf again. And after winning 2 games back-to-back, we are more than ready to go up against South Carolina. We end up going scoreless our first drive, and I pick up a quick gain of 7 on my first handoff of the game. And that very next play, I had a first down, taking off through that A gap. I'm able to pick up a gain of 19 before being brought down inside the red zone.
Brought down just outside the red zone. He moves the chains. It's at the 22.
That's back to,
very next play, going with an outside handoff this time, taking one defender out of his shoes, being brought down past the 10. He would go down and score, but so does South Carolina. And the QB would drop back and throw an interception. I missed the tackle, and he makes his way into the end zone, scoring a pick 6. Very first play of that next drive, going with the inside handoff, I'm able to pick up a gain of 10. 2nd and 2, starting this one off in motion. Y'all know it's going to be a matter of time before I break one, taking him out his shoes, bouncing it back to the outside and scoring my first touchdown of the game. South Carolina would go down and kick a field goal, making it 17-14. As I receive a pass underneath, it can touch earth before being brought down past midfield. 3rd quarter now, and as y'all can see, both offenses have been pretty stagnant. But finally, at a 2nd and inches, following my blockers, I'm able to find some open space, breaking off into that open field. And y'all already know, man, when I get loose, it's definitely going to be a house call as I make my way into the end zone, scoring my 2nd touchdown of the game. Starting this one off in motion, up 21-17. Taking an inside handoff, I'm able to slip a few tackles before being brought down for a huge gain.
They get this sophomore on the ground, but he continues to make plays.
There's really no secret to it.
Putting a nice drive together, receiving the toss to the left, being set up with some great blocks, picking up a nice gain before being brought down just outside the 10. Very next play with an inside handoff, I try to squeeze my way into the end zone, being brought down just short. And we are able to beat the 20th ranked team in the nation with the final score being 31-17. And so far, we're looking pretty unstoppable. First away game in 3 weeks. Of course, it would be against a powerhouse school like the LSU Tigers. But hey, man, the way we've been balling out, I ain't too worried about it. We are now ranked number 10, and they're ranked number 13 going into this one. 2 pass plays will move us this far down the field. Taking my first handoff for the game and shooting through that A gap, I get loose and make my way into the end zone, scoring our first 6 of the game. Stop playing, man.
He got a step and just dusted the field. You're not going to keep the lid on this guy forever. Sooner or later, he's going to get loose.
But LSU will go down and add another touchdown to their lead, with the score being 14-7 as I break off for a nice run. In that very next play, being set up with some great blocks, I'm able to pick up a quick gain of 10. And I'm low-key putting this job together myself, going with another handoff and picking up another gain of 10. Faking a jet sweep and giving me the handoff on the inside, bouncing it to the outside, taking defenders out their shoes and making a house call, but there is a flag on the play, and this one's getting called back for illegal blocking the back. So that touchdown gets wiped away, and we end up getting off that field after failing to convert at a 3rd and 4. 3rd quarter now, and the score is 17-21. We're still trailing, and at a 3rd and 11, I'm not able to pick up enough for that first down. 50 seconds left in the 3rd quarter. We're down 28-17, but I try to change the way the score looks, fighting towards the end zone, being brought down short. At a 2nd and goal, weaving between blocks, I would go untouched into the end zone, scoring another touchdown, cutting into that lead. 3 minutes left in the fourth quarter, and we are down with the score being 31-23. So we got no choice but to start running hurry-up offense. Facing the 3rd and 1, taking the snap, bouncing it to the inside, slipping those initial tackles and breaking some ankles until I find some open space, breaking into that green grass, and scoring the touchdown with a chance to tie this thing up if we go for 2 and convert. So, of course, we go for 2, faking the jet sweep and leaving it in my hands, and I cruise my way into the end zone, tying this thing up. 50 seconds left in the game, facing a crucial 3rd and 7. I'm coming outside the flat. QB looks my way, and I'm able to pick up a huge first down completion. 30 seconds left in the game at another huge 3rd down. Taking off through the B gap on the handoff, I'm easily picking up that first down plus more. Coach gets the offense off the field. I don't know what he's going for with 25 seconds left, but apparently we tried a field goal and missed it because now we're in overtime. Before you know it, we end up facing another huge 3rd and 6. Sneaking out the backfield, he gonna lob one. I wish he could have threw one to the end zone, but I step out a yard short. The very next play, faking the handoff, he gonna shoot it to the tight end, and we get on that board. Defense will get a huge stop, and just like that, we take the dub in a closely contested game with the final score being 38-31. This was a really good game, and I put up another great performance, finishing this one with 206 yards off of 22 attempts, averaging 9 yards a carry, and scoring 3 touchdowns.
And this team's eligible. I know the coaches are really happy.
We are on the road again for the 8th game of the season, this time in Arkansas, going up against the Arkansas Razorbacks. And with a 6-1 record, we are now ranked number 8. What's up with every team we go up against starting off with a touchdown, but I pick up a gain of 3 on my first handoff. But that very next play at a 2nd and 7, I'm cutting through the block, nearly seeing daylight. I don't know how many, y'all gotta count how many tackles I just slid. But I was just avoiding to go down, man, with a nice gain. Starting this one off in motion, faking the jet sweep. This one seems to work for us pretty good. Every time I get set up with some great blocks, I find a lot of green grass, slipping 2 tackles and fighting my way into the end zone, scoring our first touchdown of the game. They don't go down and score, so it remains 7-7 as we put a nice job together, and I pick up a quick gain of around 16. Before you know, we end up facing the 3rd and 6, sneaking out the backfield. QB goes my way to the flat, and I dive my way into the end zone, scoring our 2nd of the game. Arkansas will go down and tie this thing up, making it 14-14 as my QB drop back and throw an interception across the middle. They will capitalize, making it 21-14. With a minute left in the 2nd quarter, he gonna lob one over the defense's head, and I make a nice grab. At a 3rd and 6, picking up that first down. And that very next play, after making that catch, I reward myself, taking it through the B gap and fighting my way into the end zone, tying the game up again. Third quarter now, the score still remains 21-21. Offense is holding their blocks to perfection as I break off into that open field. And this might be the first time I got brought down in the open field, getting past that 40. Score is now 31-21, slowly but surely starting to pull away. And I'm looking to stretch that gap, breaking into the secondary, and this time I'm not going to get fetched, man, making my way into the end zone for a home run play. With 50 seconds left in the 3rd quarter, lined up beside the red zone, I would get another touchdown.
And a stomping yourself a day, young fella. You know why they handed him the ball a lot?
And I ain't even gonna lie, man. It's like that Arkansas defense just started giving up.
He's at the top, and he slipped through the crowd, and he'll house it. Touchdown, Kentucky.
Arkansas would eventually try to fight back, but not with enough time, with the final score being 59-35. I have a record-breaking performance, finishing this game with 346 rushing yards off of 18 attempts, scoring 7 touchdowns, averaging 19 yards a carry. Man. 9th game of the season, starting to miss home because we back on the road, this time going up against Mississippi State. We are now the 6th-ranked team in the nation going into this one. First handoff for the game, faking the jet sweep motion, I pick up a gain of 6. That very next play at a 2nd and 4, they're going to keep the ball in my hands. I take off through the A gap. The acceleration is something crazy, man, leaving the defense in the dust. And on my 2nd handoff for the game, I'm making the house call, scoring our first 6.
He got a step and just dusted the field.
Mississippi State does not score, so we remain up 7-0 as I break off for a gain of 9. Starting off the drive with our heels on our own end zone, I'm able to give us some breathing room. First play of the second quarter, and we facing the 3rd and 2, but I easily pick up that first down, spinning out of tackles and picking up more before being brought down. Late in the second quarter now, and as y'all can see, neither side has been able to get anything going for real. Right here, I pick up a gain of around 10. We finally get inside the red zone, coming out the flat. The QB's gonna look my way, and I dive into the end zone, scoring my second of the game.
Strides his way into the end zone. Touchdown, Wildcats!
Third quarter, and we up 14-0 as I get set up with some great blocks, getting us past the 40 before being brought down after a nice game. Slowly getting closer and closer to that end zone and get loose for another nice amount of yards before being brought down.
Pick up on the ground here to keep this drive moving and give them a first down.
And this guy's going to have to come through for
And that very next play out of 1st and 10, taking off through that B gap, cutting through the blocks, I'm able to find some open space and cruise my way into the end zone, scoring my 3rd touchdown of the game. And I'm not going to lie, man, so far I have been the offense. Up 21-0, but starting this one off backed up in our own end zone. Leaving the ball in my hands, I'm able to get us some breathing room, getting us past that 30. And that very next play, this time going with an outside handoff, being set up with some great blocks and slipping one tackle, cut off into that open field, and y'all already know, man, we making a house call, taking this thing all the way back for 6. Just like that, we were able to pitch a complete shutout with the final score being 28-0. I scored all the touchdowns. Of course, as y'all just seen, I had a great game, finishing this one with 18 carries for 270 rushing yards and 4 touchdowns.
Hey, look at me dead in my eyes. I know that you know that a nigga ain't lying. Too much respect. All of my shorty BDs, they know that to try. Too much respect. I used to hand out CDs before they would buy it. Yeah. She love me so much, it seems like she biased. Don't know how I live, but that's cause they live it that high, for real. 4L step team stepping on shit.
Hey, yo, Nine, you ain't see you going viral already? Man, that's crazy. You gotta go look.
Yeah, let's set in the bank. Tell them to open and say, let's do it, let's do it. I hate a privileged rapper who don't even know what it take. Hey.
If y'all saw the previous episode, then y'all know everything started off downhill. Look, getting caught up with the feds led me to getting kicked off the team at Eastern Michigan, and after that, I was completely lost. I ain't even know where my football career was headed no more, but eventually, the problems I was dealing with slowly started fixing themselves. First, OG Reem and the rest of the gang got locked up. Man, if y'all been following my story, then y'all know how big that moment was for me. For the first time in a long time, I could finally breathe. I wasn't looking over my shoulder no more. I could finally focus on football and becoming the player that my pops and Coach Daniels always knew I could be. And after entering the transfer portal, I packed my bags and headed to Kentucky. But it wasn't all peaches and cream. Look, when I first got there, I joined the team as a 3rd string running back. Wasn't nobody really expected much from me. But after fighting for that RB1 spot every single day at practice, I finally got my opportunity to start in the 4th game of the season. And boy, once I got my chance, I put on a show. I made it clear to everybody watching that Coach should have started me from day one. And now, we 9 games deep into the season, and ever since I became the starter, I still ain't taking my foot off the gas. I mean, every week I'm putting up crazy numbers back to back to back, and because of that, my name done shot up to one of the biggest names in college football. And honestly, the feeling is insane, especially after going pretty much unnoticed my freshman year. See, I always knew who I was as a player, but to everybody watching from the outside, it probably looked like I came out of nowhere and just took over college football overnight. Not only the game, but the internet too. Ever since I became a superstar, I've been getting invited to interviews and podcasts left and right. Some smaller local ones and some with huge platforms. But no matter how big or small the opportunity was, I made sure I took advantage of every single one. Not only was my name blowing up online, but my dream from my freshman year finally became a reality too. I started landing huge NIL deals. I'm talking about restaurants, sports brands, all types of companies started reaching out. I ended up working with brands like Chipotle and a few other big names. But the deal I was most hyped about was definitely New Balance. And not only because they offered the biggest bag, but because they let me express myself creatively in the commercials and the campaigns. Now look, I know y'all probably wondering what I blew a bag on first when that money started hitting my account. And trust me, I already knew what it was gonna be. Look, ever since my senior year of high school, I've been riding around in a 94 Ford Mustang. And don't get me wrong, it did what it was supposed to do, but I knew it was time for an upgrade. So I ended up buying a brand new Corvette Z06 with 0 miles on it. And And I can't even lie, that car had me feeling like the man. But even when everything in life starts trending in the right direction, your past can still come back and haunt you. And we done seen it happen to athletes plenty of times before, but this time, it just happened to me. Now that my career was finally taking off and I ain't have to worry about OG Reem no more, I felt like I was finally in a place where I could start taking girls more seriously. And when I say girls, that's exactly what I mean. Look, one night, I ended up inviting a girl over without really knowing her like that. And looking back on it, I definitely should have did my research because she was crazy. At one point, I went to the bathroom and accidentally left my phone sitting near her. And of course, at literally the worst time possible, another girl started blowing up my line. And the second she saw that, everything changed. She got mad jealous instantly, acting like we had been together for years. She started yelling, throwing stuff around, causing a whole scene. And eventually, I had no choice but to call the cops just to calm everything down. Now, technically, I wasn't in trouble in none, but once police started showing up, all the neighbors had their phones out recording. And with me already being a known athlete, plus my past situation from Eastern Michigan still floating around online, one of those videos ended up going viral almost immediately. And once the internet got a hold of it, man, they ran with it. People started creating their own stories, making assumptions, dragging my name through the mud. And overall, it just looked horrible for my image. Luckily, before things got completely out of control, I was able to sit down with Coach and explain everything. And thankfully, he understood I ain't actually do nothing wrong. But even with my coach on my side, that still don't stop the internet from trying to tear me down. And now, even with everything going on, I still gotta find a way to stay locked in and keep being a weapon on that field week in and week out. And the crazy part is, we entering the most important stretch of the season. Only a few regular season games left, and then it's playoff time. So hopefully, I can block out all the noise, stay focused, and keep my eyes on the main goal, winning. Tenth game of the season, and hey man, this right here gonna be a good one. We are currently ranked number 3 in the nation with an 8-1 record, looking to keep things going in the right direction as I take on my hometown, going up against the Missouri Tigers. So this is more than a regular game for me, I gotta put on a show. First handoff of the game ain't the worst, but definitely ain't the best as I only pick up a gain of 4 yards. But my second handoff of the game gets shut down immediately. Second and 10, putting together a slow drive, I'm able to pick up a gain of 11. But before you know it, we facing a 3rd and 6, and the freshman QB throws a terrible pass. Missouri doesn't score either, and on that second drive, lined up inside the red zone, the QB would throw an interception towards the end zone, and that's 2 stalled drives back to back.
Tell you what, when defenses play zone, all eyes are on the quarterback.
Again, they do not go down and capitalize, but in this first quarter, our offense ain't been able to get nothing going as I get shut down again after 2. Later on that drive, we end up facing a 3rd and 2, leaving it in my hands. I'm able to easily pick up that first down, being brought down after a nice game. Just outside the red zone, facing a 3rd and 8, he gonna throw his second interception of the game already. A minute 20 left in the half, and it's now a tie ball game, 7-7. As I'm taking off through that C gap, spinning out of 1 tackle, spinning out of 2 before being brought down right in front of midfield.
How about the defense trying to slow this dude down? He's a Heisman.
And after having a slow start to this game, man, this drive, I finally kicked it up a notch. I knew it was coming, and I finally broke one, taking this all the way to the crib, scoring my first touchdown of the game. First play of the third quarter, score is 14-7. I take an inside handoff, bounce to the outside, being brought down after a nice game. For some reason, we can't avoid those third downs. Going my way with the screen pass, being set up with some great blocks, I easily pick up that first down, slipping a few tackles before being brought down in front of the 30. Fourth quarter, now we end up scoring that last drive, and Mizzou goes down and scores a field goal, making it 10-21. As I'm cooking off the inside handoff, bouncing it to the outside, getting loose, scoring my second home run touchdown of the game. Up 28-10, but facing a long 3rd and 13. Breaking out of a tackle, I'm able to pick that up, getting past that 30 before being brought down. Very next play, leaving the ball in my hands again. This time on an outside handoff, I slip 1 tackle and take him out his shoes, picking up a gain of 9. Time winding down in the 4th, but I'm still trying to get on that board again, refusing to go down easy, fighting my way inside the 10.
And that play there is essentially a microcosm of why this guy's the leading rusher in the nation.
So we don't get on that board again, but we were able to come out here with the win, with the final score being 28-10. Y'all seen I put on the show. Started off kind of rocky, but I finished the game with 245 rushing yards off of 27 attempts and 2 touchdowns, averaging 9 yards a carry.
All I'm supposed to do is get that
Game number 11 on the season, we are up against a team ranked number 14 in the nation, which is Alabama with an 8-2 record, and we are now ranked number 2 with a 9-1 record.
Taking on a team
As y'all can see, I'm a little cold coming into this one, picking up only a gain of 3 on my first carry. Trying to keep our first drive going, we end up facing the 3rd and 7, but I'm coming out the backfield. He's going to find me in the middle, and I pick up that first down. Very next play at that 1st and 10, I'm taking an inside handoff, picking up a gain of 8. Facing the 3rd and 2, the defense is right there as soon as the ball hit my hands, and I'm brought down short of the first. So Bama would go down and get on that board first, making it 7-0 as I take an outside handoff, finding some open space after taking a defender out his shoes, kicking it in the 2nd gear, and taking off into that end zone, scoring our first touchdown of the game. Alabama does not go down and add on to their lead, so it remains 7-7, but I kid y'all not, man. First play of that next drive, after slipping that arm tackle, I find a whole lot of green grass in front of me again, taking full advantage and diving into the end zone, scoring my 2nd touchdown of the game. Up 17-7 in the 3rd quarter now. My first handoff in the 3rd goes for a gain of 10.
Out to the 36-yard line after gaining 10 on that one.
And with that, I have now passed over 4,000 career rushing yards. That very next play out of 1st and 10, getting caught up on my own blocker, I bounced it to the outside, slipping one tackle. Now it's just a foot race down that left sideline, being brought down past the 40.
And how much running room have they been able to find just all day?
Lined up inside the 20, trying to put a cap on this drive. I nearly go untouched, breaking one arm tackle and force my way into the end zone, scoring my 3rd of the game. Up 24-7, and it looks like Alabama is giving up, where I'm getting set up with some great blocks, man. Finding some more open space and making another house call, taking this bad boy all the way back to the crib, scoring my 4th of the game. And look, man, I know y'all gonna question it because we having a great game, but we are playing on Heisman. 3rd quarter now at a 2nd and inches with the score being 34-7. I get an outside handoff, taking the defense out their shoes before being brought down past the 50. So we are able to make our record 10-1 with a win over Alabama, with the final score being 34-7. Definitely put on a show and prove why we ranked number 2.
There's only one really good team. It was Governor's Cup.
12th game of the season is a rival matchup, taking on a team with a 7-4 record, the Louisville Cardinals. And we are playing our first game of the season ranked number 1 in the nation. First handoff for the game comes out of 2nd and 8 as I pick up a gain of 6. And that very next play out of 3rd and 2, the QB would drop back, roll out to the right, and throw an absolute dot to the defense, giving us our first turnover on the first drive of the game.
Not the attempt you wanted to start the game.
Thankfully, they don't go down and score off of it. Taking the 6, I'm taking my 2nd handoff of the game and picking up that 1st. And before you know it, we facing a long 3rd down at the 3rd and 13. He's going to give it to me on the screen pass. And while I do pick up a nice gain out of this one, I still get brought down a yard short of the 1st. Louisville goes down and scores a touchdown, making it 7-0, but I take another handoff, picking up a gain of 8. But we end up facing another 3rd down, this time way more manageable at a 3rd and 1. And as soon as I took the handoff, I seen daylight breaking off, scoring my first touchdown of the game.
Kentucky. He broke away from the defense and they couldn't catch it.
3rd quarter now, and the score still remains tied 7-7. Keeping it on the ground at a 1st and 10 winds up being a great decision as I slip some tackles, being brought down past the 30.
He's got 99 yards rushing, and this guy's just having a tremendous season.
2nd and 8, going with the screen pass, trying to bend that corner as much as I can. I do pick up that first down and get us inside the red zone. We would score that last drive, but Louisville would come down and match it, making the score 14-14 as I pick up a gain of 10, but I'm brought down a yard short of the first down. Louisville will go down and score another touchdown, giving them the lead this time with the score being 21-14. I break off for a nice run, being brought down at the 40. 3:50 left in the ball game. I'm trying to tie this thing up at a 2nd and 2, taking the inside handoff, slipping a few tackles, being brought down in front of the 30.
They move the sticks, and they've got it at the 33. This is the kind of performance, guys.
Going with the screen pass at a 2nd and 9, the QB goes my way. I get set up with some great blocks, finally completing the hurdle, being brought down inside the 20. Minute 20 left in the game. Down inside the red zone, the score is tied 21-21. He's going to go to me in the flat, but I barely pick up anything. We end up settling for a field goal, taking that lead with the score being 24-21. Louisville does not add to their score as we run out the clock. And in a tough rival matchup, we were able to take the win with the final score being 24-21.
Thanks so much for spending some time.
The SEC championship game is here. We are still ranked number 1. Feeling good going into this one with an 11-1 record. But we're going up against a team ranked number 5 in the nation, also with another 11-1 record, with that team being the Georgia Bulldogs. Georgia would start off with the ball and score a touchdown their first drive. We end up facing a 3rd and 10 on our first drive, and I do not get a single touch as we get off the field. They would go down and add a field goal, making it 10-0, and finally I get my first touch of the game. And on my first carry, I break off for a huge run, slipping tackles being brought down past midfield. It wouldn't be later that drive until I get my second handoff of the game, coming at a 3rd and 6. Take another huge run play and take this one into the end zone, scoring our first touchdown of the game.
Heck of a job here on that combination block to open this hole up. You know, when you have 5 blockers, it can work.
Georgia would go down and make it 17-7, going with the fake jet sweep. I get brought down after a gain of 3, and coach is taking me out of the game. I don't know why. Keeping it on the ground at a 1st and 10, taking off through that C gap, I make another explosive play, picking up a nice amount of yards before being brought down inside the red zone. Third quarter now, and the score is 24-14 as I receive a screen pass. After being backed up at a 2nd and 12, I'm able to get us to a 3rd and 5. Very next play at that 3rd and 5, going with the inside handoff, I easily pick up that first down plus more. Before you know, we end up facing a long 3rd down at a 3rd and 11, going with the screen pass again, getting some nice blocks and picking up that first before stepping out of bounds. And that very next play at a 1st and 10, taking the inside handoff, bouncing it to the outside, slipping the arm tackle when I'm making a house call, going straight to the end zone, scoring another touchdown. Georgia would go down and add a field goal, making it 27-21. With 30 seconds left in the 3rd quarter, I will pick up another nice amount of yards. First play of the 4th quarter, at a 3rd and 15, our freshman quarterback would go down with a sack. 2 minutes left in the game, going with hurry-up offense with the score being 35-21. We got to get something going as I pick up a nice amount of yards on the ground. And now with a minute 30 left in the game, I pick up a gain of 10. We were able to get on that board, and the score is now 28-35. 20 seconds left in the game, he's going to deliver a dime my way, and I make a huge catch. Very next play with 12 seconds left, he's going at me towards the sideline. Defense to break that one up, and then the coach will sub me out the game. I don't know why. But just like that, y'all boys, we would take our 2nd loss of the season with the final score of this one being 35-28. We came up short, but hey, man, at least we still got the playoffs in front of us. So even while not winning the SEC championship trophy does hurt, we still got the chance to hold up the most prestigious trophy in college football. As I finish this one with 230 rushing yards off of 21 attempts and 2 touchdowns. And now for the awards I won this season, starting off with the Walter Camp Award, and then we got the Maxwell Award. And yes, sir, man, your boy ended up winning the Heisman Trophy. Next, the Doak Walker Award, First Team All-SEC, and First Team All-American. And for the first round of the playoffs, we will be taking on Michigan State, ranked number 11, in the Fiesta Bowl as we are now ranked number 3. Here we go, man. We got our eyes set on making it to that national championship game. But as y'all know, we are coming off of a loss, so we're going to have to shake back. My first handoff for the game will come at a 2nd and 10 as I pick up a gain of 10. Very next play, coming out the backfield and coming across the middle, matched up against a linebacker, he gonna hit me. And I bring this one in, taking off for a nice gain, getting us past midfield. 3 plays back-to-back with the ball in my hands. This time I'm able to pick up a gain of 12. Before you know, we end up facing the 3rd and 1, leaving the ball in my hands, but the defense is right there as soon as I take the snap, and I'm not able to get it. I don't know why we didn't kick the field goal, or maybe we just ain't make it. Michigan State does not score. We're facing a 2nd and 11, backed up in our own end zone, and I get brought down as soon as I take the snap. So coach ended up sitting me out that last drive. I don't know what he got going on. Michigan State scored, but we went down and scored 2, tying this thing up. 30 seconds left in the 2nd half, trying to make a house call. I end up slipping out of a few tackles, picking up a nice game before being brought down. 3rd quarter now, the score still remains 14-7. Michigan State got a lead on us as I pick up a gain of 10. Very next play, going with the inside handoff, I'm able to pick up a gain of 9. Y'all boys, I can't make this up. Coach ended up taking me out another drive. Michigan State goes up 21-7. I don't know why coach keep taking out, obviously, the biggest weapon on the field. It's all good, because I'm finna show him right here why he need to stop taking me out the game, making the house call, doing what I do best, and making this thing a game once again late in the 3rd quarter. Scoring my first touchdown of the game. Now he better stop taking me out, man.
It's just a matter of time till this guy found the seam.
Michigan State does not go down and add to their lead. So the score remains 21-14 with 14 seconds left in the 3rd quarter. I'm taking another handoff, bouncing it to the outside, slipping tackle, refusing to go down. And this is why you don't take me out of the game, breaking off for another home run touchdown, tying this thing up. Just like that quick. When you got a player that can change the game like that, why would you keep taking him out of the game? I don't get it.
One touch away from a huge
4th quarter now, Michigan State will go down and score another touchdown, giving them the lead again with the score being 28-21. I break off for a nice gain of 9. Facing a 3rd and 2, leaving the ball in my hands, I fight my way towards that first down. And look at this, man. I can't make this up. He taking me out the game again. I'm watching from the sideline. Like, bro, I just won a Heisman Trophy, and you gonna take me out the game? And we down 28-21? I don't get it, man. Y'all let me know, am I tripping? Like, bro, look, I was not put back into the game until there's 30 seconds left in the fourth quarter, and they up 31-21. We are not winning this thing. And he does it again. I don't think it matters no more because there's only 16 seconds left in the game. So I'm watching from the sideline. Once again, the best player on the team is watching from the sideline. So just like that, the season is over. We lose the first round of the playoffs with the final score being 31-21. Bro, let me know if I'm tripping, man. I'm irritated. It make me low-key want to transfer. Why would he keep taking me out the game? You got the best player in the nation sitting on the sideline in the most important parts of the game, especially after I just tied the game up. I don't get it, man. But even though this hurts, man, I did have a good game.
We were supposed to shine together, but I made it all alone. I don't know what day it is, no more, too busy on the road. Still get back in front of the block, feel like that's half of what I'm owed. Still be ducking around cops, I gotta vacuum seal the loads. I ain't got a rat no more, could quit today, still won't go bro. You ain't got a cat no more, already know you ain't on go. Already know you ain't my homie, you just know I'm getting dough. That's why you stick around, cause if you left your money getting low.
I think I can speak for everybody back home watching that we are ready for some college football, and ladies and gentlemen, it is right around the corner. I mean, last season was great. We all know Georgia took home that national championship trophy, but man, the playoffs were full of surprises.
Yeah, Steve, definitely, man. I mean, no one could have guessed the way it went down, especially with Kentucky being eliminated the first round. I mean, hey, man, many people thought this was the year for Kentucky for sure, especially with the addition of Nasir St. Brown. I mean, that dude was electric. Easily the most explosive player in college football, and we all witnessed him win that Heisman Trophy, which means he was the best player in college football also. Now, of course, there was some controversy, especially in that first game of the playoffs.
Oh yeah, definitely. With the coach pulling Nasir St. Brown out of the game at the most important part of the season, everybody was bamboozled and had questions. And when the head coach was asked about it, this was his response.
Well, we had a rotation plan going into the game, and we stuck with it. Obviously, hindsight is always 20/20, and when you lose, people are going to question every decision made out there. Nasir is one of the best players in the country. Everybody knows that. But football is still a team game. And, well, we felt like we were putting our guys in a position to succeed.
Well, even after hearing that, I still got some questions. I guess I still don't understand why a Heisman Trophy winner is sitting on the sideline. But hey, man, it's a new season, and as always, we wish Kentucky the best, but it has been confirmed that Nasir is not going to be a Wildcat next season. Now, as far as what school he's going to, we're not sure about that, but we'll just let him make that announcement when he's ready.
Right. But how about Georgia, though? There was a lot of speculation going on.
In my last episode, y'all saw our season come to a devastating end after losing in the first round of the playoffs against Michigan State. And if y'all watched that game, then y'all saw how my coach kept pulling me out for no reason, confusing everybody watching, Kentucky fans, my teammates, and even me. Look, after that game, even though I still had love for Kentucky, I felt like my time as a Wildcat was over. Honestly, most people saw that coming, and y'all just heard it yourselves in the intro. Now this time, entering the transfer portal was different than it was before my sophomore season. See, last time I was coming off getting kicked off a team, so programs were hesitant to even take a chance on me. But this time, I was entering the transfer portal as the biggest name in college football, the best player in the country, a Heisman Trophy winner with a whole collection of awards to back it up. So instead of sitting around hoping somebody would give me an opportunity, I had programs from all over the country hitting me up, trying to get me to join their school as a next star running back. Now, of course, I already had a few dream schools in mind, but instead of rushing into a decision, I decided to take my time and think everything through. And during that time, I headed back home to Missouri. Not only because I miss home a little, but because there were some things I needed to handle out there. Look, first off, my mom had officially been sober for 5 years. And now that I was finally in a position to do it, I wanted to show her how proud of her I really was. So me and some of her co-workers and family got together and threw her a surprise party celebrating her milestone. And everything went perfect, exactly how I hoped it would. But it still wasn't over yet. Before everybody left, I told her I had one more surprise for her waiting outside. Yes sir, man, I brought my mom mom a brand new Range Rover, a car she dreamed about for years but never had the chance to afford it. And seeing that smile on her face, man, that meant more to me than any touchdown, any award, or anything football could ever give me. Even after enjoying my time back home, there was still one more thing I needed to do, something that was honestly overdue. I had to go see my pops. See, I haven't visited his gravesite since my sophomore year of high school, and mainly cause deep down, I felt like he would have been disappointed in me for everything I got involved in with OG Reem in the streets. But now, OG Reem was out the picture, and I was finally becoming the man my pops always told me I could be. So I sat there and talked to him. I caught him up on everything that had happened on and off the field. The wins, the losses, the mistakes, the success, all of it. And honestly, after leaving there, I felt lighter, like a weight had finally been lifted off my shoulders. That's when I knew it was finally time to make my decision about where I'll be playing my junior season. At the end of it all, I narrowed my choices down to 2 schools, Oregon and Ohio State. Now at Oregon, I loved everything about the program, the culture, the facilities, the uniforms, everything about it felt elite. But during my meeting with the coaches, they were honest with me. Coach let me know that their running back room was already stacked with talent. Even though I would be coming in as the starter, I'd still be splitting carries with the second string back. And while I respected him for being upfront and honest with me, I wasn't really feeling that. So with that being said, there was only one school left, and I'm proud to announce that for my junior season, I will officially be taking my talents to Ohio State. Your boy is officially a Buckeye. Yes, sir, man. First time exiting the tunnel as an Ohio State Buckeye. I can't lie, man. The vibes is definitely feeling right. I'm already feeling at home, ready to come out here and put on the show in the first game of the season. But if I'm being honest, man, this game right here is definitely one that we should come out with an easy win, as we are going up against Bowling Green. Now, even though we don't expect much out of them, I'm going to still come out here and put on the show. My first time with the ball will come out of 2nd and 9. QB goes with the shovel pass my way as I bring this one in and pick up a nice gain out of it before being brought down. Again at a 2nd down, the QB's gonna look my way coming out the backfield. I spin out of 1 tackle and somehow break 3 tackles, getting us right outside the 20. And that very next play out of 1st and 10, the QB's gonna leave the ball in my hands. I get some great blocking up front, giving me a straight line into the end zone, scoring my first touchdown of the game, my first touchdown as a Buckeye. Up 7-0, but starting this one backed up in our own end zone, going with the outside handoff, being set up with some great blocks again, getting past one defender. And I know y'all hear that crowd going crazy because they know what's coming next, man. Taking this one all the way back to the crib, scoring my 2nd touchdown of the game already. Last play of the first quarter, facing a long 3rd and 12, I'm sneaking out the backfield. Defense is nowhere to be found as I make a first down reception. Starting this one off in motion, looking like I might be able to contribute in the passing game a lot this year on this new team as I make a reception down the right sideline. Very next play, that 1st and 10, going with an inside handoff, taking this one right up the seam, picking up a good amount of yards before being brought down inside the 20. After one pass play, we right outside the goal line. The QB gonna leave it in my hands, and I make another touchdown run, scoring my 3rd of the game. Up 21-0, looking to put this thing away early, going with another handoff, being set up with some great blocks again, and I catch a whole lot of green grass in front of me. Yeah, I know I ain't finna get fetched, man, making another house call, scoring my 4th of the game. 40 seconds left in the second half, up 28-0. I will find my way into the end zone again. Late in the 3rd quarter now, the score is 35-6. Sneaking out the backfield once again, the QB's gonna lounge one over the defense's head, and I make a nice reception. In that very next play, going with the screen pass, he gonna dish it off my way. After already scoring 5 touchdowns, I'm not done yet, man, scoring my 6th of the game. So we easily get that win in the first game of the season, with the final score being 42-6. I mean, once again, we all saw that coming, but it's still a great way to start the season off. I finished my first game as a Buckeye with 242 yards off of 15 carries, 6 touchdowns, and 131 receiving yards. Second game of the season, right back on the home turf, but yet again, this is another team that we should come out here and dominate against, as we are going up against an FCS team. Faking the handoff, then sneaking off into the flat. QB goes my way, I bring this one in. Getting past that 30, breaking 1 tackle before being brought down, picking up a gain of 19 on my first catch. Very next play, they will put the ball right back in my hands, going with an outside handoff as I pick up a gain of 8. After that drive at a 2nd and inches, leaving the ball in my hands, I'm brought down immediately. That very next play at a 3rd and 4, he gonna look my way to the left. I'm able to pick up that first down, making this catch, and pick up even more breaking tackles, getting us past that 20 before being brought down. And a few plays later, at a 1st and goal, sneaking out into the flat, the QB looks my way, and I hurdle my way into the end zone, scoring my first of the game. Up 7-0, but we right back threatening. Going with an outside handoff, I cut it back inside, slip out of a few tackles before being brought down for a huge gain. Before you know it, we facing a 3rd and goal, but I'm sticking out the backfield again. QB lobs one up my way, and I come down with a nice catch, getting us our 2nd touchdown of the game.
Has started this season off so good.
Up 14-0. Defense got a hand on me as soon as I took the snap. I'm able to break that tackle, break a few more after snatching some ankles and being brought down close to midfield. Very next play, trying to take this all the way into the end zone. I take off through that B gap, also to the outside, and I got a whole lot of green grass. One person to beat, but sadly he bring me down inside the 20.
Defensively, you'll take the slow down.
Surprisingly, we only get a field goal that last drive, making it 17-0. But right here, with the outside handoff, look at the blocking, man. Perfect blocking. And I'm able to go untouched all the way into the end zone, scoring another touchdown. Up 24-0 now. My first handoff for the 3rd quarter. I'm refusing to go down, picking up a gain of 10. A little later that drive, this time going with the inside handoff. Great blocking up front allows me to pick up a gain of around 14. Adding a new aspect to my game, I'm not really a receiving back, but at Ohio State, I look like making another catch and hurdling my way into the end zone, scoring another touchdown, man. Let's go. Very first play of that next drive, score is now 31-0. Was looking to hit the outside, but I bounced it back inside, and it winds up being a great decision that I take off for another home run touchdown. Score is now 38-10, and we are not taking our foot off the gas. As the QB goes my way off the screen pass, I'm set up with some great blocks once again, spinning out of one tackle before being brought down inside the 20. And as y'all could have probably guessed, I ended up finding the end zone once again.
Well, this offense has been physical. They came out in this game with a lot of pride.
Only thing that would have made this game better is if you pitched a shutout, with the final score being 66-7. Finished the game with 257 rushing yards off of 21 attempts, 6 touchdowns again. That's 12 on the season already, averaging 12 yards a carry.
This was so easy.
3 home games back-to-back, but this time we are actually taking on a worthy opponent, man. This right here should be a good game, as we are going up against Alabama for the 3rd game of the season. My first carry of the game does not go as expected, being shut down after a gain of 1. We don't score that first drive, and on the 2nd drive, we end up facing a long 3rd and 13. I make a reception, but not with enough to get us that first down. Alabama goes up 14-0, but this is why I'm so deadly, man. One handoff could change the whole aspect of the game. As soon as I see that field, I kick it in the 2nd gear. Crowd going crazy as I make my way towards the end zone, scoring my first touchdown of the game. Alabama would go down and kick a field goal, making it 17-7. I bring in my 2nd reception of the game for a nice amount of yards. In that very next play, out of 1st and 10, leaving the ball in my hands, being set up with some great blocks on the inside handoff, we'll make another house call, taking this boy all the way back to the crib, scoring my 2nd of the game. Just like that, it's a 3-point game with the score being 14-17 as I pick up another nice amount of yards before being brought down. Before you know, we end up facing a 3rd down at a 3rd and 2, going with the inside handoff. I'm refusing to go down, slipping tackles, and picking up a huge amount of yards before being brought down. A few plays later, we end up facing the 1st and goal. I got my mind set on 6, with the QB leaving it in my hands, and I fight my way towards the end zone, scoring my 3rd touchdown of the game. If I'm not mistaken, this is our first game having Julian Sayin back. He was injured for the first 2 games of the season, but he's back now. And with him being able to run the ball like this on top of having me in the backfield, man, we looking good this season.
Of the quarterback position. Basically, you should call them running backs and throw the
that very next play, out of 1st and 10, going with the outside handoff, I'm taking off through that C gap, spinning out of one tackle before being brought down inside the 20.
Having that guy, it's so hard to defend.
You get a field goal that last drive and Bama don't score. The score is now 24-17, and I take off for a nice run, getting us inside the 20. We go down and score that last drive, and so does Alabama. The score is now 25-31. First play of this next drive, man. I'll take this all the way back to the crib, but there is a flag on the play, so this is all getting called back.
Unimpeded, and you feel this might be coming back.
So sadly, that touchdown was wiped off the board, but we do get the win with the score being 31-25. I finished the game with 225 rushing yards off of 14 carries, 3 touchdowns, averaging 16 yards a carry.
We knew it was going to go down late into the
Game number 4 on the season, but it is the first away game we got, as we are taking on the Minnesota Golden Gophers with a 2-1 record, as we are now ranked number 8 with a 3-0 record. First handoff for the game, and to my surprise, this one gets shut down, losing 1 yard. That very next play, going with the screen pass, he's going to look my way to the left. I'm able to take one defender out of his shoes, and another again past that 40, refusing to be brought down, breaking multiple tackles, looking for a crease before finally being brought down.
Everybody. And it's a first down. They'll mark it at the 44. No matter how many times they tell you to look.
Currently got 45 receiving yards, but I have not been able to get nothing going on the ground for real. It's in the 3rd and 1 right outside the goal line, leaving it in my hands. I'm able to cruise my way into the end zone, scoring my first of the game.
That is how you finish.
Up 7-0, but facing a 2nd and 5, backed up in our own end zone. I'm able to break off for a nice game, giving us some good breathing room. Currently with 8 carries for 30 yards, I'm looking to change that right here, taking the outside handoff, finding the crease and fighting my way into the end zone, scoring my 2nd of the game. Late in the 2nd quarter, up 28-0, taking the inside handoff, I pick up a gain of 9. Finally, later that drive at a 1st and 10, I'm taking another inside handoff, slipping a few tackles before fighting my way into the end zone again for my 3rd touchdown of the game.
And they take it in for 6 more points. These guys are really hitting their stride in week 4 as they...
Up 35-7 now in the 3rd quarter, going with an outside handoff. Looking like I had a chance to make a house call, but I'm brought down and past the 40.
And he'll have enough for the first down at the 42.
I think a big key in this team's success to be...
Even though I had somewhat of a slow day all game, I knew eventually I was going to break one. Tossing it to the outside, taking off down that right sideline, making a house call, scoring my 4th of the game. Coach took out the starters for the 4th quarter, but we still got that win with the score being 52-7. Another blowout win. After a slow start, I was able to pick it up and finish with a nice stat line, finishing the game with 170 rushing yards off of 20 attempts and 4 touchdowns.
And that's how you like it.
After being on the road for 1 game, we right back at home for the 5th game of the season, going up against our 2nd ranked opponent of the season so far. Coming into this one, ranked number 6 with a 4-0 record, we are taking on Nebraska, who is ranked number 9, and they are also undefeated with a 4-0 record. I don't know what's going on with my boy Julian Sam, but man, I could not make this up. First play of the game, he throws an interception. And to make matters worse, yeah, man, he gonna take this one all the way back to the crib for a pick 6. Oh, just like that, Nebraska go up 7-0, but with an inside handoff, I think y'all already know where this is going, man. We taking this all the way back to the crib, matching that score immediately, scoring my first touchdown of the game. Score remains tied 7-7 as I take another handoff, bouncing it to the outside, slipping out of a tackle before being brought down past midfield. A few plays later that drive, I had a 2nd and 3, going with a screen pass, he gonna look my way. I got a chunk of open field in front of me, picking up a nice amount of yards before being brought down. Get a field goal that last drive, making the score 10-7 in the 2nd quarter. Now sneaking out the backfield again into that secondary. The QB gonna lob it over the defense's head. I make a huge catch, picking up some big yards before being brought down inside the 30.
And this defense is figuring out early.
Starting to put together a nice drive at a 2nd and 10, taking an inside handoff, refusing to go down, picking up a gain of 10. Very next play, faintly blocking and sneaking out into the flat. The QB gonna look my way. I'm able to find my way into the end zone, scoring my 2nd touchdown of the game. Nebraska still don't add nothing to their total. Score is now 17-7 as I grab another reception, take him out of his shoes before being brought out of bounds. Can't even lie, man, I amaze myself sometimes taking the inside handoff, slipping all these tackles. I think that's 4 tackles I just slipped, and I make my way into the end zone, scoring another touchdown.
He shed tackles like a snake getting rid of his skin. No midseason doldrums for
18 seconds left in the half, and the score is now 24-7. Looking like we're going to have a good lead going into halftime. Taking my first handoff, coming back from the half. Get some good blocking up front, taking one defender out his shoes before being brought down in front of the 40. Minute 40 left in the fourth quarter now. Neither side have been able to get anything going. Backed up in our own end zone this drive. Minute in my hands at a 2nd and 8, I easily get us some breathing room. Getting brought down past the 30. And just like that, we were able to come out on top against the team ranked number 9 in the nation. The final score being 24-7. The only score off of that pick 6, and I finished the game with 230 rushing yards off of 19 carries, 3 touchdowns, averaging 12 yards a carry.
A lot of people thought their opponent might get them today, so they took this up.
Better not come outside until that smoke clear. Talk about they gon' slide and try to hide until the coast clear. Made a 40 ball tonight, then put diamonds in both ears. I probably made this week alone what they making a whole year. Switch up on your dog, he kept you around, I think y'all both weird. Switch up on the dashboard, I can't like I'm way too known here. I ain't checking in on any block, I ain't got no fear. Wrote my name on the wall of grace, I hope it don't smear. They ain't really for me, they just know I got my bread right. Diamonds get to shine and look like I'm wearing some headlights. Y'all done gassed him up so much, he thinking he the man, right? Guarantee when he get round the G, he know the trend like. Guarantee when he get round the guys, he know it's on site.
Hold up. As y'all can see, one of the biggest nights of my life is finally here. And if you've been watching from the beginning, then y'all know it's been a long journey to get to this point. But I can't just skip straight to the draft. The last time y'all seen me, I was balling out at OSU. We were 5 games deep into the season and still undefeated. For my very first game as a Buckeye, I was putting on the show and proving that winning the Heisman as a sophomore was no fluke. And for the rest of the season, I kept that same level of intensity, easily becoming the most feared player in college football. Look, with me pairing up with Julian Sayin, we were destined to go all the way. And just like everybody expected, we made that a reality. We ended up facing Duke in a national championship, and while it was a hard-fought battle just like everyone expected, we were able to come out on top. When that final whistle blew, I wasn't just a Heisman Trophy winner no more, I was also a national champion. And with the resume I built and the tape I had put together, the next move was obvious. It was time to go pro. Look, after my junior season, I did what I normally do and headed back home to Missouri for the offseason. Of course, I was excited to see my mom and visit my dad's grave and tell him about everything that had happened, but I also had something much bigger on my mind. See, I ended up doing something that most players wait years into their professional careers to do, but honestly, I couldn't wait. I remember all those times growing up when I wanted to escape my environment and become something greater, the same greatness my pops and my coach always told me I was capable of becoming. But growing up in the slums of St. Louis made that difficult. I constantly found myself surrounded by things I had no business being involved in. Thankfully, I was able to break away from that life and create a different future for myself. But the reality is, most kids don't get to write their story that way. And because of that, I feel like the idea I had couldn't wait any longer. Behind the scenes, I had been working on a project, and one day, I finally got the call that it was complete. I opened up a brand new training facility right in the neighborhood I grew up in. A place for kids with dreams of becoming great. The facility came equipped with everything they could ever need. Top of the line trainers, professional equipment, recovery rooms, a cafe, study areas, and more. Now, of course, it took the help of some sponsors and people who believed in the vision to make it happen, but together we got it done. And man, the grand opening was something I'll never forget. Being able to motivate the next generation, take pictures with the kids, hear their stories, and show them how somebody from their neighborhood actually made it. That meant more to me than any trophy. And while helping the community was the main goal, the facility also became my training headquarters as I prepared for the NFL Combine. And trust me, the training paid off.
We've got our eyes on a lot of the biggest names here, but there is a Heisman Trophy winner on the field, and he's the one we are all very eager to see perform.
He, of course, the former Ohio State Buckeye. And now we're going to see this bruiser at running back in the 40-yard dash.
I posted one of the top 40-yard dash times among all running backs, dominated the shuttle drills, and shot off the same explosiveness and elusiveness that got me here in the first place. And before I knew it, the combine was over. The pro day was over, the interviews were over, and now, fast forward to today, the NFL draft. y'all see it. Your boy just got drafted in the first round by the Seattle Seahawks. Man, this moment right here meant everything. From the streets of St. Louis to Eastern Michigan to Kentucky to Ohio State and now the NFL. But the journey is far from over. In fact, it's just getting started. And now it's time to go out there and do what I do best. Man, let's get it.
Inside Lumen Field here in Seattle, Washington. Coming up, we've got what should prove to be a good one, as it'll be the New England Patriots taking on the Seattle Seahawks.
Yes, sir, man. First game of this long NFL season. Your boy is making his debut. Seeing if I can be that same threat as I was in college, going up against the New England Patriots. Patriots start this one off with a touchdown. My first touch of the game comes at the first play of our first drive, and I pick up a gain of 8. Proven to be a weapon early this game. Sneaking out the backfield, the QB's gonna go my way, and I pick up a gain of 20 before being brought down. Back-to-back big plays.
He'll have it past midfield almost to the 40 before being taken down.
Before you know it, we had a 2nd and goal, leaving the ball in my hands. I do not get enough, being stopped short. But that very next play, our tight end will get us our first 6 of the game. Score remains tied 7-7, leaving the ball in my hands again on the first play of this drive. I'm brought down after a gain of 4. A few plays later that drive, at a first down, Sam Darnold will leave the ball in my hands. Being set up with some great blocking up front, I'm able to eat up a chunk of that field before being brought down.
He'll take this down to about the 38. Another nice game.
And after putting together a nice drive, we will make our first mistake of the game when Sam Darnold targeted me and winds up getting intercepted. And to make matters worse, man, he take this all the way back for a pick 6. Third quarter, down a touchdown with the score being 14-7. My first carry of the second half goes for a gain of 9.
And as we know, partner, in the NFL, there's trailing.
A few plays later, at a 1st and 10, they're going to leave the ball in my hands again off the inside handoff. I take one defender out his shoes before picking up a nice amount of yards.
He'll rumble all the way down to the 40-yard line. 60-yard.
Very next play, leaving the ball in my hands again. Taking off through that B gap, I'm able to pick up a gain of 7. 2nd and 8, going with the play action. Sam Darnold is going to go my way in the flat, and I am able to pick up that first down, getting us inside the 20. Getting pretty active this drive. Again, going with the inside handoff, being set up with some great blocks up front. I nearly get into that end zone, being brought down just short.
First and goal is some good running there. Gets him down to about the 2-yard line. Knock it on the door.
We did get on the board, but it's now the 4th quarter, and we're down 21-14 as I can't get nothing going. 2nd and 10, again going my way, but it gets shut down quick. Facing the long 3rd down at a 3rd and 8. Coming across the middle, Sam Darnold going to look my way, and I pick up that first down.
And he is going to have a Seahawks first down as they're able to get the 3rd one.
Uh-oh, man. Here he go. Doing what I do best, finding the sliver of space, bouncing it to the outside and taking off for a huge gain before being brought down inside the 40.
And he's going to get this down to the 35-yard line. 106 yards rushing for him now as he goes over the century mark here in the season opener.
Putting a nice drive together at a 2nd and 5, starting this one off in motion. Sam Darnold's going to look my way across the middle. I easily pick up that first down plus more, getting us inside the 20.
And he's got another first down as the tackle's going to be made at the Patriots.
30 seconds left in the 4th quarter, man. At a 4th and 11, Sam Darnold's going to find Rashid for a huge touchdown completion, tying this thing up last minute. Man, how crazy is this? My first game of the season goes into overtime. Patriots already had the ball, so we scored in this game. Starting this one off in motion. At a 3rd and 5, we need to get that first down, and he gonna find me. I'm able to bring this one in and pick up that first plus more.
And he is going to have a Seahawks first down as they're...
Remember, y'all, one score can put this game away and we would take the win. Being set up with some great blocks off the rip, I'm able to break away and make a huge play, my first ever NFL game, and win this game for us, scoring a home run touchdown, man. My first touchdown in my NFL career is a game winner. What a feeling.
Well, that's a good-looking rookie right there. I love how he let the play set up and then showed that explosiveness that I saw on tape in college. Remember I showed you the clip of what he was doing and setting up blocks, and then he would just go? We saw it
in a fascinating way, we take our first win of the season in the first game of the season, with the final score being 27-21. Now, I definitely feel like I lived up to the hype, finishing this game with 20 carries for 169 yards and a touchdown. Second game of the season is an away game against the Arizona Cardinals, and I couldn't feel any better coming into this one after the performance I put on last game. First handoff of the game could have been a home run if I didn't lose my footing, but I only pick up a gain of 3.
We get a look at his rushing numbers from last week here, what he was able to do in support of that win.
Before you know, we facing a long 3rd down at a 3rd and 7. Cutting to the outside, Sam Darnold's going to look my way, and I pick up that first. Facing the 3rd and 5 inside the red zone, leaving the ball in my hands on an outside handoff. I do not get enough. This one gets shut down for a loss. So we're forced to settle for a field goal, but the Cardinals do not go down and score, but we are backed up in our own end zone starting off this drive. Just like that, I'm able to get us some breathing room, picking up a gain of 10.
Right around that 13-yard line.
2nd and 7, setting up that screen pass. He's going to look my way. I'm getting set up with some good blocks, picking up a nice amount of yards before being brought down past the 40.
Here at the 42. A nice gain of 13 yards.
After having a rough day on the ground, on with the inside handoff, I'm finally able to break one loose, picking up a nice amount of yards, getting us inside the 10.
Another first down on this drive. Man, this time they're into 1st and goal.
Cooper Kupp will get us our first touchdown of the game, making the score 10-0 as the Cardinals do not score. Last play before halftime, Sam Darnold's going to look my way underneath. Showing off my shiftiness, I pick up a nice amount of yards before being brought down. Even though I really ain't been able to get nothing going, I knew it was coming sooner or later, being set up with some nice blocks. Y'all know all I need is a sliver, and I find that breaking off for a huge home run touchdown, scoring my first of the game.
The Seahawks push their lead further to start the half.
The Cardinals still remain scoreless, so the lead is now 17-0. I make another nice run.
Up towards midfield before he's taken down at the 47.
First play of the 4th quarter, on with the outside handoff, I'm able to pick up a gain of around 8 yards, bringing my total to 120 yards on the ground.
Well, this certainly has been a memorable contest for
the Cardinals finally go down and score a touchdown, but missed the field goal, making the score 24-6. We end up facing the 3rd down late in the 4th quarter. Using the go down, I'm able to pick up that first plus more.
They get an even 10 on that play. And that gives the Seahawks.
Lined up inside the red zone with 20 seconds left in the 4th quarter. At the 3rd and 7, I will score my 2nd touchdown of the game.
Across the goal line, touchdown Seattle. The Seahawks put up even more points in a win.
So we are able to snatch an easy win against the Cardinals with the final score being 31-6, pushing our record to 2-0. And I finished the game with 23 carries for 143 yards and 2 touchdowns.
In Landover.
3rd game of the season, we got a rained-out game in Washington, taking on Jaden Daniels and the Washington Commanders. My first rush of the game goes for a gain of 6.
With the rookie from Ohio State. Ooh, well, now you see him, now you don't. Good juke move there.
Starting this drive off in good field position off a turnover. 1st and 10, I'm able to pick up a gain of 5. Before you know, we end up facing the 3rd and 5. Coming out the flat, he's going to go my way underneath for a first down conversion after being smacked.
And he picks up the first down.
And I am able to put a cap on this drive, getting some good blocking up front, working my way into the end zone, scoring our first 6 of the game.
Touchdown Seahawks. It's his 4th rushing touchdown of the year.
The Commanders remain scoreless, starting this drive off with another handoff, and I pick up another nice amount of yards.
They're going to mark him down right at the 30-yard line. Terrific starter there. Gain of 15. And the first
showing that I picked up some weight and some muscle in the offseason, running straight through the defense and picking up that first down.
And he'll get the first down there, a pickup of about 5 yards.
Last play of the 1st quarter, starting to put a nice drive together. I'm brought down after a gain of 8.
And he's going to be brought down.
3:40 left in the 2nd quarter. Coming out the backfield at a 3rd and 4, Sam Darnold going to lob one my way. I get us inside the red zone.
He's got it. And they'll move it down to the 11-yard line. He's out of bounds there.
3rd quarter now, the score is 10-0 as the Commanders remain scoreless. Starting this one off backed up in our own end zone, I pick up a nice amount of yards, picking up some great breathing room.
Up near the 28.
And he just continues to chew off more and more yards.
Before you know, we end up facing the 3rd and 4, going with the screen pass. Sam Darnold's going to go my way. Some good blocking allows me to get that first down. I end up slipping and being brought down past the 40.
So they convert.
We go scoreless that last drive. This is the next drive facing the 4th and 2. Coach keep offense on the field. Even the ball in my hands winds up being a great decision as I slip through tackles and fight my way into the end zone, scoring my 2nd of the game.
Touchdown Seattle. 2nd touchdown of the game. Season total now up to 5.
Well, I love it, Mike. We're seeing so many teams nowadays as they are...
Commanders finally get on the board, making it 17-7. Trying to stretch that lead late in the 4th quarter. Sam Darnold's going to go my way. Able to bring this one in, slip a tackle, being brought down inside the 10. We go scoreless that last drive, but we were able to hold on enough to get that win with the final score being 17-7. We are now 3-0, remaining undefeated. I end this game with 28 carries for 171 yards on the ground and 2 touchdowns. Game number 4 on the season, and we are finally back on the home turf. Feeling good after having a 3-0 record. And on top of that, we rocking the all lime green uniforms. Yeah, this is going to be a good day. We are going up against the Chargers for the 4th game of the season. And what a way to start this game off, man. Going with the inside handoff, I pick up a gain of 12 off the rip.
And they'll be set up now. Up past the 40 with that one. That one good for a dozen. And a very quick first.
A few plays later at a 2nd and 10, sneaking out the backfield, he gonna lob one over the defense's head. I bring this one in and pick up a nice amount of yards before stepping out. And it must be the uniforms, man, because I'm off to a hot start this game for some reason. Breaking off for another nice game, slipping a few tackles before being brought down inside the 20.
Inside the 15-yard line. 19 more on that one, and another.
And just to show y'all, man, we are playing on all Madden. Your boy is not cheated. We're playing simulation because I want it to be the authentic NFL style. After getting off to a hot start, we're facing a 4th and 4. Let's keep the offense on the field and we go for it. Leaving the ball in my hands, I do not get near enough.
Just brings up a challenging 4th down.
The Chargers also go scoreless their first drive. First play of this next drive, I'm already off to a hot start again, picking up a gain of 9.
Not want to go down there. Carrying tacklers, it's a gain of 9. There you get a look at his number.
Before you know it, we end up facing a 3rd down at a 3rd and 4. He don't go my way in the flag. I lower my pass and run through the defense, being brought down in front of the 40.
Pick up of 11 yards on that one.
Later that drive at a 2nd and 10, going with a zig route, he gonna look my way. Able to bring this one in, getting past that defense, trying to hurdle, but it does not go to plan. I do pick up a nice amount of yards.
Inside the 25-yard line.
But somehow, again, we go scoreless. On the bright side, so do the Chargers. But hey, man, I'm tired of looking at that goose egg on the board. Leaving the ball in my hands, I break a tackle, bounce it to the outside. And now it's just a foot race, man. I'm not getting fetched, making my way into the end zone, scoring my first of the game, finally.
Score! Touchdown, Seahawks. His 6th touchdown now for the season. That was some kind of run, Greg. We saw him break a tackle and then use his elusiveness.
3rd quarter now, and the score is now 14-6. Starting this drive off in great field position, we got to capitalize as I pick up a gain of 8 on the first down.
And this is just more of the same, picking up exactly where he left off in the first.
Starting this one off in motion and showing a different aspect of my game, lobbing it to me in the back of the end zone, looking like a receiver catching a dot in the corner of the end zone for a quick touchdown.
So the turnover turns into a quick touchdown, and Greg, that's exactly how you want your offense to take care of business.
Anytime your defense can create those sudden change situations, Mike, absolutely you have.
So we are now up 21-6. Going with another inside handoff. I'm slicing through that defense like butter, picking up a nice amount of yards. I've put together a pretty good game if you ask me, but I'm not done yet, man. Being set up with some great blocking, running straight through the defense, and tying my way into the end zone, scoring yet another touchdown, man. What a game I'm having.
Another one. Touchdown, Seattle. 3 touchdowns for him. Numbers 6, 7, and 8 on the season. That is some kind of run. Everything you love about a running back. Using some of the power as well, Greg, to find his way to the end zone for the touchdown.
And as so often
Chargers will go down and get on that board, making the score 14-28. Sam Darnold's going to toss him my way as I'm able to pick up a gain of 13.
He's going to get this one out to the 43-yard line. 13 yards to start that.
Very next play, the ball's going right back my way. This time on a screen pass, getting some good blocking, breaking tackles, refusing to go down, picking up a nice chunk of yards before being brought down.
And they'll move this one down inside the 40-yard line.
Man, I'm feeling like I'm back at Ohio State. Being able to score 4 touchdowns in a single game, and we in the NFL with it, man, I'm going crazy.
Touchdown, Seahawks. He has come alive after the break. His 3rd touchdown of the second half.
25 seconds left in the 4th quarter, keeping the ball on the ground, running out the clock, but I catch a lot of green grass and daylight, so I'm going to take this all the way back into the end zone, scoring my 5th touchdown of the game. I think it's safe to say this is my breakout performance right here.
Final minute of play. Big play out of the running game as the back accelerates all the way to the house for the rushing touchdown.
So yeah, man, we completely go out there and dominate the Chargers with the final score being 42-21. And I mean, y'all just all witnessed I had a great game. Finishing this one with 17 carries for 248 rushing yards and 4 touchdowns, averaging 14 yards a carry. Right back at Lumen Field for the 5th game of the season. And I love the home games, but I hate the rainy game. But hey, man, y'all saw I just had my best game of the season so far. So I feel good coming into this one, and I know the team feel good after going 4-0. And for the 5th game of the season, we are going up against the San Francisco 49ers.
102 and
My first touch of the game comes at the first play of the game, going for a gain of 4.
April's draft. And he'll move this ahead for about 4 yards. Trey Green.
Before you know, we end up facing the third down at a 3rd and 2, leaving the ball in my hands on the outside handoff. I easily pick up that first down plus more.
Have the Seahawks first down. It's a gain of 6.
That very next play at that 1st and 10, leaving the ball in my hands again, I pick up a gain of around 14.
On the defensive side of the ball in the next 3rd down situation.
A pickup of
Getting a lot of touches on the first drive of this game. And that very next play, I pick up a gain of 7.
nice job, able to dance away.
We ended up settling for a field goal, but missed it, as the 49ers would go down and score a touchdown. But it's all good, man. Leaving the ball in my hands, bouncing it to the outside. I'm going to get us our first touchdown of the game. Also, diving into that end zone for our first 6 of the game.
And he will dive into the end zone. 70 yards. Touchdown, Seattle.
The Niners will go down and add another touchdown, making the score 14-7 as I pick up a gain of 5. We go scoreless that last drive, and luckily the 49ers do not add to their lead as I pick up a gain of 7.
Wow, tough to bring down that time. Surging forward for a pickup of 6.
That very next play at a 2nd and 3 with some hard running, I'm able to easily grab us that first down plus more.
And he's going to pick up the first down across midfield and down at the 49.
That very next play, leaving the ball in my hands again. And once again, I make another nice play, picking up a gain of 9. And at that 2nd and 1, going with the play action, coming out into the flat, he going to look my way. I bring this one in, taking one defender out his shoes before being brought down outside the 20. Before you know, we end up facing the 4th down at a 4th and 1, leaving the ball in my hands, but I do not get enough.
Going to get there. The defense was ready for it.
Start of the 3rd quarter now, and the 49ers are up 21-7. Before you know, we end up facing another 4th down at a 4th and 4, going for it again. Looking to the right, he gonna find me, and I pick up that first down. And a few plays later, looking underneath, Sam Darnold's gonna find me, and we get into that end zone.
3 to the goal line and in. Touchdown, Seattle. That his 2nd touchdown of the game. Numbers
Earn this drive off in great field position after a turnover. Still down 21-14. I started the drive off with a gain of 3. So we ended up having to settle for a field goal, making it 17-24. And very next play at a 1st and 10, slipping off the handoff, still able to fight my way towards a gain of around 12.
He's down on the other side of midfield. Mark him at the 48-yard line.
Putting together a nice drive at a 2nd and 4, going with the inside handoff. I'm taking off through that B gap, lowering my pads and fighting to get us into that red zone.
He's brought down inside the 20-yard line. Call it a gain of 13.
At a 2nd and goal, nobody taking me into account, sneaking into the flat. He gonna look my way, and I easily get into that end zone untouched, tying this thing up with an extra point.
Touchdown, Seahawks. His big game continues. His 3rd touchdown of this one. Numbers 11, 12, and 13 on the year.
We seen this already, man. First game of the season, we went into overtime, and now we finna go into overtime again.
Coming up, quick reminder of the rules.
Man. Before you know, we end up facing a long 4th and 9. Very risky play, but we decided to go for it. Biggest moment of the game right here. He gonna find me across the middle. I make a huge catch and pick up some yards after the catch. Changing sides of the field that quick, man. What a huge play right here.
Throwing into all these bad looks, all these teams playing dime.
Before you know it, we in the red zone, but we end up facing the 3rd and 5. Finding me across the middle again, I'm able to get into the end zone after breaking the tackle, giving us that lead in overtime.
And he's got another one. Touchdown, Seattle. Greg, exactly the way you want to handle it when you get the ball to start overtime.
Absolutely, Mike. You want to strike first. You understand the defense is wearing down.
Yes, sir, man. San Francisco was not able to match it. We end up taking another win. I make another clutch touchdown in overtime, winning us the game with the final score being 31-24. Hey, man, I'm definitely one of the biggest weapons on the Seahawks offense. I finished the game with 27 carries for 184 rushing yards and 1 rushing touchdown, along with 11 receptions for 114 receiving yards and 3 receiving touchdowns. Hey man, if y'all ask me, I definitely kicked this season off to a hot start, proving myself to be just as much as a weapon as I was in college in the NFL. But anyways, man, I hope y'all enjoyed it. I appreciate y'all for watching the full journey. Be sure to like, comment, and subscribe. And with that being said, I'm gonna catch y'all in the next one. Peace.